all, this song right here got
what is it that you want?
a long ass
got
intro.
everything that a woman could ever need in life.
You got
Got a
everything.
closet full of minks, chinchillas.
You got beats from Kanye.
I got a bureau full
What else
of
you
diamonds.
need?
I can change 4 times a day if I want to. You even trying to eat lobster and drink champagne. Now you know that ain't your groove. Cause you strictly a collard green and cornbread man. Now you know if anybody knows, I know. But since you feel like that this evening, sit down and drink some champagne with me and let me rap to you.
You never catch me in that baby mama Benz again. I'm pushing a G5. All the girls saying that his head look Indian. And they ain't never seen him in MCM. Now I don't like fake boobies, but I do it to Little Kim. We gon' roll this weed. We gon' play like Sonny Bono and hit these trees. Soon as we get along, I'm doing beats for pro bono. Soon as we get to bone. Now she like a lot of clothes. I like to see her out of them. She got a lot exposed. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Dance, dance. Don't give Kanye a chance, cause I'm a Gemini with 2 sides and 2 rides. Y'all talking business, I'm peeping the thighs. Look, I'm trying to hit that back end, before I get that back in. Call G and Hop, do you need that beat tracked again? Cause I came back for you, to show you that I'm working with a little something. Then we get the session pumping. See, I came back for you, cause any rap chick that look half nice, I'm giving them half price. Back when Eve went with Steve, before she had a weave, I was sending beat tapes like you wouldn't believe. Back when Foxy had a group with Nas and AZ, the way she looked on China Doll, I would've did the beats for free. Cause only recently I've been getting a decent fee. The checks I got from D-Dot was teasing me. I bought some earrings like baby that may be fake, but at least it got girls calling me baby cakes. Now maybe K can get a Minaj with Lazy K and Lady May. Maybe, hey, you're looking all thick and sweet. You need a nigga that can give you beats to go and get Angie and tell her I came back for you, to show you that I'm working with a little something and we get the session pumping. See, I came back for you, cause any rap chick that look half nice, I'm giving them half price. Got a 2 for head sale. Send headshots first though. Need beat tapes for who? Oh, Trina? Oh, I'm right there. I'll be in the studio 5 minutes. Yeah. She said she want ass look. I told her all I need is my back end check. I told her I ain't finished that version.
California road. Shake, shake it, baby. Shake, shake it, baby. Shake it, mama. Shake it, Cali.
Shake it, Cali.
Shake it,
That's
baby.
right.
Shake it, shake it, mama. Shake it, Cali.
That's right.
In the city of content, we keep it rockin'. Keep it rockin'.
Let me get shake, come on.
Shake it, baby. Shake it, baby. Shake it, mama. Shake it, Cali. Shake it, baby.
That's right.
Shake it, shake it, mama. Shake it, Cali.
Bryant change the direction by Bryant.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kobe Bryant Film Room, man. I've got my co-host JB in the house today, man. What's up, JB? JB,
Yes, sir.
Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
KB.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, y'all. Hey, welcome to the show. Today we're gonna be talking about the Lakers young core, man. I appreciate all y'all, man. I see the real Lakers World Order is in the house today, this morning. I appreciate you for coming through, bro. Um, don't forget to hit that like button on your way in. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Subscribe to the Behind the Bench Sports Network, the whole get up. So JB, man, um, we're here to battle some of these misconceptions about the Lakers, the young core, the history of our team. Um, so we're gonna get into it, right? We're gonna get into it on this first couple of slides, and just to give you guys a little bit of background, right? After Kobe retired, we were preparing for the next phase of the Lakers' career, of our franchise, right? And we started with D'Angelo Russell, right? D'Angelo Russell, Julius Randle, the original young core, the Jordan Clarksons, the Larry Nance Juniors, guys like that. So let's go into it. In February 2017, the Los Angeles Lakers controlling owner Jeannie Buss took decisive action to restructure the franchise, firing her brother, Jim, and General Mitch Kupchak. Her primary goal was shifting the franchise back to a winning culture built around identifying, cultivating, and maximizing young, homegrown talent. So, JB, is there anything you want to add to this before we move forward as far as Jeannie Buss and her vision?
Oh yeah, yeah. First of all, KB, I want to say thank you, man, for providing this opportunity for us to really share light and share the truth about what was going on with this franchise. I think it's important because you hear the same talking points every freaking day. When the season falls short of expectations, which often than not it has over these past 8 years outside of that one season. And I really appreciate this, man, because it's been an uphill battle, but I've been fighting for them young men. It's just like if we have someone in family, a young in our family getting mistreated, it's I think it's the responsibility of adults to protect the youth because they gonna represent us when they become full fledged. When they enter this world. So it just triggers something inside of me that I never felt before as a fan of this franchise and as a fan of the NBA. But I really thank you for providing this platform because I'm doing it. I'm doing it for them. I
Mhm.
ain't trying to get no brownie points or say that I know more than anybody else because I don't. But I just understood the value of what was being shared to us. And when Jeannie Buss read here, when she speaks on it, in all actuality, now years later, after she had to cash out and sell the team,
Mhm.
but but ironically, she was the one that understood what was going to be needed in the future in terms of building a long-standing, successful franchise. So she spoke of her father, the late Dr. Jerry Buss, who was the first owner of the NBA, who would eventually own and operate his own developmental squad, and he was one of the leading figures that came up with the idea of the original D League, which is now the G League.
Mhm.
So when she took over control of the team, and I know it's a lot of murky, uh, a lot of volatile moments during that time. I understand that part, but once she took control, she had a vision of development, like she said, cultivating, maximizing young homegrown talent because with that CBA, even at that time, and the with the league being more competitive in terms of other teams pursuing star free agents, she understood how important it was going to be to develop your own talent. So she started to bring that vision forth, and then she brought in Magic Johnson to be team president, and then Rob Pelinka, who was really brought in because of his experience as far as economics, and he was really brought in to clear out the cap. That was the real reason why he was brought to the team. So her vision, it was tangible, and you can see, man, hey, you really understood what she was trying to bring forth, which was going to take time, but you can see the tangible results if applied fully.
Mhm. Yeah, man. And that's the thing. I know she has this image of just being a lost you know, uh blonde, right? A blonde who don't know what she's doing. She's not smart, you know what I'm saying? And but if you think about it, she was kind of ahead of the curve as far as player development because
Yes, sir.
she saw
Yes, sir.
that the builder through the draft, now everybody's using that formula. Sam Presti,
Everybody doing it.
you got the San Antonio Spurs trying to match up and do their thing as far as their young core that they're starting. You even had the Sixers back in the day doing it, trying to develop young talent and turn them into franchise players over time.
Yep.
And people need to understand it takes time to win a championship. It's not an overnight process, right? So you might start off low in the league, right? You're gonna hit the bottom after your franchise player leaves. But the thing about it is you have to have a sense of direction and a purpose for your franchise. You
Yep.
draft the young talent, and then those young talents that you do draft, you put them in leadership position, and then you build a culture around that young talent, a winning
Mm-hmm.
culture, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how you win. You might add a free agent, right? And we're not saying you don't add any free agents. We're not saying that. You might add a free agent or two, but the core group of guys that you have are going to be guys that you drafted,
Yep.
right? So
Yep.
let's move on. Jeannie
All right,
Buss viewed the
I was gonna mention real quick, KB, that the Milwaukee Bucks kind of saw the light because there was really nothing else
yeah,
they can do to move their team forward. So they traded Giannis to the
yep,
Miami, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who been playing for them for 13, 14 years, traded to Miami.
hmm
They got a plethora of young players and a ton of draft picks. So you look at their roster now, they got a young core.
yeah.
That's the rave now. People are starting to see what is truly needed to move forward in a tangible way.
And I could give another example, the Clippers, when they traded for Paul George, right? And you would say, damn, the Clippers, everybody at the time thought the Clippers got a steal. Like, damn, they just got Paul George. They ready to roll, right?
Yep.
But then you look at the Thunder and what they were doing the whole time. They were putting themselves in position to compete for years, not just 1 year, years.
Yep.
Now people are talking about this team could be in the finals for the next what 6 years.
It don't take long once it kick off, once it pop off, you know. And a lot of these talking heads that they're supposed to be the experts of the NBA, they was totally oblivious to it because they didn't think it was ever going to amount to anything that was going to be forthright. They thought it would be like, if something happened like that, it'd just be like the luck of the draw. No, this is real what's going on in the NBA.
Yeah, and take a look at Dallas. Take a look at where Dallas was, and now look at they got rid of all their young pieces.
Yep,
Remember Brunson? They got rid of
yep,
Luca.
yep,
They brought in an older veteran in AD, but
yep.
then he broke down. So it's like, yo, you build through the draft. This is how you succeed. So the Knicks ended up getting their what they thought was trash. The Knicks turned it into a treasure. And look, they got their first championship in
There you
53
go.
years.
Because the players that the Knicks acquired, like you said, that was deemed expendable by the other team, by their former team, they saw the value in those players. and they won the title.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kyle Soprano, what's up? Rap Guy Reloaded, what's up, man? What's up, y'all? Sean, or Gia Kafour, what's up, man? I appreciate y'all for stopping by. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe, all that good stuff. And so let's get into the long-term vision.
Yes, sir.
Long-term vision, Jeannie Buss viewed the development of the youth as a critical investment. She consistently maintained that for the team to return to championship contention, the young core needed to experience the pressure and the scrutiny of the game. Now, let's talk about something else Jeannie Buss did for those young players. She was building a state-of-the-art practice facility
Mm,
specifically for them.
mm,
That's how much she was invested for them,
mm.
in them. Um, and that, of course, that's the Brandon Ingram era. These are the Lonzo Balls, the Kyle Kuzmas, and these guys, right?
And,
So she believed in them.
yep. And she said she when she talked to the young core at that time, she said, "Don't worry about the past greatness of the Lakers. We want you to bring forth your own interpretation of Laker basketball, your own unique contribution to this franchise." So she wasn't trying to put pressure on them to meet, you know, the success of what was before, but create your own success in your
Yeah,
own way. So she was deeply invested in them, no doubt about it.
yeah, and her father put that formula inside of her for her to know, because she's been around the Lakers for decades. You know what I
Yep.
mean? She grew up in this, so it's not like she doesn't know anything about team building. She's just this dumb blonde. Like, yeah, she has some, like, as far as standing up to people, she may struggle in that aspect,
Yeah.
standing up to people and putting a foot down. But as far as the inner workings of the organization, she knows that like the back of her hand.
They said her strength is the business side. See, and
Yeah,
which
yeah.
which led her to be in a position to create such a facility like that, state of the art. So
Hmm.
yeah, she knew what she was doing.
Yes, sir. So in February 2017, Los Angeles Lakers governor Jeannie Buss took full control of the franchise and halted trades to protect. Let me repeat that. She halted trades to protect the team's young core. She installed Magic Johnson as president of basketball operations, tasking him. Now, keep in mind, let me read that again. She installed Magic Johnson as president of basketball operations, tasking him and coach Luke Walton, who we got from Golden State, with nurturing, developing, and evaluating the promising group of players, protecting the core. Prior to the executive shakeup in 2017, Jeannie Buss intervened to prevent previous management from trading away. That previous management, by the way, was her own family,
Hmm. Hmm.
which included D'Angelo Russell, Brandon Ingram, and Julius Randle. Her explicit directive was to ensure the future of the franchise was not mortgaged away. You, do you understand that? The future of the Lakers. Listen, we understood we were going to lose. We understood we were going to get our ass kicked for a couple of years.
Yep.
But we also understood that it was a waiting period to where these players finally grow up and take the lead.
And to tie along with that, Jesse Buss. I remember this was right after Kobe announced that he was playing his final year in the NBA, 10 games into that 2015-2016 season. And about a week later, Jesse Buss did an interview with a newspaper publication. I think it was USA Today. And he said, "We got a 5-year plan to return back to the top." He said, "Step one, draft a bevy of young talent. Then step two, begin to clear out the cap space. And then by the
Mhm.
time that young talent starts to emerge and mature, step three is acquire a star free agent, a
There it is.
superstar via free agency. So the paradigm was the first step was to develop the young talent, the foundation, and then clear the cap space appropriately to you know uh, 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 how can I say this, to reward the young talent as they become full fledged, and then and the end of that pyramid, the last step was to bring in that star player to complete the piece of the puzzle while you maintain all your assets. So the plan. That's why I was so invested in this because you can see 5 years. I'm saying, well, damn, that's not a long time because I was thinking about teams in the NFL that have won Super Bowls
Hmm.
that started from the bottom and then by year five, boom, they Super Bowl champion. So I was like, yeah. I said, we're gonna be back. I said, it's just gonna take a little time.
I, I think a lot of people are short-sighted too. Like when they look at shit like this, they're like, well, if we don't trade the young core, we don't win. It's like, well, that's partially true, but you're not looking at the whole entirety of the situation. Like you just mentioned, free agency. We could have got Kawhi Leonard. We could have got, we could have added him to those guys, right? So now you're talking about a different team.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, well, it's just a young core and that's it. It's like, no, we're gonna add and build on top of that foundation. They
And
are
that
the foundation.
and that blueprint, that's why I always said, I said, man, I said, yeah, the foundation was the young coach because you gotta have the foundation first. And I said, yeah, I always said, man, we get that superstar in 2019. So I was always the timetable was I was focused on 2019 free agency. I was like, man, we get that superstar in 2019. By that time, Ingram gonna pop off, Randall gonna pop off. I said, man, I said this team be so freaking loaded, man. The league wouldn't know
Yeah.
what to do with us. They wouldn't know what to do.
And by the way, our talent and developmental coaches, they are amongst the best in the NBA at that time.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if they're still around, but they were at that time they were considered the best of the best because it seemed like they hit almost every draft.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And we're talking about the Kuzmas, the Carusos, the Austin Reeves. Like these guys they're finding gems. They're finding guys who people are overlooking, and these guys are key contributors to the team. See what I'm saying?
That's right. And I just want to share with the audience when we start showing these stats and these benchmarks of this young talent individually, it's going to blow y'all mind exactly how good they were. When we break off into that part of the uh
Yeah,
of the stream, it's gonna blow y'all away. It's gonna be a headbanger.
yeah. First, let's talk about them as a team because there's a
Yes, sir.
lot of misconceptions by the mainstream media to make us believe that we weren't doing shit before LeBron James, right? And this is the narrative that they're painting. And listen, LeBron James helped the franchise and he helped win the championship in 2020. But there's the two things can be true. He helped win the championship in 2020, but we also were on TV. That's number one, Shannon Sharp. We were on TV and we had a buzz, right? We had a buzz around the city. We were up and young coming team, and we also drew comparisons to another team like the Golden State Warriors because we had their coach, Luke
Mm,
Walton, their assistant coach. We
mm.
had Julius Randle being used as kind of like a point forward. He was being used in kind of like that role. And Brandon Ingram was considered a young Kevin Durant like prospect, right or wrong.
Are you absolutely right?
And when we drafted D'Angelo, right? When we drafted D'Angelo, he was a highly touted college player, right? So I mean, when you look at his talent coming out of college, like everybody thought this dude was it, right? So let's look at the records. Let's look at with LeBron. Let's look to the right. If y'all can see that. The Lakers were 37 and 45. We finished 10th in the league. Now let's look at without LeBron. Let's go to the left. The Lakers had the same. Well, no. They had 35 and 47, right? Similar records. Finished 11th, one spot lower, right? So this misconception is like, oh, y'all weren't doing shit before you got there. Well, we weren't doing shit whether you got there either, right? It was the very next season when AD came where we took off, right? You got anything to add to that, JB, before I continue?
Well, the thing that stands out more than anything is the first year with LeBron on the team, they had 5 players in averaging double figures because a
Mm,
lot of the players they let go to create cash space, or they traded players to create cash space to bring the dude on. So you gave up depth right out the gate when you got him. On the other
hmm
side, the year before, the Lakers had 9 players who averaged double figures, which is even more than San Antonio's team this year, who had 8 players who averaged double figures. So your depth was already compromised. You went from 9 to 5 in one year.
hmm Yeah, yeah. And let me say this to Kaz, right? We're gonna get into Brandon Ingram and what he was doing. Just hold on tight. We're gonna get into that too.
It's gonna be a headbanger, people.
Yes, sir. So let's continue with LeBron to the right side. You see, he's 24th. We were 24th in offensive rating, right? Without LeBron, we were 23rd in offensive rating. Rate. So what does that mean, right? That means you could argue we were a better offensive team without him. To the right, we were 12th in defensive rating with LeBron. Without LeBron, we were 12th in defensive rating. Same impact, same shit. These are the facts. Don't get mad at us. Don't cry. Don't run to the car. These are facts.
Oh
You,
shit.
with LeBron, we had 5 players in double digits points per game. Without LeBron, like JB said, we had 9 players in double digit points per game. Think about that. How many teams in today's NBA can you say that for? Just food for thought, right? With LeBron, 112 points per game for the team. Without LeBron, 108 points per game. So LeBron helped a little bit on that. Uh, with assists per game, 25.6 with LeBron, 23.8 without him. Not that much of a big difference, right? Lonzo Ball and them were holding it down. They were moving the rock. Um, without him, 48.6 rebounds per game, 46.4 rebounds per game. Not that much of a big deal. 15.7 turnovers per game, 15.8 turnovers per game. 47% field goal percentage with LeBron, 46% field goal percentage without LeBron. 33% three-pointers with LeBron. It's actually higher without him. So so these are the narratives that the ESPN and all these talking shows, if you rely on these sports networks to give you your basketball knowledge, then you are in bad shape.
Oh man, you got
You're
you
in
got to
bad.
start you got to start praying for people. You got to start praying for people. Shit.
Because their job is to paint you a picture. Their job is to sell you something, right? Just because somebody says stuff doesn't mean it's true. Fact check them. Say, damn, this sounds too good to be true. Maybe I need to look this up to see if it's actually true. Why are Laker fans pissed off? Because it's not true, man.
That's
That's
right.
why Laker fans got
That's
mad.
right.
We were on TV. LeVar Ball was on TV celebrating his son. That stuff ain't true that we weren't on TV and nobody was watching us and that nobody believed in us. We were one of the best teams in Summer League. We were the best team in Summer League,
That's right.
arguably Summer League history.
That's right. The first regular season game of that 2017-2018 season, they televised the Lakers versus the Clippers. That was the game where that was Lonzo Ball's first debut game, and that was the game where Patrick Beverly tried to give him the blues because what was being said about Lonzo, what his daddy was saying, kind of overhyping him, and Patrick Beverly
Right.
wanted to prove a point. But at the end of the day, the Lakers was featured on opening night with no established superstars on the team.
And we were on Christmas too.
Yes, sir. We was on Christmas. Yes, sir.
So the thing is that we gotta really look into the finer details of these things, man. And so let's move on to Brandon Ingram, right? So Kaz Soprano. What's up, Mike Alexander? Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate the love, man. Shout out to you too, man. Okay, so let's go to Brandon Ingram since Kyle Soprano is a Pelicans fan, right? As you can see, Brandon Ingram's in that right hand corner with the Pelicans uniform on. Brandon Ingram had a free throw jump, JB, of nearly 20%. It's officially the third largest single season improvement in NBA history, right?
Yes, sir.
Ingram jumped from an inefficient 67.5% to a scorching 85.8%, an increase of 18.3%. And how did he get better, JB?
Well, he went when he got traded to New Orleans. He worked out with their shot doctor, Vincent. I think his name was Fred Vincent. He was considered the best shot doctor in the NBA. He improved Brandon Ingram's shooting form overall, and it translated to his success in his jump at the free throw line. So he went from 67% his last year in LA all the way up to 85.8%, the third largest jump in the history of the NBA.
Mm. Right. So these aren't guys who don't have talent, right? These young guys, they're guys who just needed time, right? They just needed time to improve. A lot of these guys were the first, second year, third year players, right? Now let's take a look at something else. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'll read it off to you just in case you can't. Like Kaz was saying, Brandon Ingram was amongst the best mid-range scorer in the league in 2025. Listen, this year, 60%. 60. Not 20, not 30, not 40, not 50. 60. And let me tell you who he's above,
Oh, shit.
right? He's above Jalen Brunson. Now these are stars. Kevin Durant, which is probably arguably one of the greatest mid-range scorers to ever live. Devin Booker, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Jalen Brown, and all of these dudes are deadly mid-range shooters.
See, this is the thing. You know what they showed you? Because all them players, now Shea is the back-to-back league MVP, right? Okay, you got, like you said, you got Jalen Brunson, who just led the Knicks to their first title in 50 years. KD, right? KD,
Hmm.
Devin Booker, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., all that good stuff. Now, the reality is Brandon Ingram was drafted as a small forward, but in truth, he is a 6'8" guard. So
Hmm.
his game is kind of mixed up, and nobody after he's traded to Lakers has been unable to really unlock his game. He would be perfectly suited, like if he played in Golden State, where they weren't a lot of motion offense. I'm telling you, his scoring average would boost up another 5 to 6 points. But the way he had to play in New Orleans and then now in Toronto, he was kind of forced to be kind of like an isolation type player. But if he was in the motion offense like he was in LA the whole time, he'd be averaging 28 points a game while shooting 60% from the mid range, which means he's the best mid range shooter of all pro ball.
Yeah. So on top of all that, Horizon Vibes is letting us know Brandon Ingram won the most improved player right after we traded,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
based
Yes,
on
sir,
all that
Horizon.
information.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that and reminding us. And he became an all-star.
Yeah, yeah, right, right. And so think about this, right? And yes, that combo was fun. That Lonzo Cruz Ingram, because we were playing fast-paced basketball, up and down basketball. Those young guys were developing, and I remember Brandon Ingram's first body where he was screaming, he was hollering, and we were like, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
He's starting to,
when he called her. I forgot who he called. I think was it Brewer?
I
Was it Corey
forgot
Brewer?
who it was, but he caught a body out there.
Yeah, he called him too, boy.
Yeah, 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 he got him. And so the thing is that a lot of people gotta understand, bro. This is what we mean when we say things take time. Just gotta be patient. You don't know what a player is gonna develop into the first couple of years you draft them,
Oh,
right? This is the reason why I hope the Lakers hold on to Dalton Connect because to me, I think Dalton Connect is ready to go. He just ain't get the time.
he's dangerous. He's dangerous.
I mean, I seen what he did his first couple of games. I said, oh shit, this dude is he's lightning in the bottle, man.
He got that crew cut going too, looking like damn near Drago out there and shit.
Yeah, and people think he's trash. People like, man, he's trash. He ain't ready. Nah, he ain't getting the minutes,
He
bro.
ain't getting the minutes, man. He was leading. He was leading candidate for rookie of the year the first 2 months of his rookie season, and then his minutes was taken away from him. He got that. He
Yeah,
got that. He got the long wingspan. So at the peak of his release, you ain't gonna block his shot,
yeah,
and he can drive to the rack.
yeah. So look, Horizon. I agree with you that he was on the bench, but here's where I disagree with you. The Lakers had him in the trade package. I think they were going to trade him, try to put in a package with for Giannis, and they pulled out of the trade because they didn't want to give up on Dalton. So could it be that they're seeing shit? Because guess what? It's another year, and he may be improving. They may be seeing flashes. So hold on to that. Just hold on with that, man. Hold on.
That's right. That's right.
So let's move on to this man right here, Lonzo Ball. Uh, So it says the Chicago Bulls and key players have consistently credited Lonzo Ball for leading the charge when the franchise sat atop the Eastern Conference during the 2021-2022 season. The Bulls' remarkable run was heavily driven by Ball's impact. The standings. Before Ball suffered a season-ending knee injury in January 2022, the Chicago Bulls boasted a 27-13 record, sitting as the number one seed in the East.
Oh shit.
Number one, not number two, not number three, number one.
Yeah. Now, check this out, KB. They was number one in the Eastern Conference over the defending champion Milwaukee Bucks, over the prime Boston Celtics, and when Philly had just clinched the number one seed the previous year, leading into the playoffs. That man helped lead them, and he was the main reason because of his play at point guard, his defense at the initial point of attack,
Yeah,
and then he improved his 3-point shooting to 42.3%.
yeah. He was one of the best in the league. He went from being a guy. I remember when we drafted him, right? He had that weird load up kind of jump shot, that weird kind of flick. And He couldn't hit a damn thing from
Yep.
three. But you could see in college he could shoot. Like we knew he could shoot, but he just needed to tweak his form because the NBA you gotta get that shit off faster, right?
Right.
And
Right.
he needed more confidence. So we could tell, okay, some games he'll get hot from three. Like we could tell he was coming. And defensively, he was already there.
He's already there.
Defensively, he had great instincts as a defender. Good size to him. So the dude was a monster on the defensive end already, and he was gonna be a triple double machine.
And KB, I remember that year when the Bulls came to town to play the Lakers. And Lonzo Ball,
Mhm.
that man had like 27, 7 and 7. He hit with 5 threes, and he's playing lockdown defense. Russell Westbrook, nor Taylor Horton Tucker could guard him. He was hitting threes so crazy. He was bunny hopping off one
Yeah,
leg, hitting threes. Dog, he was killing them, and he was that transition. In transition, he was getting the ball down the court within 3 seconds.
yeah.
I said that's the real Lonzo Ball right there.
And you
He's
know
here.
what's crazy? You know what's crazy? All those comparisons to Jason Kidd were valid.
They were
And
real.
the reason why I say they were valid, not because I'm not saying he's Jason Kidd, but I'm saying like as far as the way he played and how easy he made the game for his teammates. I mean, Lonzo would get the rebound, just throw a full court pass.
Yep.
Like we would score so fast and so easy for his teammates that I mean the dude was just he's the guy you want to play with. He's that guy with that court vision that you want to play with. He
Right.
just was born with a great, incredible uh ability to see the whole floor. Right. So
Horizon
what
just
we
said Lonzo came into the league with that windshield wiper jump shot.
yeah, yeah. Shit was
That
nasty.
dude he said, well, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
And
That's funny.
and there were memes of him shooting bricks, remember?
Yeah, I remember that. I
There was
remember that.
memes of him having bricks in his hands and all that shit. But then when he went to Chicago, first of all, he went to the Pelicans, right? He had a decent season there, but they gave up on him. Then he went to Chicago and he started lighting the world on fire from
He
three.
took off.
He's laughing. Yeah, the bricks. Remember the memes with the bricks in his hands, man? My man had a big ass cinder block in his hands. Here's another guy. Jordan Clarkson is indeed the only player originally drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers to win the NBA Sixth Man of the Year award, an
Mm.
honor he took home in 2021. So, literally, I want you guys to understand the theme of all this. All this is about either 2021, all this shit is happening with all of our young guys in 2021,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Around
So,
that time.
yeah, he goes
So,
on. This dude's one of the best six men in the NBA, even to this day. He won the championship with the Knicks.
and see, and this is when see all these benchmarks, like you said, it occurred around that time where everybody started to come of age. And that's why I say, if you look at the projection and you keep them on the Lakers, what they would have been together, it would have been God frightening.
Yeah,
But of all the great six men the Lakers have had, Michael Cooper, you know, well, Lamar Odom, he wasn't drafted by the Lakers, but he won six man in 2011. You look at all
yeah,
the players that have played six man, all, all them years the Lakers been in existence. He's the first original drafted Laker to win that award, and he got that award because he helped Utah clinch the number one seed in the West when Donovan Mitchell suffered that high ankle sprain. It's like the last month and a half of the season, and
hmm
Clarkson was dropping like 20 plus and was dishing out like 6 assists and was closing games out.
yeah. He's a natural scorer,
Yep.
and the thing about him is he was another guy who wasn't drafted, like highly touted. Like yeah, listen, he became when he won the Knicks this championship or helped the Knicks win the championship this year. He became the first Filipino American to ever win.
Ooh.
So he made history
You made
winning the
history, bro.
championship. So think about this. Here's a dude that nobody really everybody looked over when he came into the league. But he
Mm.
was under Kobe's wing, like Razavov said. And I remember Kobe told him, or Jordan Clarkson told the story of what Kobe told him. Hey, you need to go up like a dark skin
Oh, shit, that's real. That's funny. That's funny.
nigga. Kobe funny as hell, bro. Like that. And so that's the thing, bro. These dudes, they were built like that because if you can share the same gym as Kobe, and Kobe takes you under his wing, he knows you built like that.
Man. And so I always saw Clarkson as a six-man version of Kobe Bryant with their mentality. He coming in putting pressure on the defense. He coming in, he gonna look to score. You know what I'm saying? But not just
Yeah,
for the sake of trying to, uh uh you know, take away from the team. But his mentality was I'm putting pressure on whoever guarding me, I'm putting pressure on you throughout the course of the game. And that was their mama mentality. So it led
yeah.
him to win that six-man of the year award, man. The only original Laker to do it.
He's lightning quick. I mean, the dude was quick. You know what I mean? He could get to the rack. He could shoot. So it's like Clarkson had that skill set coming into the NBA, but all these teams overlooked him. Everybody overlooked him. But our scouting department, we found him.
Yep.
We found him. You know what I'm saying? And so these dudes ain't chumps, bro. The media's trying to make it seem like, and a lot of these LeBron fans try to make it seem like these dudes were just chumps. They sorry, just get rid of them. But they winning championships out here. They making playoff runs out here.
And you know what's crazy? They ain't found a six-man better than Jordan Clarkson since they let him go.
Yeah,
Since they let
yeah.
him go. Because when they traded him, he
And,
was dropping 16 in.
hmm Yeah. So let's go to Josh Hart real quick. Josh Hart is the first player shorter than 6'5" to average 12 rebounds a game. Legend Hall of Famer Paul Arizin was the last to achieve that feat in 1952, and he was a forward. Look at this. The historic rebounding feat. Josh Hart, 2024 postseason, the 6'4" New York Knicks wing grabbed 12.4 rebounds per game during the playoff run, trailing only Paul Arizin's 1952 postseason average of 12.7. Hart became the only player 6'4" or shorter in league history besides Arizin to put up such massive rebounding numbers on such a consistent basis against much taller opponents. And mind you, this guy, game one of the NBA Finals, 15 rebounds, 6 assists.
He out rebounded Towns. He out rebounded Wimbyama.
Yeah. Yep.
And a quick little backdrop on Josh Hart. He won his coming out of college his senior year. He won the Julius Erving Award for being the nation's top small forward. And his main attribute, the reason why he got that award, because he was the best offensive rebounder at his position in college basketball. So essentially, the
Wow.
Lakers drafted the best pound for pound rebounder that the league has seen since the NBA ABA merger of 1976. That's who we drafted
Yep.
back in 2017. And
So
that's why,
understand. Oh, my fault. My fault. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, that's why he hoisted the Larry O'Brien trophy a little over a week ago.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I was gonna say, understand what we're bringing to the table. We're bringing it to the table. It's like we're talking about best in the league. We're talking about best in history type shit, right? We with Brandon Ingram, we show he's the best mid range shooter in the NBA, arguably. We show Josh Hart's best rebounder since 1952 at his position. We show
Ever.
that. You say what?
I just said ever.
Yeah, yeah, ever. I mean, we showing you that these dudes ain't chumps. We showing you Lonzo Ball was helping impact winning before he went down, right? So imagine these dudes together. That's what you got to think about. Imagine this together.
And this is before you complete the piece of the puzzle, the pyramid, by getting the star player, which should have been someone in
Right.
2019 in their prime. And you got all matter of fact, before all this started, the Lakers own all their rights to all their draft picks. They didn't owe nobody nothing because we were starting all over again. See, so we were so far ahead of the meter that this was something that was unprecedented. What we were doing. Uh-oh.
Now, this is for the Lakers. This is for our franchise. George Mikan, who should be celebrated more, right? Elgin Baylor, who should be celebrated more. He's one of our greatest players of all time.
Yes, sir.
And he's helped save the franchise, but nobody talks about that. Magic Johnson, we already know who Magic is. Magic is Showtime. One of the best rookie seasons in NBA history. Jerry West, the logo of the NBA, y'all. And right underneath him, it's not even Kobe Bryant. It's not even Kobe Bryant. It's Kyle Kuzma. With 16.1 points per game, Kyle Kuzma had one of the best rookie seasons that I've seen in a long time. He came in firing off, where we thought this dude was going to take off. He was clutch. And I'll let JB talk about how clutch Kyle Kuzma was, because
Well, first of all, I like that comment by Horizon said Hart is the best rebounder since the Korean War.
hell yeah.
That's real. That's real.
That's a big
But yeah,
fact.
but Kyle Kuzma. Now remember, it's been 3 times. Like just like they said about Dalton Connect, they said the same thing about Kyle Kuzma. He was the steal of the draft, and this is when see the first phase of the rebuild. They was drafting players that they're like one and dones, like the Randalls and then the BIs or Lonzo. Then they took it to the next level by drafting guys with multiple years of college experience, like the Kuzmas and the Josh Hart. I said, okay, yeah, I see what they doing now. So they bringing in reinforcements to start coming off the bench, providing their scoring boost, while the one and done stars was steady developing their game because they came in younger than the Kuzmas and the Josh Hart. I said, damn, I said they on fire what they doing. But Kuzma came in with the eye of the tiger. And I thought he finished top 5 in Rookie of the Year vote getting. He actually finished top 4. But he's part of Laker history, most points per game by a rookie, and he's top 5 in that category. There's only 4 other players above him: George Mikan, Elgin Baylor, Magic Johnson, and then the great late Jerry West.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, it's amazing, bro. When you look at all this, right, and you put all this together, it's just amazing, like what you come up with. So let's keep going down the line. Let's keep going down the line because we're not done yet.
This is
We're
just the
not
appetizer.
finished.
This is just the
Yeah,
appetizer.
we're not finished. So let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this, y'all. Julius Randle, who the NBA classifies as a forward slash center, has created 185 points this season by assisting. That is the most among forwards and the third most amongst centers. Nikola Jokic, 295, and Alperen Sengun, 186, are the centers ahead of Randall. Awesome, right? Seriously, we got guys doing stuff, right? We got guys doing stuff that only two, maybe none, like from 0 to 2 people are doing in the league, right?
That's
It
right.
just shows you how valuable these dudes are, man.
But at the time when they started getting traded off and let go, they was spread it across the whole league, damn near on 10 different teams. Most of those teams was already, bad when they got there. So to expect them to turn water into wine, that's unrealistic. It's about what they
Hmm.
would have done collectively on their team wearing their purple and gold. That's what my whole focus always been on. And even then, even a lot of these teams they on, like Randall, he goes to Minnesota, helps them go to the conference finals, and he
Yeah.
was the reason why Minnesota beat the Lakers in that first round in the fourth quarters.
Let's also give Randall respect because he went to New York and helped revitalize that franchise as well. And they moved on from him and got who?
Jalen Brunson.
Carl Anthony Towns.
Oh yeah. They treat quite a few times. Yep.
So Julius Randle was one of the guys who the Knicks picked up, who actually helped bring more attention to the franchise before they ultimately made their move.
Yep.
So now let's do this.
Another thing about Randall, he became the first player since Larry Bird. Because I always thought the way Randall played, his nuance, his pace, and everything, he pushed in the mind of a Larry Bird type player. He's the first player since Bird to average 24 points, with 10 rebounds, 6 assists, while shooting 80% from free throw line and 40% from three. And that was the year he led the Knicks to the playoffs for the first time since Melo in
That's what
2015.
I'm talking about.
And he
That's
made
exactly
second
what I'm
team
talking
All NBA, and he won Most Improved Player of the year after Brandon Ingram won Most Improved Player.
about. Yeah, yeah,
So
yep.
that means to be second team All NBA, there was only one power forward who was considered better than him, and that was the Greek freak, Giannis.
On top of that, Randall said he took what Kobe taught him to the Knicks, as far as his work ethic, getting keys to the gym, working out in the gym when no one's watching, using that for his teammates to motivate them. So Randall already had that hard working DNA, right?
Yep.
To go with that. So let's talk about somebody who JB loves, right? This man right here, Zubac,
Oh shit. Big Zoo.
is leading the NBA in rebounds. Look at this. Total rebounds.
Oh, shit.
Zubac, who we gave up for absolutely nothing. And when I say absolutely nothing, I'm not saying those NBA players a part of the trade weren't great, weren't good players. I'm saying we didn't get the value that you would get for a guy like Zubac, who was talented. I always looked at Zubac like a Mark Gasol type player, potentially, um, who had nice touch around the rim, who could rebound, who could defend, one of the best defenders in the NBA as well. So I'm gonna let JB elaborate on that
Oh man, I'm gonna
that
tell
point.
you. I'm gonna tell you. This is the worst trade in the history of this franchise. The day they traded Zubac. And to show proof of that, they ain't found a center long standing. They still scrapping their head trying to find a big man. Even DeAndre Ayton can't solve that riddle, and he was the number one pick in his draft. This trade happened on a Saturday morning because I remember a friend of mine messaged me. I thought he was joking. When I found out he traded, I almost crashed my car because I was driving when I got the news. And I remember what street I was driving on when I got the news. And I sat there. I had to pull the car over. I said, you going to trade a man 21 years old at this position when he was averaging 18 and 12 per 36 minutes. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? This trade was so bad that the reason why he was traded because he was up for an extension, like uh, as a restricted free agent, and they wanted to free cap space. That was the sexy term back then. So they sacrificed Zubac to create cash space to try to bring in that third superstar that all season, which they was after they got AD, they were trying to get Kawhi. So they sacrificed all that young talent, trading guys away, cutting them, they create cash space. They sacrificed Zubac. Their trade was so insane that they had to justify coming on TV saying, "Well, what has Zubac done since he been the Clipper?" Now, mind you, he was only halfway in his third year, right? This is the ultimate diamond in the rough prospect. When I first saw footage of him, when they selected him, he was working out in the gym by himself. The first thing I noticed was his footwork. I said, I don't know who this guy is. I said his footwork was off the chain to be 18 years old at that position. You trade
Yep.
him, devalue him. That translated to most of his tenure with the Clippers. They didn't understand his talent until they absolutely had to feature him in the offense the year when they brought James Harden to the team. And we got some graphics that's going to show you how good he is on offense. But this man led the entire NBA in total rebounds over Domantas Sabonis, Karl Anthony Towns, Nikola Jokic, Jalen Duren. So that means what the Lakers looking for right now? A rebounder,
A big
a
man.
rim protector, and a shot blocker. So essentially, what they saying is they traded the future center of this decade 7 years ago, and they can't fill his void. It's the most insane trade they ever made. But of course, they did it for yours truly, LBJ.
And that's the thing. Like with he says, I think Lakers World Order says I think LeBron wanted Zubac gone because he clogged the paint, which is true. He could clog the paint, but remember when LeBron won, he played with a guy named Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee, right? Other guys who clogged the paint, right? So I would have kept Zubac because Zubac would have helped you deal with Nikola Jokic, the guy we were getting eliminated by 2 years in a row.
See, that's what I'm saying. When you go this route and you think so short-sighted, you ain't thinking of what could happen down the road because they didn't know Nikola Jokic was going to turn what he turned into. Even though when I saw Nikola Jokic play for the first time during his rookie season, the first thing that stood out was his pass, and I said, this dude can pass." So I'm saying, like, when you are running a team, you gotta kind of peep everybody. You can't just when this dude come to your team and gut it out and want to form a super team and you think you good to go. No, you're gonna be good to go, but in the opposite way. Because after that 1 year,
Yeah.
you're done. So here come all
Re-
these
re-
centers that's prospering. Lakers still clamoring for a big man, and ain't nothing out there.
remember, JB, AD was complaining about playing center.
Right. The
If
whole
you would have
time.
been able to put him at power forward, his natural position, and had Zubac there,
They could have
right?
did something.
Because Zubac had more success against of course Nikola Jokic cooked him sometimes, right? He
Right,
gave him the business sometimes,
right.
but Zubac had some success against him too in the playoffs.
Yep.
So
And see, he had
eh,
his best success when, like, if he had a counterpart in that front court who was effective. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Where it could take some of that pressure off of having to just, be the sole uh, responsible player to defend Jokic. But I'm gonna tell you why AD got traded. The real reason I believe AD got traded was because remember that game where they played the Clippers, where the Lakers was the road team,
Mm-hmm.
and Zubac outplayed Anthony Davis in that game.
Mm-hmm.
The post game, AD said, "Man, Zubac, he's really improved his game. He's improved his core. He's got strong in his core, and now he can post up and you know back you down in the post and score. He's improved. He improved his footwork. So I think at that moment, people was like, "Oh man, we can't have a young core player out playing somebody that that caliber." And when AD gave that conference, then he started talking about we need a center. They said, "Nah, man, we gotta let you go, boss, because you got outplayed by Zubac." That's the real reason I believe ultimately why AD got traded. That's just my theory. I could be wrong, but they didn't know Zubac was gonna turn into that. But when you devalue what you got, also KB, I wanted the people to know this. I used to always say to myself, I said, man, that'd be cool if that'd have been cool if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would have worked out with him. Well, in all actuality, it turns out that during his rookie year, Kareem was working out with Zubac. I didn't know it until I found out last year. And then he wanted to continue to work out with Zubac for
Yeah.
whatever reason he was turned down. So the theory is that
Yeah. Kareem worked out with Andrew Bynum too. He helped him too.
yep, he's working out. So he's working out with Bynum. So that's what I'm saying. Ain't no telling what Zubac could have turned into if they would have stuck with him and developed him. Shit, ain't no telling.
Yeah. And so the dude is a starting. He's a legit starting. I'm not saying he's Jokic, but he's a
Mm-mm.
legit starting center in the NBA.
Yep.
He's legit. And you gotta give him his respect for that. I don't think we got the equal amount of value for him. But let's take a look at something else pertaining to him, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay, hold on. Let me remove this comment real quick. Boom. This is Zubac, 2025-2026. Take a look at that. 16.2 points per game, 10.5 rebounds per game, 2.3 assists. Right? Solid, right? Very solid for a big man. Now I want you to take a look at this. Give me 1 second, y'all. Bear with me. I want y'all to take a look at this. This is DeAndre Ayton, 16.2 points per game, 8.4 rebounds, 0.9 assists. That the one guy is a number one pick. The other guy is a draft steal.
And they
See what we're
already talking
saying?
about letting Aiden go because he ain't the answer, and it's not his fault. I don't want to pin it on Aiden. It's not his fault. But the fact of the matter is, the Lakers traded their future center. They centered the future 7 years ago. It's insanity.
Hmm. So let's continue rolling. Under LeBron's system, 18.3 points per game, 5.1 rebounds, 3 assists, right? 9.9 for Lonzo. That's for Brandon Ingram. 9.9 for Lonzo, 5.3, 5.4, 5.3 rebounds, excuse me. 5.4 assists per game. For Jordan Clarkson, 12.6 points per game, 2.1 rebounds per game, 1.7 assists per game. Without 24 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, 4.3. Now we also understand that these guys um, got a little more developed and they got better opportunities. But it goes to show you how talented they are. 12.4 rebounds for Lonzo, 6.2 rebounds, 7 assists. 16.8 points per game for Jordan Clarkson, 3.3 rebounds, 2.4 assists. So what do you think about that one, JB?
With the thing, man. Now Lonzo, his last year in New Orleans, the last 2 months of that season, he was averaging 27 and 7. He was breaking it. He was averaging. It was legit 22. It wasn't like no
Mm,
forcing shots 20. So, and that translated over to the Bulls, before he injured that knee. And like I say, with Ingram, he became an all-star his very first year down there in New Orleans. And that's what Zion Williamson was out due to he missed like his rookie year, he missed like half the see the Pelicans would have been a force if Zion was right the whole time. But he was in and out of the lineup and you didn't know when he was gonna be able to, and it just kind of threw their whole thing off. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like I said, Jordan Clarkson, they thought he wasn't gonna be none because he was in a bad situation in Cleveland after LeBron left him for a second time. He goes to a good team in Utah. He wins six man of the year.
mm, man, man.
But it gets deeper.
Okay, yeah, it gets deeper. Bear with me, y'all. I'm trying to pull something up right now.
Do you have that one about Lonzo and his defense? That hopefully you can pull that one up.
Um, Lonzo and his defense. I've got. Let me search for it right now.
Okay, now I know I sent it to you in that chat last night, but and this is gonna be a mind
Yeah.
blower, people.
Mm, let's see.
Where he ranked, in a defensive assignment at his position.
You might have to find that one for me.
Okay, let me check here.
Is it the article? Is it the article?
No, it's not. It's not in the article. It was a screenshot I sent.
Okay. Yeah, you might have to find that one for me because I'm looking for it right now. I'll see it.
Okay.
See.
Because am I able to upload it on my end?
Maybe if you put it in the can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, let me do that.
I
Let me
don't.
see. Now, if I put it in the chat, I may be disconnected, and I just have to rejoin. But let me. I'm gonna see if I can find it here.
Okay. Or maybe you could send it to my number if I put my number in the chat.
Wait a minute. Let me see something real quick. Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Or we can just as we get closer to the end. Wait a minute. But let me go find it, KB, and then if I get disconnected, I'm gonna reconnect back. I'm gonna go find it. This
Okay.
is gonna be a headbanger. So give me a minute or two. Let me check, see if I can find it
Okay.
without
I'm
being
gonna
disconnected.
continue to I think it was in the article. It may have been in that article, but let me let's do this, y'all. Till JB gets back. Let's do this. Let's talk about Thomas Bryant, for example. Now, Thomas Bryant is something that if you're a real Laker fan, you know about how good he was for us. But this is what Thomas Bryant was doing. Thomas Bryant averaged 14.5 points per game, 8.6 rebounds, and 0.9 assists in 25 games as a starter for the Lakers. Thomas Bryant was a guy who could go outside to shoot the three. He was a pretty good rebounder. Yeah, you remember Thomas Bryant? Thomas Bryant was good, man. Thomas Bryant was good. What's up, Mass? Yeah, Mass, I'm gonna drop the link. Give me a second. But Thomas Bryant was cold, man. He was a good player, and I don't know why we didn't. Yeah, I dropped the link. I don't know why we didn't make a better effort to try and keep him. But I mean, when he filled in for a starter, he was killing. He was absolutely cooking. All right.
Now I'm back.
Okay, so JB, I was just talking about Thomas Bryant and
Oh boy.
what he was doing for the Lakers.
Now let me give a little background on TV. First of all, oh, he referred to Kobe as his uncle because they share the same last name, so you know. But he was drafted out of Indiana. He played 1 year in Indiana, and I watched him play about 5 or 6 times doing his freshman year in Indiana. He was shooting 40% from three then. So when we
Hmm.
drafted him, because see everything they were saying the Lakers needed for us to compete in today's league and to style of play and all that, they was drafting naturally. He was a
Hmm.
stretch five, and then we had a traditional back to the basket center, post center in Zubats. So now you draft the stretch five and Thomas Bryant, but this the kicker. This the kicker. When he got traded to the Wizards to create cap space, the year after the bubble, the 2021 season, with the Wizards, he started coming to his own. He was averaging like 17 and 8. And I remember they played the Brooklyn Nets like twice over like the course of a 3-week stretch. And the Wizards beat the Nets both games. This was with KD out there. KD, Kyrie, whatnot.
Hmm.
And he won those games in the fourth quarters with his defense because he gives you 150% effort out on the court. And at the end of one of those games, he blocked KD's shot to preserve that win for the Wizards.
Hmm.
And then he tore his ACL and he missed the whole year. But then he came back, and then the Lakers re-signed him because they couldn't get no big man. So I guess they did it out of desperation. Like, even though we shipped you out, can you please come back? So he came
Hmm.
back. And remember, AD got hurt, and they inserted Thomas Bryant to the
And he
starting
was
lineup,
balling.
and he was balling.
Mm-hmm.
And Thomas Bryant saved a season. Because remember, when the game that AD got hurt was against Denver. And then Bryant came in and he actually outplayed Jokic down the stretch, and the Lakers came back from behind and beat Denver. And then they started Bryant, and there was a couple games where he was dropping 30 pieces. He was dropping 30 pieces.
Yeah.
And then he upped his value. He saved a season until they was able to trade Westbrook to bring in a whole bunch of young players. And then they took his minutes away from him. Then he said, trade me. So he
Yeah.
got traded to Denver. He gets traded to Denver. And the thing about it is, he wasn't part of a rotation, which he could have contributed because he's good enough to do that. He showed that. But he gets a championship ring out of it. So to me, he won in the end because of the way he played that year.
Yeah.
They should have kept him. That's my point. But
Hmm.
for some reason they devalue they own. Don't think they good enough, but they bring in Mo Bamba who broke his ankle
Oh man.
uh, 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 after playing a half of basketball. He never played for the Lakers again, and they let him go.
And he do the same kind of the similar shit that Thomas Bryant was doing.
That's right. But
But
you had a better version of Mo Bamba in Thomas Bryant.
yeah. And okay, so what's up, Mr. Mask, man? What's up, man?
What up, KB? What up, JB?
I was talking to him, man.
Great
Yes,
analysis.
sir.
TB, aka Thomas Bryant. He had some very good years up there in Washington, right?
Yep.
14, 13.67 rebounds. A very good, rotational big man, versatile who can stretch you out a little bit. When he came to the Lakers, um, you know, 12.6 rebounds, 7 rebounds, played good for them. He never really got a chance to really develop and kind of just be consistent and get consistent minutes
Yep.
on a team that was competing. And so I thought him going to the Lakers wasn't the best fit because we knew what that was going to be. They were just going to use him in spots and then blame him when he didn't play well. Thomas really hasn't had a chance to, showcase his talent, right? I thought he played decent for the Pacers at one point, and obviously, this season. But he's a guy who can put the ball in the basket, you out. He plays with elite effort. But guys like him, I just feel like, and I hate this is happening in our league, is that they don't get a fair shake. They just
Don't
don't.
give it a shake.
They
Yeah.
just don't get a fair shake. And sometimes, KB, you know this, man. Personnel, destination, where you're at, who you're playing with, all that shit matters, man. Sometimes it's not even about your skill set, right? It's about what
Mhm.
team you're on, the politics of just professional basketball. And
Yep.
I just can't stand that, man. And so I think he's a guy that kind of, got sucked into that. And I don't think I've never heard of him being a cancer or a bad locker room guy. So I don't think it's no fault of his own, you know. But you can't question him that he wants to play and contribute to a ball club. But yeah, he never got a first shake, bro. And like you said, JB,
Mhm.
basketball gods, the karma. In the end, he won. You know what I'm saying?
That's the
I
thing.
Yeah.
mean, he
And
won.
the thing. Now, I remember
So
in the finals
yeah,
last year, Indiana and Oklahoma City, when they
yep,
was playing him minutes, Indiana took the lead in the series.
yep.
And for whatever
Mm.
reason, they didn't play him. And then Oklahoma regained home court, and then they took the 3-2 series lead. Whereas if they'd been playing Bryant the whole time, they probably could have won that thing in 6 games.
Well,
Mm.
JB, they fell in love with Obi Toppin and Miles Turner, and sometimes that name in the back of your jersey holds weight. It's valuable
Yeah.
rather than looking at basketball and saying, "Yeah, I know Miles and Obi got the bigger name possibly or whatever, but this kid Thomas Bryant, he gives me the best chance at winning." Based off the matchup and what he's doing in this particular series. And so that's a great point, man. It just speaks to the politics of basketball, man. But yeah.
Yeah, I think he can help any team with, to be honest with you. But Snead says Cavs, what's up, Snead? The Cavs have decided he doesn't have a role on their team.
And see what
Hey, you
happens is
see
I
how
think a lot
fast
of
they
times,
left the playoffs?
what happens when it comes to these big men, like, when the series get tight, a game get tight, they rather resort to shoot jacking up threes because it's convenient rather than running an actual set offense where it does take a focus to do that. But more often than not, that's what's gonna get you to the next level. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Tommy Bryan, man, he was balling. And like I said, yeah, he got like fam said, he got a raw deal because of the system in a lot of ways.
Oh
But
man, KB just put up a picture of Zubac. And speaking of the Lakers, they trade Mike Muscala, KB, to go to they trade to go get Mike Muscala,
like
That
Mustafa.
shit's
for further.
crazy.
Just imagine the Lakers would have allowed him to develop. Zubac is a very, very good center to me for what he does, right? He
Yeah.
ain't obviously, but for what he does, like I like him on my team,
And the
but
thing about Muscala is when they traded and got Muscala, they barely gave him any clock, and he was gone after the
yeah, for
season
sure.
because Zubac was traded to free up cap space.
It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy, bro.
It's the most, like I said, I almost crashed my car because I was driving when I heard the news. I had to pull over.
I mean, if you're expecting Tim Duncan, then yeah, you're gonna be disappointed. But if you're a rational human being and you just need a big to be forced down low, rebound, protect the rim, that's Zubac. You know what I'm
He was,
saying? With a little
he'd have
bit of
been the
touch.
perfect center for the Lakers in this decade because he gonna get you by 18. But the thing about it, we got some more statistics on Zubac though that's gonna blow people's mind. I mean, the stuff that we gonna share with y'all, this just maybe 10% of it.
Yeah,
This shit's insane what we gave up.
yeah. So I want y'all to look at this graphic real quick. Right? It says the 2023-24 Lakers have
Uh,
the deepest roster in franchise history.
yeah, this
The
after they made
deepest.
all the moves when they signed Cam Reddish, Torian Prince, Christian Wood, Gabe Vincent, and they re-signed D'Lo, Hachimura, Vanderbilt. They gave Vanderbilt 4 years, 48 million. He barely played, but you gave him 48 million, but you ain't wanna re-sign Zubac. So when they made all them roster moves, they said Pelinka was executive of the year, and the Lakers had the deepest roster in the history of the franchise. And that's when I knew that season was doomed.
Well, 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 JB, at what point are your two best players or your best players enough to put you over the top? Meaning, I don't need the deepest roster, right? I don't need my team to be complete, right? Just give me some comparable players who can do their job,
That's right.
and then me, what I bring to the table, right? My superstar, abilities will I'm the difference, right? Get me to the fourth quarter, a la Kobe,
And
MJ.
see, and
I'm
see,
the difference.
this is how you know. See, LeBron inverts the whole scope, meaning, like you say, a role player is a role player. When they number call, they make a contribution at that particular moment. But your superstar is the driving force. But because of his many holes in his game,
Preach.
he puts the onus on what the front office is supposed to do to complete the team to determine the ultimate success or lack thereof. And that's why you have so many fans say, oh man, David Griffin wasn't doing the job in Cleveland, or Rob Pelinka, he inept. When all actuality, they went above and beyond to help this dude win, but his shortcomings gonna show year after year in the playoffs, which is why he needs a stacked deck to begin with. So it's like a dog chasing his tail every freaking year.
Yeah, and if I can piggyback just a little bit, KB, off what he just said, like I expect my best player to pick up the slack where we're slacking at, right? That's why I'm the superstar, right? I don't need a roster full of great players, right? Um, you know, and so for a guy like LeBron James and the Lakers, he always needs guys to fill in the holes and gaps because, and you make a great point, JB, the holes in his individual game, the lack of tools in his toolbox, right, has always been a issue and a problem. Why is it? Listen, I don't think role players should. It shouldn't be a one-way streak where everything my team does, they have to adjust around me. Like as a elite player, I need to be able to adjust my game based on what's needed or called for in that particular game or series. Meaning, I can play off ball, I'm on ball, I can defend, I can rebound. Oh, today I'm just a playmaker, right? I'm a scale back my scoring because Austin has it going tonight, right? I'm gonna scale back my rebounding. I'm gonna let AD get his shit off, right? And
Uh,
so it's give and take, right? Like your best player needs to be versatile, and when you're one dimensional and a lot of guys in today's league are just on ball dominant, and it's dribble, dribble, dribble. And to
yep.
me, it's ruining the game. Like I hate seeing that style of play, man. I do.
Hey, just real quick, I want to highlight what a Horizon just said. You said we got bitch slapped by Jamal Murray and Jokic. You know what's funny is when they made this proclamation, because they said the Lakers had the best offseason, they made the best signings and all that jazz. And I remember they was talking trash leading the opening night versus Denver. And I remember, man, Denver waxed them. They beat them by like 20. And the crowd was like, who's your daddy? I said, right there, I said, no matter what y'all do, as long as you got this dude on y'all team, man, y'all not gonna win. No, AD was given a 27 and 14 in the playoffs, and they got dead in the first round. That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
But the real deepest team potentially in franchise history, ironically, was that young core. And we're showing you facts that's proving it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Some
I
stuff.
sent you that. I sent you that one. I sent
Let's
you that one on
see.
Lonzo. This is gonna be a
Let's go
headbang
with.
on Lonzo Ball. I just sent that in the chat on Lonzo.
Send me one, Alonzo. Okay,
Yeah,
give
that's
me 1
this is
second.
why I really want people to see Lonzo's
Let me
value.
see if I can pull that up.
At the age of 22 years old, people just, want y'all to peep this.
Okay.
He said we got bitch slapped. And Jamal Murray had some killer shots. He had 2 game-winning shots in that series, boy. I mean, especially that one in the game 2 when he hit that fadeaway on AD and AD fell in the crowd.
I don't see the Alonzo one.
I just sent it in the chat. In our regular chat. Oh man, this shit was funny, boy. Yeah, Michael Porter Jr. was killing us too, because one of them games, I think he shot like 11 for 11. He ain't missed a shot. And I think that may have been that closeout game in the Western Conference Finals. He couldn't miss a shot.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I see the Caruso one. I don't see the Lonzo one.
Let me see.
If you could resend it, that'd be
Let
cool.
me see. Let me see. Now, I may get disconnected and have to rejoin, but let me
No, you good. I'm gonna go ahead and feature some other stuff too. Anyway, since
okay.
me,
We can wait on that
meanwhile
one.
you checking that out. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me pull up this shit. All right, so let's go back to Julius for a second because I think a lot of people don't they ain't grasping how good Julius was and his potential, right? So take this off the screen real quick.
Uh-oh.
Here's Draymond Green on Julius Randle dominating him in the playoffs. Julius was incredible. Out of all the playoff series I've played, this is one of the few where I truly felt I lost my matchup. He made tough, and you know how arrogant Draymond is. He don't, he don't, he don't usually give praise out like that. He made tough shots, even the ones we wanted him to take. We've had battles before, but this was the first time in the playoffs, and he got the better of me. Much respect to him. He was one of the toughest covers I've had. Now, remember, Julius gave Draymond problems as soon as he hit the league.
That's right.
Like, I remember one of the few losses that the Warriors had in their 73-9 season was against us.
That's right.
Forget that. And it's because Julius was one of the guys putting a lot of pressure on Draymond Green and distributing that basketball as well.
Oh, I just want to read something that Pat, the engineer, just said. And this is very important. I'm glad he pointed this out. Like you said, KB, Julius Randle, I always saw him as a more offensive oriented version of Draymond Green. But he can facilitate and pass and then give you the 10 rebound. And he's left-handed and can score on the block.
Hmm.
Now, this is the thing, and I'm glad Pat mentioned this. He said, we know about Randall. The problem is he goes to teams where they need 3-point shooting. They don't care about balance. And this
Yeah.
proves the point that, see, when Randall got devalued in LA, he was essentially he played in the paint, right? He
Yeah.
shot 56% from the flow his last year in LA. Well, like Pat said, when he had to bet on himself after being devalued, he had to change his game up. So therefore, he started shooting more threes in New York. But
Yeah.
come playoff time, he lost that balance of how to score in the paint because the fact he had to change his game to maximize his value. But in a situation like in the series versus Minnesota and Golden State, he was able to play the way he did in LA. And that's why he outplayed Draymond Green. That's why
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green said what he said about Randall being his toughest matchup of his career at that position. So, meaning that Laker team with that young core was essentially built to take over Golden State.
Yes.
That's why they brought in Luke Walton to be the head coach.
And another thing, it was almost like they were looking in the mirror,
They
right?
were
Because
looking
we had
in the
Brandon Ingram
mirror.
lined up with KD.
That's right. They were
We
looking
had
in
Julius
the
Randle.
mirror.
Yeah.
See, when Luke Walton came up in there to be the head coach, he knew Golden State's, and we got some information on Luke Walton too. We're gonna share that too. It's gonna blow your mind too. Luke Walton implemented a variation of Golden State's offense, which was a variation of the triple post offense, a la the triangle.
Mm-hmm.
So when he came to Golden State, when he came to LA, Lakers run a lot of motion offense. That's how Kuzma was coming off them downs, them pin downs, them screens, getting them shots off. And he got hot. And then he had that hook shot going, when he drove to the basket. He had a nice little hook shot. He can hit big shots. Kuzma's game is based off motion and rhythm. Well,
Mm-hmm.
playing with who, or even in Milwaukee, like Fam said, he's playing with guys who could only really play one way, and it forces you to be a spot up shooter, and it makes him look worse than what he really is. And we got a mind blowing stat on Kuzma we're gonna share with you too about his time in
Mm-hmm.
Washington. But that'll be later on. It's gonna blow your mind, people.
Yeah, I think we forget that Brandon and then Kyle, that first year in 2019 when LeBron came, those guys are giving you what, 18, 19 a game. I think one give you 18, I think one give you 17 or 19 a game. So they
Yep.
were good young players, doing the best they could for what they were asked to do. And
Yep.
so, but their games were, stifled, like their games were put on the back burner. And so you really even didn't see the full potential of Kuzma and Brandon
That's right.
until they left to go to other places. And real quick on Julius Randle, I don't know if there's a lot of guys in today's league when strictly talking about skill set who's more skilled than him. Just talking pure basketball, he can do everything. And then
Yep.
you factor in he's a lefty. He's a lefty, and he's
Mm-hmm.
bigger in person than what people think he is. Right? Like he's a big physical dude. Right? And so I agree. I think the game changing, shooting threes, and becoming more perimeter oriented, he was kind of forced to do that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, go back and look at that series versus Minnesota and the Lakers 2 years ago when the Lakers lost in 5 games. Randall played like a beast in that series, getting downhill, getting in the paint, getting to his left hand, and he would shoot the occasional three, but he didn't rely on it.
And
And
that's why they won this series. Because
yeah, exactly.
he was able to play his real game.
His real game, yeah. So only thing I've ever questioned about Randall, and this is it, was just some at times some of his decision making on the court. But I can say that about every single player in the league, and so I can't hold him to that standard by himself. All
Mhm.
players make mistakes. What up, Leezy? But yeah, so I'll just keep it right there.
So the Lakers had the greatest summer league team of all time. Look at the squad. Now, Alex Caruso, as you guys know, was a guy who spent a lot of time in the G League. and he came in and look and he's one of the best defensive guards in the game. He's guarding every position, and he helped the Lakers win a chip.
Mm, mm, mm. And check it out, people. That summer league tournament was the most exciting, most viewed tournament ever before or since. And Lonzo won tournament MVP. Kuzma won championship game MVP. The vibe was so infectious that fans remained in the crowd for like 2 hours after the championship was won. You knew you had something real there. Shit.
Mm,
Let's not forget Gary Payton Jr. He was part of that too.
wow.
He goes to Golden State, helped him win a title in 2022.
So, Aleezy, what you got, man?
Hello,
What's
y'all. How
good,
y'all
bro?
doing, man?
Man, you know what I'm saying? We chilling. You know what I'm saying?
What's good, man? As I see. Yeah. So what was the topic, bro? Since I just came in, we just
We
talking
pretty
about
much
that summer league squad.
nah. We breaking down the Lakers. We are talking about the summer league squad, but we breaking down the Lakers young core, right? And how accomplished that they were, and pretty much the progression throughout their career. Because we're
Mhm.
trying to show Laker fans and NBA fans that this was a talented group of guys, and had we stayed on that path, we could have built a OKC, a Spurs, like a team like that.
I believe that. I believe it. I've been said that though. Like even when we had that, and I was just like, when I didn't I didn't like the Lonzo Ball draft pick. I thought we could have drafted De'Aaron Fox over him, but that's another story for another day. We could have got Jalen Brown or possibly Jason Tatum too. That didn't happen. But I still like the young core that we had though. Like, you know what I'm saying? You had proven college guys. You know what I'm saying? And that was with Julius Randle coming back from his, you know what I'm saying, broken leg. So um, I just felt like if they would have kept that group together, I just feel like they could have built a championship contender for years to come. Now, obviously, we see how all their careers played out. Everybody on that list made some sort of accolade, whether it was a defensive team, an all-star selection, or possibly won a championship. With Caruso won twice, well, one and a half, and then um, you just see Josh Hart just won. Like they drafted the right guys underneath Kobe, and we didn't even mention Jordan Clarkson in that. You know what I'm saying? So I just felt like if you want to win and you want to be good and competitive for years to come, you have to have the right basketball minds in your organization that understands the game first and then understands player personnel and who would fit with who. You know what I'm saying? So we had defenders, we had enforcers, and we had players that can go get a bucket in ISO situations. With We had Randall Clarkson and Brandon Ingram. So it's like you're building towards something. Like, you know what I'm saying? And Kobe endorsed all these guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
Oh, oh, F,
for you for
I'm
you
glad you
not
mentioned that.
to right, for you not to value any of that and say, oh, LeBron is available. Soon as LeBron got there, and I don't want to make it about LeBron, but it kind of all evolves around him because he destroyed a
We gonna get
whole
to that.
franchise, bro. Like he just destroys franchises.
See, we only
Like,
20% in, fam, because what we're gonna show is okay, you could okay, uh, we could have built a team that had 3 layers scoring. Inside, bully
outside.
ball, mid
Right.
range. We already showed a graphic where Brandon Ingram is the best mid range shooter in basketball of
Right.
all these big time players.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had 3 levels scoring. Then we're gonna show some team stats that's gonna show you how competitive this team already was.
Right.
But let's not forget Brook
And
Lopez.
Kuzma, I didn't even mention Kuzma. Kuzma was his best version on the Lakers, in my opinion.
Well, we're gonna show you. See,
Yeah, we gonna get the
we
Kuz.
it's gonna blow your mind exactly how good Kuzma was, and certainly.
But I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm a true Laker at heart. Not when LeBron came. I
No, I
can't
feel you.
stand LeBron or Luka or Reeves, but I understood what we were doing, and I was just like, man, they finna do this with LeBron. I say it's over for the Lakers.
But see, this is the thing too, fam. Even people like Brook Lopez, who was in his prime, he wanted to re-sign for the vet minimum, right? To
Yeah.
continue mentoring Zubats, and he was a stretch five and could play good interior defense. They let him walk to preserve cap space. That was the sexy term back then. He goes to Milwaukee, helps them win their first championship in 50 years.
Right.
KCP,
And I think he was top. I think he was voted defensive player of the year, or he was top 3 in defensive player of the year.
Yeah, he was. Oh, he was in his prime when he overcame them foot injuries. Brook Lopez
overcame all those injuries.
balling.
Yeah,
he was balling. And then KCP, you ship him out for Westbrook. Denver picks him up in the trade. He helps them win their first ever title franchise history. So even the ancillary players, along with the young core, we gonna get off into that. But I think KB just posted another one.
So check this out, man. Julius Randle, we were speaking about him a little earlier. When he was officially put back into the starting lineup in 2017, look what he did. He started the season as a reserve, came off the bench for 33 games, while Larry Nance Jr. started at power forward. Julius, right through Luke Walton, got into the lineup and he averaged 18.6 points per game and 9.1 rebounds.
right.
Right. So this dude, like these guys, if given the opportunity, these in the bigger role on the team, these dudes were monsters, bro.
Yeah,
Like
and the right
young
development.
monsters.
Once you got the right people
And
on that
see,
sideline, you know what I'm
and see,
saying?
Luke Walton had to vouch to get him in the starting lineup. Now check this out.
Hmm.
When they put him in the starting lineup was after the first 33 games of the season. From that point on, they played 500 basketball. So imagine if they had started. Randall played all 82 games that year. So
Right.
imagine if he would have started all 82 games, they would have finished with a record above 500 that year. They would have finished with a
Yeah.
record, and we're gonna show you the metrics of certain categories where they finished it. They're going to show you how good they really were. But he was suppressed because they had no intentions of keeping Randall.
Yeah.
And that's why he was so
they wanted to
upset.
push him out the door.
They want to push him out the door, so they suppressed him. But Lou Walton was like, wait a minute, man. We got too much talent to be 12 games under 500. He had a vouch to get Julius Randle in that starting lineup. And for the remainder of that season, they played 500 basketball. So that team would have finished with about 42, 43 wins 2 years after the late, great Kobe Bean Bryant retired from professional basketball.
And speaking of Kobe had to get out the Rams.
Then we got D'Angelo Russell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, D'Angelo was on the team in Kobe's last year. He was on the team.
Yeah.
Right.
But see, speaking of Kobe had to move out the way too to let the young core shine. Right?
Yep.
Like his time was coming to an end.
Yep.
And so with him not being there the next year, it allowed those guys to develop. Julius Randle to come back into the lineup and develop and become who they were going to be. But look at this. Look at this on the screen. Kyle Kuzma's rookie season. And
I
we showed
remember
where,
this, bro.
yeah, we showed where Kyle Kuzma has one of the best rookie seasons in Laker history. He's like number 5 all time in points per game as a rookie. So look at this. He was second in 2018 in points per game for rookies. He was second in 3-point field goals made. Right? And he was 5th in rebounds per game, 6.3.
As a small forward.
As a small forward. This was a dude who didn't have no buzz.
No buzz. I watched him in college. He came from Utah.
No buzz. And so when he hit the ground running, he hit the ground running
He gets
like
around running, boss.
as impressive as any player we've ever seen.
Yeah,
I remember they showed him driving around. I think he had like a old Chevy, like 58 Chevy, something. He had his Laker gear on, his warm-ups. He was driving around the fabulous forum. That man wanted to be a Laker.
yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
He didn't just want to put the jersey on just to put the jersey on. You see what I'm saying? All of them wanted to be Lakers. But we got
Right.
more for you. We got more for everybody.
Yeah.
Politics,
And
sports.
so let's see. So you want me to read that article, JB?
Let's see. Let's show a couple more stats and then some team stats. Because see that article is going to really see they've been putting out the notion that Kobe endorsed all these young players to be traded. But I finally found this article. I've been looking for it for 8 years. I found it a month ago, and that's when we came up with the idea to do this live about the young core, and it's going to dispel all these notions about what was really going on and what was really being said about them in real time. It's going to blow
And
people
there it
mind away.
is.
It's going to blow people mind away.
Kobe didn't have nothing to do with them being traded,
No,
bro.
nothing. Because Kobe was doing his own thing, his
Okay.
Mamba Academy and
Right. Come
the
on now.
children's books where he got the Oscar.
So let me
They kind of forced Kobe to endorse the LeBron trade. That's
Yeah,
all that was, or the LeBron signing. So of
yeah,
course, if you
because
get
if you just
somebody
spoke
like
out
LeBron,
against
he
him,
gonna
and
rearrange the whole damn roster.
so see, if Kobe would have spoke out against it, they'd say, "Oh man, he hating, man, he feel threatened because LeBron come to town." So Kobe was it was a catch-22. Damn if you
Right,
do, damn if you don't. So
right.
he just try to straddle the fence, as they say. But he had nothing to do. He had nothing to do what was going on.
Kobe really didn't like LeBron. His
Nah,
wife stated that he wrote a letter to his wife, and she know all his stuff. She mentioned that.
no,
I forgot I was watching some sort of little tribute or something to Kobe, a little documentary, and she was stating that and like the things that she would tell her. That was mentioned in the documentary. He didn't really mess with LeBron at all. So all that stuff you're seeing on camera and all those things that you might have seen on the
gotta
court,
be
you
for
could
sure.
tell that he didn't like him the way he played against him.
No. But it's the stat about Lonzo. We're
y'all
gonna post it when
bear
we
with. I
can.
got a lot of stuff.
But Lonzo, by the time he finished up with the New Orleans Pelicans, which was only his fourth year in the league, he was number one at his position in terms of defensive rating and in terms of being responsible for guarding the elite uh, uh, positional players in the NBA at the guard spot. He was already taking on more responsibility guarding the top guards in the league on a minimum per minute basis than any other guard in the NBA. And he was already doing it at 22 years old. I'm talking about, guarding the Dame Dollars of the world and people like that.
Mm.
But we got a whole lot more. But we showed this stat
Okay.
about cool. Okay.
So yeah, it's a lot of shit. Put up on the screen right here. Okay. Lakers, right? Ranked second, ranked second in chance in second chance points, right? So look at this. During the 2017-18 NBA season, the Los Angeles Lakers ranked 14th in the league, averaging 12.6 second chance points per game. To get that offensive production, the team relied heavily on players like Julius Randle and Larry Nance Jr. crashing the glass. This effort helped the 2017-2018 Lakers finish as the second best rebounding team in the NBA overall. 46.4 total rebounds per game. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
All right, let me
If
let me
you want to
throw
win
another one out
championships, you
there
need
for you.
rebounding.
Mind you, this
Yeah,
is an exclusively young driven. This is the youngest team in the freaking league.
Yeah.
Now OKC, they first 2 years they weren't doing that, and
yeah.
they won the championship last year.
So check this out. The next category, Lakers fast break points. During the 2017-2018 NBA season, the Los Angeles Lakers ranked second in the league in fast break points per game. The team averaged 19.3 fast break points per game during that campaign, playing at an exceptionally fast pace, 100.3 possessions per game, second in the NBA. They finished just behind the Oklahoma City Thunder, who topped the fast break category. And this is with Russell Westbrook,
Right,
right?
right. MVP Russell Westbrook.
Who topped the fast break
And
category
KD.
that year. I think KD was in Golden State this year,
Oh, he
right?
was. That was the first season. Yeah, that was the first season he was in there. Yeah.
Yes, second. So
Second.
so check this. Yeah, because he got there in 2017.
Okay.
So check this out. 2016, 2017. So check this out, right? They topped the fast break category and just ahead of the Golden State Warriors. So this team, bro, as far as like when you look at the second chance points, rebounding, fast break points, right? They were at the top of the league, and the media wants you to believe that these dudes weren't shit.
Wait a minute.
So we're yeah, go ahead.
So you got the second best rebounding team. You got the second best fast pace team, and they were second in the league in fast break points, even ahead of the defending champion Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, yep. That same season, let's stick with that same season. The Lakers had arguably the best bench in the league. Check this out. During the 2017-2018 NBA season, the Los Angeles Lakers bench unit averaged 29.3 points per game, totaling 2,399 points across the 82-game season. This prolific reserve scoring helped the Lakers finish the year with 46% field goal percentage, which ranked first in the entire league in bench efficiency. So not only do you have the starting lineup,
Oh shit!
right, leading in fast breaks, leading in rebounding, they also have the bench production, which is helping lead the league in efficiency for bench production. So this is what we're saying about the mainstream media, right? Their whole job is to present a narrative based on storylines, right? Instead of dealing with the real reality, um, of what the team was and telling the truth about what the team was. Now they were just a bunch of bums, and we weren't doing nothing till LeBron got there, right? So now stay
I
right
think
there.
I think it's another team stat too.
Yeah, during the
Yeah,
2017-2018 NBA season, the Los Angeles Lakers ranked fourth in the league for points in the paint per game. The team averaged 51.4 points per game in this area. trailing only the top-ranked scoring teams like the Toronto Raptors, New York Knicks, and Minnesota Timberwolves. The Lakers played at a very high pace, ranking second in the league, and heavily relied on attacking to the basket. Like with players like Julius Randle, Brandon Ingram, and Kyle Kuzma, which compensated for their lower three-point shooting volume. So this was a team that heavily got downhill at the rack.
So basically, when you see all these metrics, it's showing you fundamentally this was an elite team starting out. Meaning, the main, how can I say, the main ways that teams would attack the Lakers that year and had the edge is overall experience, having a superstar that can close the game out down the stretch, and 3-point shooting. Those were the three main points of attack against us. Everything else, we had it on lock
Right,
that year.
right. So look at this. I don't know if y'all can read that. It's a little low, but while players like DeMar DeRozan and Joel Embiid dominated overall scoring, Kuzma posted incredible efficiency numbers in clutch situations, games within 5 points in the last 5 minutes with the Washington Wizards. Clutch three-pointers. He made 12 clutch three-pointers, which was four more than any other player in the league at that point of the season. Shooting efficiency. He boasted a scorching 78.6% effective field goal percentage in late game scenarios, leading all players with at least 20 clutch shot attempts. The plus minus, he recorded a plus 42 in 73 clutch minutes, ranking amongst the best in the NBA in the with the Wizards, starting with a 15-3 record in clutch games. So here you have a guy who went undrafted, had one of the best rookie seasons in Laker history, top five, right? Top 5 to 6. Then he goes on to help lead the NBA, well, help win a championship with the Lakers. Then he goes on from that, and he's leading damn near the NBA in clutch scoring as a role player.
I'm gonna tell you, this is so tragic.
And they
Because
traded him.
see, this is the thing. They traded Kuzma, KCP, and Harold, who he cheated himself because he had $82 million waiting on him in Charlotte. He tried to get back at the Clippers. He signed with Clutch. That was his first mistake. He gets DNP'd in the postseason. That was his second mistake. And he believed that dude was gonna help him win a title. That was his third mistake, and he's out the league. This dude Kuzma is so lethal that he's the best player in the NBA in hitting big time money shots when you absolutely have to hit the big time money shot. I saw him that first year in Washington. He was given Rui Hachimura's starting position at the 3. Okay. They was drawn. I think that's when Bickerstaff, Bernie, what was his name? Bernie Bickerstaff, son.
Bernie Bickerstaff.
He was drawing up plays for
the pops
Kuzma.
or the son?
The son.
The
JB.
son.
JB.
We had the pops, and we were undefeated, by the way, till we fired him as an interim head
I
coach.
remember when we had Bernie.
When he was the interim coach. So they was drawing up plays. I remember Bradley Beal is the star player. Bradley Beal was dropping 30 a game. They were drawing up plays for Beal. They was drawing up plays for Kuzma. And Kuzma was hitting the shots. So basically, you got a 6-man with a superstar. You basically got Reggie Miller out there at the end of the game. That's basically what you got out there. You know, Miller time.
That's when they had Russ too, right? It was Russ. No,
they traded Kuzma to get Russ.
They traded Kuzma to get Russ, right?
Right. So Kuzma was dropping 22 a game the first 2 years in Washington. And when they broke the whole team up, when they traded everybody away, and Kuzma was left there hanging. Well, I'm saying, Bill was giving the ball to Kuz to hit the shot. That's how dangerous that
Mhm.
dude is. But
Lethal.
they gonna tell you he was
Lethal,
no
bro.
good.
Right.
Basically he's the best clutch shooter in the world. Now he's older now, and you know he probably kind of lost a little motivation. But when he was
Right.
looking to prove something, he was
Mm-hmm.
money,
Yeah.
cash.
His game changed a whole hell of a lot since
He
then.
was direct deposit.
He was direct deposit, dog.
That nigga
Overnight,
was
Yes.
money.
he was
That just
overnight.
goes to show you, bro. So it just
And see, we
that's
So
hate
the
to
just
point it out, but
political
we
side.
we want to set the record straight because it ain't gonna be heard or seen nowhere else. They not gonna do it. We had the best young core in the history of this league, doc. That's
and we didn't even talk about D'Angelo Russell, who became an all-star,
yep.
right? He went
In
he went to
Brooklyn,
Brooklyn
yeah.
and then went to the Timberwolves, and then he came back. And so, like his, as far as his shot creation, his being able to create a shot, of course he
Right,
had deficiencies or whatever the case may be,
right, right.
but it just goes to show you that the level of talent, bro, the level of talent, because he's one of the best pick and roll guards in the
Huh?
Yeah,
NBA as
Huh?
well.
yeah.
But Kuzma, if you want to drop a play and say, man, hey, we got to have it tonight. Like you said, that's overnight deposit. That should have been his name, overnight deposit.
Right.
Yeah, he was
But see,
cash. He was
but
cash.
see, but see, the thing is, when you play with that dude, people gonna start saying what you can't do versus what you can do, and that's the flaw of the LBJ system. And you're gonna wind up getting traded. It's automatic.
Okay.
Even
He
AD got
can't
shipped out.
play with somebody that don't conform to his style of play.
Yep.
He doesn't know how to play with them type of guys, bro. He
Yep.
needs somebody to bail him out in those late game situations, and he needs somebody to be the best defender on that team so he can just do his stat pattern that he normally does.
Yep.
So that's been his whole career, to be honest
Hey,
with you.
also too, fellas, Kuzma had a level of confidence that a lot of young guys don't have coming into this league.
Yep.
And
Hmm.
Kuzma was really
Where you think he got it from, though? Miles?
Kobe, nigga, Kobe
That's
Bryant.
what I'm right. That's what I'm
See,
saying.
all these
Yeah,
dudes, man, they really wanted to play
with Kobe.
for the respect of Kobe, in honor of Kobe, meaning like, hey man,
Yeah.
we want you to be proud of us. See,
Right.
because the torch was being Kobe was passing the torch. In this article that KB gonna read, momentarily, it's gonna show that Kobe passed that torch down to them young men. It's the total opposite of what's being portrayed about him and the young core. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Laker Nation has been had. See, this whole thing was set up when they brought LeBron to the team. It was already set up to get rid of all of them, to bring in
Right.
superstar after superstar after superstar, and that's why they're struggling right now. It looked good because you got Luca, but in terms of what you gave up, you shouldn't need Luca. That's the whole point.
Look at this
Uh-oh.
roster, bro.
So I want you to understand, Gary Payton II helped the Warriors win a championship. Jordan
Mhm.
Clarkson became Sixth Man of the Year. Josh Hart helped the Knicks win a championship. Alex Caruso helped the Lakers and the Thunder win a championship. Kentavious Caldwell Pope, KCP, helped Denver win a championship. Brook Lopez helped Milwaukee win a championship. Thomas Bryant became a good serviceable center. Larry Nance Jr. was okay rotational player. Julius Randle helped eliminate us in the playoffs. Victor Zubac became one of the best defensive and rebounding gigs in the NBA.
And Zubac was a major reason why the Lakers couldn't beat the Clippers for like 11 straight regular season games.
Oh, and Brandon Ingram became an all-star.
He came all
And
star.
Brandon Ingram became an all-star.
Multi-time.
He
Multi.
Yeah,
goes
Julius
he goes he
Randle.
goes to Toronto and helps them go from 30 wins to 46 wins.
Right.
They make the playoffs.
Hmm. So all this stuff, man, that they not telling people, or they just not bringing up in the mainstream media. So let me
Now
play you
go to the
something
right.
else.
Bring up the roster right now for the Lakers the last like 4 or 5 years with LeBron. Because it changed every
Okay,
year.
I'm saying
They
every year.
never kept
well,
the same roster every year. It was always somebody else on the roster.
A lot
yeah, I
of
think
dudes
they
ain't
made
even
like
they not even in the
118
league no
trades.
more.
Look at this.
Let's just go down to productivity of all the players, though. Like we just named all the productivity and all the accomplishment of that young core that the Lakers had through the draft, mind you. That was all drafted players.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Now let's look at all the players they didn't add it or since then. Like straight trash buckets, bro. Like, come on, man.
They're bringing in a lot of
We can't.
they trying to polish off a lot of scrubs, man,
Come
trying
on,
to sell
bro.
it to you.
Come on, bro.
Yeah,
That's
we
why I
can't.
told
We can't
everybody
blame
Lakers
our
was
scouting
being
department.
garbage. They not even a playoff team. They've been getting by and getting into the playoffs because of the league agenda for them. They not that good,
There
bro.
you go. There you go.
Now
I'm
look
glad you
at
brought
this.
that up. I'm glad. Wait,
I,
hold on
I,
one
I
second,
want.
KB. I'm glad my man
Yeah.
brought it up because now the Lakers won 53 games this year, but their point differential was only like 1.7. Any
Make it
team
make
they got to want,
sense.
see, but the young core Lakers finished with a point differential of negative 1.5, which means if Randall would have played in the starting lineup all season, they probably break even and they finish with 42, 43 wins. 2
Right.
years in, they rebuild. That
Right.
lets you know, see, functionally, they ain't caught up to the potential what the young core could have been. And that's what I've been grading this whole thing on. They
Right.
can't catch up to what they gave up.
Mm-hmm. They was never
Right.
given a fair
Right.
shake to begin with. So
Yep.
So these are the same people who said Rob Pelinka didn't do his job. Now watch this. So Rob Pelinka and the Los Angeles Lakers development and scouting departments did more than enough. They also made a lot of trades, a lot of good trades, a lot of bad trades, a lot of movement amongst players in the league. Um, and so, greatest basketball talent ever assembled. That came from Rob Pelinka's mouth because they thought they were going to win.
really, stop it, man.
This is what he said when they acquired Russell Westbrook.
Did you
Yep.
I
believe
remember.
that though?
No, I didn't believe it because I didn't think they fit. But this is what they were saying on television. Like, I think
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins was talking about how they're gonna go 82-0 and all this shit. But then fast forward later, Rob Palinka's not doing enough. Man, how dare Rob Palinka waste his prime? I was like, dude, he ain't responsible for putting the ball in the basket, dog. Like, this shit is crazy. But this is what they do. This is what the media does.
But that's how you know certain players are overrated when they try to force feed you that these are the best players in the league. That's why you hear me always say somebody is trash because I'm not saying that they're just trash and have no talent, no skill, but as far as you putting them on a pedestal, they're garbage to me. I know what a real hooper is. I've seen it.
Yep.
Like these dudes, the media pumps up these dudes like crazy.
Wait a
I'm
minute though.
like, dude, really?
They brought in. Remember, they brought in Melo. They brought back the bubble crew. They brought back Howard Rondo, Avery Bradley. They brought in what's your boy's name? They even brought in Trevor Reeves, which I didn't. That hurt to see that because Reeves was part of that '09 championship squad. Like, man, you don't even want
Right.
to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
brought in shooters, guards, bigs. They brought in DeAndre Jordan. And
Right.
Kendrick Perkins said they was gonna drop 70 wins. I said, yeah, they gonna get 70 wins over 2 seasons because
Right.
this season's already a watch. And it was something
That's
that
the only
Jimmy.
way LeBron can play is if it's older players on the team.
That's right.
They have to be old, like veterans. He can't play
But,
with
the,
young people at
but,
all.
but it was something that Jeannie Butt said right after they put that roster together. And I wish I forgot to send that screenshot. She said, because see, she been around real championship ball, so she know BS when she see it. She said, well, when you acquire 3 superstars to take over 90% of the cap, well, you create a situation where you have to rely on older veterans to agree to sign a 1-year deal at the veteran minimum to have an opportunity to possibly compete for a championship. She knew that team was doomed when the season started. And
Right.
they
They
had
weren't competing for shit.
and they had a gemmed up schedule. They played the first 40 games. They had like 29 games at home, playing against sub 500 teams, and they was
Right.
barely hanging on at 500. And that's when all them young teams started to pop out at the same
Yeah,
time,
Jimmy Buster
and
clown too, bro.
they
Jimmy Buster.
start run and they start running them off the court, and they finish with a 33-49 record.
I blame Jeannie
Mm.
Buss a lot for this shit too, bro. If she's been around championship caliber teams, Dr. Buss, Jerry West, and those guys, Mitch Kupchak, for her to do what for her to allow this LeBron James regime to come in and just run amok in her organization, bro. Listen, the buck stops with her, and so for
Now,
me,
that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
LeBron James gets blamed, but bro, like I'm
Bro,
going
you
to
can't let no woman run nothing, man. Come on now.
no, Lizzie, I agree with that. Yeah, she should not be
She
running
didn't
no
know.
title.
She
Nothing.
was just, hey, she just inherited that. She didn't know nothing about
Facts.
nothing.
That's a fact, bro.
I feel you though. I mean, she got to get the blame because y'all put her in that position. So I mean, I don't know what they were trusting in. Her brother didn't know anything either. They were just doomed, bro. When Mitch Kupchak left and Jerry West left, you could just see the organizational, like the huge decisions behind the scenes. You could just see it getting a little bit more,
See, the thing is,
reckless and reckless.
The most valuable asset to the franchise was them young players.
And Phil Jackson had a lot to do with a lot of stuff too, because remember, she was dating Phil Jackson for a long time. So he had an ear. He was in her ear, like, do this, we're going to do this, do this, do this. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
like me personally, bro, I don't think she had a choice. I think LeBron was coming there whether she liked it or not.
Oh yeah,
I
you
think it
don't
was
have
I think
when
it
the
was an NBA move.
elites, bro.
Yeah, it was an NBA move in my opinion.
It's bigger than just hoop. It's
To
like
me, the Luka move was
this
the
was
NBA
never
move.
about the Lakers. LeBron coming to the Lakers, it was never about that. This was about everything outside of basketball, bro. And it took captive over what should have been basketball. When we talk about Lakers, obviously it's LA, Hollywood, all of that stuff will sell itself. But this move was never about putting the Lakers back on top. You know what I'm saying? That's why they had to choose the most messed up part in U.S. history with the COVID stuff. That's why they chose that part to try to say, okay, let's fit in this right here. We could give them they little, you know what I'm saying, shine and give them a championship or whatever. That was the most awkward season ever. Nobody really that season really don't hold weight. Let's just be honest.
See, I wasn't against LeBron coming. Like I felt like they gave up too much though.
I
When they got
was.
LeBron, they gave up way too much, bro. Like as far as the young guys, you can't get rid of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my own. That was
Yeah,
my
but
issue.
LeBron wasn't going to continue the Laker tradition, bro. So I mean,
At
I know
all.
fans who were like, "No,
Yeah.
don't come here, bro," because Kobe had already set a standard, and we had seen the BS that LeBron was already on, and so we knew that it was going to be different coaches, different players, and it was just going to change how the Lakers did business, and which it did. And so, but listen, hey, do you guys know that the Lakers, LeBron James in 7-8 years since 19, KB and JB and Leezy, they won a total of 7 playoff series, and 4 of them came in 2020 in the bubble. They
Damn.
won 7 total
Come on, bro.
Damn.
in 2020, Leezy. Come on,
Bro,
bro.
I've been trying to tell people this when he was winning MVP. Bro, I've been telling people this when I was in high school about LeBron. But I guess
At least
everybody
he
thought I
is
was
real.
tripping. Dude,
Hold on
been
one second, fellas.
garbage the whole. I seen the play. I seen it.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
crazy.
you guys wanna see something messed up, man?
What's good, bro?
Hey, put me on I'm gonna show my camera real quick. Check this shirt out that I have from
Okay,
that time.
give me
Hold on, who was that,
second. Let me
Pat?
move this plate.
Yeah, it's me,
What's
man.
good,
What up,
Pat?
Elise?
Salute, bro.
What's good,
Long
brother?
time no talk, fellas. Check this out.
For sure.
Hold on. This is messed up, man. I got this shirt. Look at this mess right here, man.
What does that
Y'all
say?
see it?
Hold on. I can't really. What does it say?
Yeah, you might have to let us know
Competition.
what it says because it won't.
All right, it
Oh,
says
wow.
Los Angeles. That is here. Look, check it out.
Who is that?
Los Angeles Lake Show, right? That's what it says.
Wow.
All right, and guess who's on it? Dwight, Mello, Russ, I think that's a LeBron and AD. Look at this shirt, man. Y'all see that? And then look at down here. It says winning tradition.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Look at this shirt, man. I bought this. This is the promise that they sent us.
and hey, at least you supported the team because see,
Of
Path.
course, man.
A lot of people think we didn't support the team, and we did. But like after a while, you start realizing like, okay, what the fuck is going on?
And I got one more for YD. YD, if you're planning to come to LA,
Oh, you got YD in here.
this is my wall right now.
What is that?
Let me
What's
see.
that?
Oh, damn.
What is that?
Don't come to LA,
What
YD.
what is that? You shot the wall? What's
Nah,
that?
man. Those are entry shots, man. Don't worry about it, though. I'll tell that story another time.
Damn, bro, where you live in Compton?
Don't worry about it, man.
That man Path is
Hey,
crazy,
Pat,
man.
I'm out of here, man.
hey, hey, be safe out there, man.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm
Get
a
yourself a
sweet guy. All
boxer.
right, I'm a choir boy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
But see, see,
yeah,
All
see,
right, I'm
bro.
out, guys.
see, like I say, the thing is,
Oh,
this
bro.
model, when you go this win now mode, you really losing because to go win now, you got to take away instead of building now. Now, we always said that the Lakers will pursue that superstar in his proper time. And really, the player who all the stars are lined up to get, it wasn't LBJ, it was Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard became their free agent in 2019. He coming off a championship in his prime,
Mm.
best two-way player in basketball, right? You bring in Kawhi. This would have been the lineup right here. You didn't have to give up nothing to get because all we needed was one superstar. With the talent we had, you didn't need two. You definitely didn't need three because you got teams now winning championships with only one superstar. Brunson in New York, Shea in OKC, Jokic in Denver, Curry, Golden State, and Giannis in Milwaukee. And then Tatum and Brown were drafted, but they had to develop over a period of time. So you bring Kawhi to the team, he's your three. BI, you slide him down to the two because I really believe he's a two guard. Lonzo running the point, Randall at the four, and then you can do center back you Brook Lopez while Zubac getting his time. And remember, DeMarcus Cousins wanted to play for the Lakers when he was recovering from that Achilles. But he got turned down because dude didn't want him to come to the team, and he signed with Golden State. Everybody freaked out, like, "Oh man, it's unfair what Golden State doing." And then a year later, they signed Boogie, but then he injured his ACL during the offseason, missed the whole year, and that's why they brought Dwight Howard to the team. That was the last. That wasn't even a primary move. That was a last ditch move, and they brought in Dwight Howard to a non-guaranteed contract. But ironically, we got a stat that shows that Zubac's first full season with the Clippers, he was more productive than Dwight Howard was that year with the Lakers.
Mm.
See, I've been
Well,
keeping
he was featured more. I mean,
I've
yeah.
been keeping tabs with all this stuff, and it's so mind-boggling. But the eye test is the eye test, and Kuzma said going into his third year because they asked him what his role was going to be on the team. He said, "I have no idea. I've never heard a third-year player say that." He said, "All I know is I'm in the league and I get a check." That's what he was
Well, that's
reduced
the
to.
consequences.
He go from averaging 18 to 12. So his game is already shot. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But what I'm saying is he said, I'm surprised we gave up all this young talent because I believe we had a dynasty. And
Kuzma
see,
did
when
say that shit. Wow, I forgot about
he
that.
said it. And when you wrap your mind around that, the fact that you potentially gave up I ain't talking about just a good team, a dynasty for 1 year, that's hard to take, man. That's a hard pill to swallow right there, boy.
Mm.
So what I'm
Yeah,
saying
I'm
is,
not
man,
sure. I'm not sure I agree with the dynasty take. I mean, that's his opinion, and I get it. He's confident. I mean, it's based off potential and what could be. But looking back on it,
No, I'm saying you can never predict the dynasty. But what
oh
I'm
yeah, for
saying
sure.
is he saw something when he was in practice with all what they was building together. You don't hear
You're
young
talking about
players
the young
talking like
guys.
that.
You're talking about like when they had Lonzo and Brandon and those guys.
I'm talking before all this started. Well, I'm saying now, I know some people may have joined in later on in this live, but we
Uh
show
huh.
statistics individually what their young core was achieving when they was let go. And
Yeah.
now we showing the team stats. So if, like I said, if you second in the league in fast break points, you second in the league in rebound, you
Okay.
second in the league in pace of game.
Yeah.
You got the most efficient scoring bench in the league. You fourth in the league in points in the paint, and you are above the average tier in second chance points. So you're looking at all that. So basically, you are excelling in all the fundamental aspects of championship
Yeah.
basketball.
I gotta respond to that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody just joined. All those team metrics are awesome and amazing, and it's a good indicator of of a good team. But they still have to go out there and improve it, and I got to see it. And it's hard for young guys to win in this league at a consistent rate. And those guys, Brandon, Kyle, Lonzo, mainly Brandon and Kyle, because I never looked at Lonzo Ball as anything special, bro. I didn't, right? He if he's your starting point guard, then good luck, right? That's just my thoughts on that. But yeah, I never looked at them as a possible dynasty, bro. I mean, as good as Kyle was and Brandon was in the team metrics, you know,
But see,
you,
this is what I'm saying. Okay,
you have
you
to
look
show
at the
me.
Spurs. Okay, let's look
Yeah.
at the Spurs.
Okay.
This is the Spurs' first playoff berth in
Hmm.
6 years. After
Yeah.
they lost Kawhi, they didn't make the playoff. This was 2 years in with Wemby, right? So
3 years. Yeah.
they metrics was worse. Well, I don't want to say worse, but it was less. So I'm saying you look at OKC, they won the title last year, right? People was complaining on TV,
Mhm.
oh man, OKC too deep. They need to break that team up. Nah, 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 nah. But when they cleared out all their top players, they moved on from Paul George, Carmelo,
Yeah.
and Westbrook and all them guys. When they
Yeah.
started over, they first 2 years, they was not performing like our young core. Our first 2 years, but they became a champion because they stuck with it. That's
Yeah.
the difference.
But
We
they
didn't stick
also
with it,
no.
so we'll never know. But I'm just going by what I saw on that court.
Uh huh.
I'd rather have what we could have had versus what's going on right now. Because what's
Well,
going on right now, you run into a brick wall every year because you are facing the teams that did stay the course. They went through the trials and errors. They let their
yeah.
young
I
players
think you're missing
make
one
their
piece though.
mistakes out there on the court, and they
Right.
benefited from it. See, that's
Yeah.
the difference.
Before YD goes, but I just and I'll be
Yeah, shit,
fast.
shit like that, like team building, you got to see things through. I wouldn't have gave up everybody, man. I would have gave up a couple of the pieces, but not all of
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
pieces.
I can see a trade. And see, that's the thing. You properly evaluate the team, and if you know that the decisions are truly being made by the organization, you can tell. You can tell. I wouldn't have
But
said
JB,
nothing.
but you do agree that your point
Yeah,
would be very valid in my mind if they would have brought in a a foundation a foundational piece because the Spurs and OKC had foundational players to kind of go around. Kuzma and Brandon Ingram ain't those type of players to me.
No, this
Kevin
what I'm
Durant,
saying.
Kawhi Leonard.
What I'm saying is the way the Lakers were. Oh, yes, the Lakers have always had superstars on the team. I never said don't pursue a star player free agency. I
Okay, I
never
got
said
you,
it
bro. I got
because the plan was to do that. My point is getting a star free agent is the equivalent of having a Wimby. Is the equivalent of having a Shea. So what I'm
you.
saying is,
Agree.
before
Agree.
all this started, we had control of all our assets. We didn't owe anybody anything. But when you go down this road and you trading off 3 first rounds are popped, then another first round,
Yeah.
the
Good point.
second
That's a good
rounds and
point.
stuff, and you're not getting the results. That means it's not working. And now it's going to be even more daunting because OKC is there. They just got a big man. They just got that dude from Michigan. They're 7 for
They got
4.
all their picks.
So they got that quick.
Yeah, they
They
got
finna
another 7'3"
so
guy, right? Yeah, that's
and that's
crazy.
another issue. They got
Yeah.
the dude from Michigan. Okay, so Wemby gonna be there for a long time. All these top teams are drafting centers. So what I'm saying is, in order to crack through that, we better get one, because if we don't get one, it's not gonna happen. But when you trade your future center 7 years ago, and you done brought up DeAndre Jordan, you brought back Dwight Howard 2 times, you bring in Andre Drummond, Montrezl Harrell playing the small 5, Roman Gabriel, you had Melo playing the 5, Christian Wood, AD, DeAndre Ayton, Jackson Hayes, it ain't sticking because we gave up our future center, who led the league in
But
total rebounds, and it was the number 1 rated defensive player at his position inside 6 feet of the basket.
yeah, let me add to that real quick. Then I'm gonna let y'all who came in go. Um, look at OKC for example. AJ Mitchell, who came out and like gangbusters off the bench. You got Jared McCain, who they got from Philly because Philly didn't really value him that much. Man, look what they doing, man. Look what's coming. Look at the depth. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at how deep that team is. That team is set to compete, and they constantly just stacking more
Hey
talent.
fellas. Hey fellas, how y'all doing, man?
What up?
See, when they play Lakers in the playoffs, essentially they was running, they was just get burned off some cardio. They was getting their cardio up. That was not it. Look. Okay, remember that March when the Lakers went like 17-1, right? Everybody's ranting and raving. Man, they met their maker when they went down to OKC in April and they got the doors blown out by 40. You saw the gap between a win now team and a build now team. That's the difference. When you taking away, you're going to lose more than you win. But when you build, you give yourself an opportunity where maybe you exceed your expectations. You don't know what can happen. That's why I just believe if that's the route you're going to take, stay the course. Yeah, you can tweak it here and there. OKC tweaked it. San Antonio tweaked it. But what you can't do is eliminate the foundation. You cannot do that. It don't matter what you've done in the past. Because the
JP,
Lakers
let me
never
ask you
did.
a question when you finish.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I understand y'all make a good points. Great breakdown. I listened majority of the show. That was crazy that you that was crazy what you said, Thomas Bryant too, Kobe. I was dying.
He was balling.
But my
That nigga
my
was
question
balling.
to
He saved the Lakers season until they traded Westbrook to get all them young players. He saved their season.
yeah, he a solid player. I respect him. But look, do you think Lakers would have won a championship with that core? Because I asked you that because y'all won a championship, and I know some people don't count it, but I mean, in the history, it still count. So, do you
Okay,
think if they didn't trade for AD, they would have still won a
I'm gonna
championship,
ask
or
you a
would they still
question.
be
Number
ringless up
one,
until now?
number okay, this is the first thing. After they traded for AD, you only had 5 players on the contract. So you already operating in panic mode right there. You ain't supposed to be a team with only 5 players on the contract. That's number one. Number two, here go a question for you. You name me a better center combination that the Lakers have had that's been better than what you've seen Zubac turn into and Thomas Bryant. And then name me a player who played the 6-man role better than Jordan Clarkson since they traded Jordan Clarkson back in 2018. Who played the 6-man role? Who did more and better playing 6-man for the Lakers over these past 8 years after they traded Jordan Clarkson? And what center combination was more effective and better than what Zubac has done with the Clippers and Thomas Bryant?
Well,
What he did
well,
with
I
the
can
Lakers?
give you, I can just give you. I ain't gonna be extreme with it. I can just tell you D'Angelo Russell. I could give you that, or I could say
Martin
Aiton.
played well,
Like
but I mean,
I
but
can
See,
say that, but I see what you're saying because you're talking about fit and construction of the team. So
that's all I'm
it's
talking about.
more than just names. No,
See,
I know what you
I
mean.
ain't talking about
No,
superstars or goats. I'm talking about
right.
with the Lakers. built up prior to all this starting. And remember, D'Angelo was drafted by the Lakers, so it's almost like
But
he.
JB, you understand it's kind of like the SGA situation. You don't know what them players going to become. So when to win now, that's why they made that move. And I think it kind of
But see,
benefit y'all because y'all won a championship and y'all was competitive.
but
It's
see,
not
this is the
like
thing
it
though.
was a major failure because
Wait a
nobody
minute.
else got
Wait a
more
minute.
rings in this generation, like since 2020 than
Wait a
y'all.
minute.
Everybody got one.
But let's pull back the layer. Let's pull back the layer.
Hmm.
Let's pull back the layer. Number one, when they made a move for AD, and when they had that successful season in 2020, what was the common thought then? Oh man, Lakers gonna win about 2-3 straight because they was looking at the situation at that moment. But when you look at what you gave up to produce that moment, coupled with the other teams that were starting over with their young talent, you knew the window was shut right after the bubble. That's my point. Here go a perfect example. In the bubble, who was the only team that finished undefeated during the seeding round before the playoffs started in the bubble? Who was the only team that finished undefeated?
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
The
Okay.
Suns.
This was before they got Chris Paul. So you can see that Phoenix was starting to ascend with their young players, DeAndre Ayton, Devin Booker, McCall Bridges, Cameron Johnson.
Who won the championship, by the way, Mikal Bridges?
That's right. Congratulations, McCall Bridges, because he was dead dirty. When they traded for KD, they sacrificed Bridges, and now he's a champion. So just like Jordan Clarkson and Josh Hart, much props to Mikal Bridges. Okay, this is the thing. So Phoenix the next year, they get Chris Paul. They bring in Jay Crowder, right? They finished the number 2 seed in the West. Utah finished number 1 seed in the West. So already the small market team had already took over the Western Conference that year. And I remember an interview right after the last regular season game. Charles Barkley
You said
interviewed Chris
say that
Paul.
again. Say that last part again.
No, I said right after the last regular season game when Phoenix clinched the number 2 seed. Charles Barkley interviewed Chris Paul on, inside the NBA TNT, and he said, "Hey, congratulations, Chris Paul, on clinch number 2 seed, but you got to face the champion, defending champion Lakers, who's number 7 seed, and many people feel that they got the advantage." And then Chris Paul cut him off. He said, "Excuse me, Chuck, I don't mean to disrespect you, but I've been playing the Western Conference all my career, and to get where you got to be willing to beat the best." Right then and there, God is my witness, I knew Phoenix was going to win that series. And this is before, AD got hurt. But remember, Chris Paul got hurt too and missed 2 games in that series. So the key was Phoenix won game 1. Then Lakers won game 2. I said, okay, Lakers going to win game 3. Okay, they went up 2-1. Once Jay Crowder started knocking down that kick out 3-point shot, this series was over. Meaning, okay, game 5, we get blown out by 30. Game 6.
Hold on, I want to add
LA.
context. Like
No, hold
before
on.
you
This is a weak ass
when you
shit, bro.
finish.
Hold on. Let me
I know.
finish,
Go ahead.
bro.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Let him get off. Let him
In
get off.
game 6, in a closeout game, in the second quarter, anybody can pull it up. The Lakers was losing to the Suns 47-18. Meaning, even though AD was hurt, because they had to force AD out there because they mortgaged the future to get AD. So with everything on the line, even though that man was hobbled, they had to push him out there. There's nowhere in the world you should be down by 30 points in a closeout game. The reason they was down by 30 points is because they had no talent pool. They had no talent of their own. That's why they were losing by 30. So what happened was the fact that the talent pool was totally eviscerated. You only had one true young core player 11, that was Kuzma. Okay. As soon as he signed his extension, they ship him out to bring in Westbrook. Now check this out. They had to go the veteran route and bring in all them older players because they had no talent pool of their own. And then the free agency, you look at the free agency pool, then There was no more superstars to be had. So they had no other option but to go that route. They tried to polish it off, make it seem like their team was going to compete. The window was already closed after the bubble. They go 33-49, right? And then the following season, when they had a hard schedule starting out, they go 0-5 and 2-10 to start the season. Panic set in. Then nobody had no answers. They didn't know what was going on. You had no talent. And the Memphis Grizzlies started to rise. Even the Sacramento's. Here comes Denver. The Pelicans went to the playoffs that year in 22 without Zion. Brandon Ingram led them to the playoffs without Zion. Okay. Then you start seeing the ascension of all, and here come OKC slowly creeping up, right? So at that point, you had 5 or 6 teams that was at the bottom slowly rising up to the top. And it's a result of them building up. It's not about who's going to be the champion. It's about multiple teams rising at the same time that's making it difficult for you just to make the playoffs. And that's why the Lakers had to go through the play-in to get to the playoff, because the conference was that deep with so many young driven teams. So now Pelinka has been trying to correct it, and they use Russell Westbrook. And to me, that's another thing. Westbrook wasn't traded to the Lakers to help them win. That's not what that was about. Because everybody knew, like KB said, he wasn't going to mesh. The styles weren't going to mesh. Everybody knew that going in. The reason why Westbrook was brought to the team was because of his contract value of the $47 million. And then when the opportunity came, they traded him and they brought in a whole bunch of young players. And that's what stabilized the franchise. Now, the thing is, the problem is, when they went to the conference finals and got did by Denver, people thought that the young players was the new representation of a young core. But the thing is, the young players that they brought up in here are not as good as the original young core. That's why they can't get over the hump. Even when you bring in a Luka in his offense, but you had to force a defense to get the offense. So when you go against Minnesota in the first round, they do you in because you ain't got no defense. And what are they saying about the Lakers right now?
Big man.
They can score. They ain't got no big man. They ain't got no perimeter defense. Because remember, to get Luka, you had to trade your best interior defender in AD. You had to trade your best perimeter defender, Max Christie. But the thing is, when you go on this route, when you constantly born against yourself, what happens is, now at first when you trade for AD, everything looking rosy, peachy keen. But eventually, over the next 3-4 years, what you gave up to get AD, that's what you're missing down the road. Now it's so extreme. The year that you get Luka, what you gave up to get Luka is what you missed in that first round versus Minnesota, which is why I knew Minnesota was going to win that series. Not saying Minnesota was this championship level squad, but because of the fact of the matchup of what was left over after you traded to get Luka, you knew Minnesota didn't even play good that first round. They was playing, like inconsistent, but Randall brought it home.
Though. What round they got kicked out? Minnesota.
Huh?
What round they got kicked out that year?
Last year, round 1. Right out the gate.
No.
He said Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Talk about that year. The year they kicked y'all out. What year they got? What round they got kicked out?
The Western Conference Finals.
It was round number 1. Round number 1 in the month of April. When they were saying Lakers in 5, well, yeah, it was Lakers in 5. We got eliminated in 5 games. So I'm saying that when you play this game of boring and taking away from yourself, when other teams are building, you gonna get 1 year out the deal. So of course, if you give up everything for that 1 year, yes, you're gonna have a good season, but you're not building for it though. You taking away for it. The other teams did it too. Phoenix did the same thing. When they gave up all them players to get KD, they brought in Bradley Beal, Nusef Nurkic. They did nothing.
They didn't win a championship though, bro.
The Clippers did it.
But the difference is,
Clippers did it too.
Okay, Clippers did it too.
But they all doing it to win a championship.
But the thing is though, you don't sell off 10 years to get no 1 year. Lakers never did
Who the
that.
fuck told
Well,
you that?
hold on. Well, some people
hold on,
sell off years
hold on,
and don't get nothing.
hold on. The Lakers
Sixers.
never operated like that. If you go back and look at the Laker history, they always invested in a franchise. That's what produced Showtime. That's how you got 5 titles in 10 years, and they became a team in a decade. They draft outside of Kareem. Everybody who was part of Showtime, they drafted Magic, Cooper, Worthy, Rambis, Scott, AC Green,
All
and
of
then
them.
later
Kareem,
on,
they didn't draft
D-Back.
Kareem though.
Kareem a big
I said
centerpiece.
outside of Kareem, and even
I
then,
Yeah,
know
but
that.
They
you're
outside
gonna
of
add a
Kareem,
free
bro.
agent.
Raymond, even then,
Talking about
Kareem
you
was on the team
free
4
agent. Can we
years.
stop this? You're gonna add a free agent to what you already drafted, bro.
Right?
That's
Nobody
not what
said
we're arguing.
that's
And
not
bro,
what
We're
we
not
said.
so what are
arguing
But
that.
the
y'all arguing?
Lakers make
What
power moves and build around their team, though. They always been doing that.
they always do
They did
that.
it
Bro,
with
he's
Shaq
That's a
made
trying to
moves.
break it
misconception.
down how the
No,
history of the
no,
franchise,
and
bro.
I'm finna prove it.
Bro, I know how the history of the franchise
No,
went.
no,
Oh
no.
No,
God.
he's
Let's go.
explaining
Let's
it, bro.
go.
Listen.
Go ahead, JB. Go
Let's
ahead,
go
my
back
fault,
to
yo.
when Showtime ended. Showtime officially ended in 1993. We all know Magic retired in 91. Okay, Kareem had retired in 89. Now check this out. They drafted Divac, who was the first wave of international players. And within 2 years as our starting center, we go to the NBA Finals and upset the Portland Trailblazers to get there. And of course, we lost to the Chicago Bulls. We drafted Eldon Campbell. We weren't going for no quick fixes after Kareem retired.
So what happened with Shaq?
Huh?
What? Check this out. Pause. Check this out. Okay. When Showtime ended, we started over through the draft. We drafted Eddie Jones. We drafted Nick Van Exel. We drafted Anthony Peeler. We drafted what's your boy's
Derek
name?
Fisher. Derek Fisher after that.
Not Fisher.
Y'all
George
trade
Lynch.
all them
Fisher was
players
George
away.
good.
Lynch. George Lynch. We started that
Yeah,
rebuild,
George Lynch. Yep.
and we became and we still had Eldon Campbell and Vlade Divac. And then we had a veteran like a Cedric Ceballos, but we
Y'all
got
traded all those players away.
but wait a minute. But we became a playoff team even before Shaq was brought on as a free agent. And when we got Shaq, we didn't gut the whole thing out to get him. And of course, Kobe Bryant, and we drafted Derek Fisher. And this is the thing about Kobe, and I know KB know this. When the Lakers traded Divac to get Kobe, Jerry West was criticized throughout the entire league by all the executives. They said he was crazy for bringing in an 18-year-old. But Jerry West was thinking 4 years down the road. He wasn't thinking about
Facts.
1997. He was thinking about 2000 and beyond. And right on the meter, right on the ticker, when Kobe and Shaq started winning those championships, Kobe, by his 4th year, came of age as a player, and the whole thing was contingent on Kobe. When Kobe ascended and emerged and became what we know and remember him for, that's when they started racking it off. Okay, then you trade Shaq. Okay, so you lose the most dominant player in the game. So you knew that first year we was gonna take a hit, but they built around Kobe over a 5-year period, and they mainly did it through the draft. You already had Luke Walton, who they drafted. They drafted Andrew Bynum,
No, they didn't, bro.
youngest player ever
Yes, we
drafted into
did.
the NBA.
Yeah, Luke Walton.
Y'all did not mostly do it through the draft, bro. No, y'all didn't.
Yes, we did. Yes, we
I'm
did.
telling you,
Sasha
I got the proof.
Vujacic, Jordan Farmar, Andrew Bynum.
So the
Sasha
starters.
Vujacic was drafted.
Okay. So the starters that won in 2009, how many of those players did y'all draft?
It was a
What
lot
I'm
of them. It was
saying is,
Andrew. It was
you have to
3 of the
get to
5.
point A before you get
Derek
to
Fisher,
point B.
Lamar Odom,
They
and Kobe
brought
Bryant.
back Derek Fisher in a 4th year of a rebuild. Okay, they was already first place. Anybody can look this up. They would, of course, you got Lamar Odom in the
First place
the
what?
Shaq trade. But what I'm saying is the rebuild was contingent on Andrew Bynum slowly ascending as a player, and that bench starting to
Never
solidify
did.
itself. And then of course Kobe. So what I'm saying, even before we got Pau Gasol, we was headed towards that direction. And when we got Pau, we didn't give up the ghost to get him. You see what I'm saying?
Y'all was headed toward what direction, big bro?
we were headed
Well,
towards winning
we was
and
headed towards, it
playoffs.
was a 5-year rebuild. See, what I'm saying is, because of the super
Kobe
team
Bryant
era,
on a 5-year rebuild? Are you
Yes, he
serious?
was rebuilding in his
dude,
prime. Yes. They were rebuilding in this problem. That's why he was mad and wanted to be traded.
They started the rebuild in 04 and became champion in 09. 4 from 9 is 5. That's a 5-year rebuild.
Y'all know Kobe. Every year he trying to win. Y'all know Kobe.
But what I'm saying,
y'all know Kobe not even cut like that.
But
he probably ain't a good enough team to win, but he trying to compete to win.
But what I'm saying,
lay down like that.
Kobe understood.
No, he didn't. That's why he wanted to be traded.
But man, he was going to play.
Kobe wanted to be traded.
Come on, man.
But see, the thing is,
Kobe wanted more assistance because a lot of those players that we got were players from other teams. Like, for example, we had a Kwame Brown, we had a Smush Parker. Are you serious, bro? We had a Kwame Brown, a Smush Parker.
You went out?
But Kobe wanted a secondary star. And
you went in and out Kobe Brown film room.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. So basically what I'm saying is Kobe was promised by management that they would build a contender around him. They didn't. That's why he was mad, because he was told one thing and then they went the opposite direction. But most of those players that you see Kobe holding the trophy with in 2009, they were there in 2005, 6, and 7. Sasha Vujacic, Jordan Farmar, Andrew Bynum,
Luke Walton.
You said what? Luke Walton, even Adam Morrison when we won. He was drafted.
But
you
those
said he was drafted and traded.
All those were impact players, though, big bro. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
Hey, KB, you remember this? During the 07-08 season, before we got Paul Gasol, what was our bench? What did they start calling the bench of the Lakers, who was primarily
the bench mob?
They called them the bench mob. They was one of the best benches in the league. That's when the Lakers
was a 6 seed though, bro. When they got Paul Gasol.
No, they wasn't. Yes,
they was, nigga.
They was first place in the Pacific Division. Go look it up. They had a record of like 30. They was something like 31-16. They was
one game, bro, behind the Chris Paul. I think the New Orleans Pelicans
first place in the Pacific Division. Yeah. Anybody go look it up. They was first place in the Pacific Division.
What seed was they? What seeding was they though?
Well, if you first played in the Pacific Division, you in a high seed. You ain't in the bottom of the bracket.
He wasn't.
They had one of the best records in the Western Conference before they traded Paul Gasol.
No, they did. No, they didn't.
KB, better talk to him.
Bro, they was a 5th seed. They was tied for 5th, bro, with like Oklahoma City. I mean,
they were the 4th seed.
Not Oklahoma City.
YD, they were the 4th seed, bro.
The New Orleans. No, they wasn't.
Yes, they were.
Bet $100.
They were the 4th seed.
Don't bet no money because you'll lose it. You'll lose it.
Stop it.
No, JB, I wanted to say I agree with your assessment. Like I see what you're saying, but you gotta understand, like in sports, that's every star. Like they're gonna want their team to win down. So
hold on, CJ.
I mean,
hold on.
But what I'm saying is this. Everybody want to win. What I'm saying is what you do.
CJ.
When you give up.
Are you good, man?
Over this whole tenure, the Lakers have basically given up 20 draftees. That's darn near a decade's worth of draftees. No franchise.
So you saying he overdoing it? Then you don't got a problem with people who wanting players. You saying he overdoing it?
What I'm saying is when you go this route, you're guaranteed to lose more than you think you're gonna win. It's a guarantee.
What's the route? What's the route?
Okay, you want to know the route? You know what the route? Do you know over these 8 years, the Lakers are only averaging 44 wins a year?
You left out a lot of context, JB. Like I wanted to break it down. Like I do. I wanted to start from 18 because
bro, you telling them because you saying basically what you saying is build through the draft. But why do you trust the team to build through the draft? Like this team like passed up on Jason Tatum for Lonzo Ball.
Wait a minute, Jason Tatum would have been traded too. You bring LeBron to the team, it don't matter who you gonna get traded. That's the whole point. The whole point is
I can't agree with that, big bro.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
I can't agree with that.
Andrew Wiggins was the number one pick of his draft. We'd never seen a number one pick of their draft get shipped out before they start their career. He was shipped out of there as the number one pick coming out of University of Kansas with Kevin Love. So what I'm saying is, if you draft Andrew Wiggins and build him with Kyrie, he turns out potentially being better than what he actually became. But when a team like Golden State understands his value, he contributes to a championship where most people said he was no good. So what I'm saying is, when you take a young player like that and trade him, you're already you're essentially devaluing your franchise. So when it's almost like you liquidating all your assets, and eventually you're gonna have to cash out. That's why they had Lakers at 17.
They won a championship.
It'll make sense if there's only contenders for 1 year, but every move he made, there was contenders multiple years.
They're not contending. That's the whole point. Based on they told us to
big bro.
I'm not talking about right now. I know I get what you're saying, but
no,
even
you
with
can't
18
make excuses for age when they constantly trying to build a team around you. You can't make excuses for age. And this the thing.
When they trying to build a team around you, so they shouldn't try to win. Is that what you're saying?
But what I'm saying is, the window was shut after the bubble in terms of what they told.
No, but it's context though, JB. 18 and 19 players was injured. And you gotta understand, when they traded Josh Hart, Alonzo Ball, and Brandon Ingram, Alonzo Ball had to fix his shot like he was about to get considered a bust, and Brandon Ingram was an unknown, and Josh Hart they were young players. So we looking at them now.
They was two.
I know that's my whole point. So you got AD on the tape. You gonna make that move? Kawhi did it too.
Do you know Kawhi Leonard didn't start averaging 20 points a game until his 5th year in his career? Giannis didn't crack 20 points. Paul George didn't crack 20 points until his 4th year in the NBA. Nikola Jokic didn't crack 20 points a game until his 4th year in the NBA.
Bro, niggas don't got no 5 years to be waiting around when you crack 20 points, bro.
But my point is, man, what y'all don't want to realize, man, is the LeBron formula generates up front. You think you're gonna get multi-success? No,
I'm not arguing against that. I'm arguing against the trade for AD. Like, you're gonna make that move because you don't know what them players gonna do, and you want to win a championship. And it benefited obviously because they won.
Break this down.
You like you would have said no to the deal. That's what
Kawhi did the same thing with SGA.
First of all, okay, let's break this down, fellas. And I know a lot of cats don't want to hear.
And look at Kawhi.
Here go number one.
Well, look at how SGA became. So it's worse. That's a worse scenario because SGA turned out to be the best player in the league.
First of all, let's talk about that.
And the champion.
First thing, that bubble was a tournament, people. I got the evidence of that. Their bubble was a tournament.
That's why I know you niggas not Lakers fans, big bro.
No, I know the whole history of the whole thing. I'm finna prove it. I'm finna prove it.
No, but you can't argue against that, YD. That was kind of like a crazy season.
Bro, you don't hear Lakers fans say that type of shit, big bro.
Man, bro, you don't determine what Lakers fans is, man. We've been Lakers fans all our lives, man.
This is the first thing. First things first.
Why would a Lakers fan discredit one of their championships?
Because bro, he's telling the truth.
It's the truth. Now I'm finna break this down.
So why do y'all count the Minneapolis?
Let them break it down. Let them break it down.
I'm finna break it down. I'm finna break it down. First of all, the season was shut down in March due to the pandemic, right? The first person who was identified as catching the COVID was Rudy Gobert. When he tested positive, they shut the league down. Okay. You had a 4.5 month break in between play. Okay.
JB, I got a good question for you. I got a great question.
Let me finish.
It's a great one.
First of all,
you keep asking them questions. You keep asking them questions.
You had a 4.5 month layoff in between play. The standard NBA all season is 2.5 months. So let's say the Knicks just won the championship a little
week ago, right? We get it, bro.
But hold on.
We're near the month of June.
Hold on. Time out, JB. Okay. Hold on, y'all. JB is a host on this show. This is our show right now.
Nobody saying. I'm saying, but we can't.
So he gets to talk, bro. No, listen what I'm saying.
Put me backstage so I can talk, bro. Put me backstage so I can talk, bro.
bro, if you ask him a question, he's gonna answer it thoroughly.
See,
And
see,
so if you want to go, you stop asking him questions because you asked him how was it a tournament, right? And he's explaining to you it's a tournament. Why he believes it's a tournament.
first of all,
JB, my guy, but he going on monologues, KB.
no,
Man,
no,
come
no, no.
on,
I'm
then,
finna
bro.
prove
Bro,
it to
We
you.
trying to
bro,
interject
you
and
got
ask
I'm
a
finna
it's
prove
not
it
no
question.
to you.
simple. It's not no simple. Just
It ain't no
it's not no
point blank
simple.
answer.
I
You
don't even
gotta break
disagree
it
Yeah,
with
down.
half of what he's saying, though. That's why I'm trying to interject and ask some questions about certain things that he's
Okay,
yeah,
saying.
I'm
but
finna
if
That's
you
all.
break.
interject, it's gonna take him longer. That's what y'all
I'm
Nah,
finna
you right.
break
You
complain
right.
down.
You
I'm
right. My
finna
fault,
break
y'all.
down why it
But
was a bubble. I mean, why it was a tournament. Okay, first things first. The season should have been canceled anyway. Other sports, the NCAA canceled this Final Four tournament, the men's and the women's, because they was concerned about their athlete, wanted to protect them, and they lost more money in the NCAA tournament than the NBA did. That's $1 billion entity that the Final Four tournament. They did the right thing to protect the student athletes. Okay. Number two, they had a 4.5 month layoff in between play. The standard NBA offseason is 2.5 months. Like, the, okay, we already got the draft. Free agency is going to start in July. The training camp starts in mid-September. That's 2.5 months. So by the time that bubble started, a new season would have started 2 months in. So what I'm saying is, with the results of the bubble, no matter who would have won it, shouldn't even apply to that previous season based on the timeline. That's number one. Number two, it was structured as a tournament because they had a seeding round. It was the equivalent of the NCAA having how they had a conference tournaments, and then when they do their selection process, the automatic bids, and then you have your at-large bids, the teams that's right on the bubble. That's how they came up with the name bubble. It was based off the NCAA tournament. Okay, when y'all look at the brackets, when they do the brackets, when they show the number one seeds and number two seeds and the teams at the right on the bubble, whether they're gonna make it or not, then they normally base it on strength of schedule on bubble teams. The thing was structured and patterned after the NCAA tournament. Number three, the bubble tournament was spawned the playing tournament. Do you notice they called the playing a tournament? They called the playing tournament, but it's supposed to be NBA basketball. So what I'm saying is their bubble actually devalued the timeline of the NBA, the importance of the regular season, to where you had to stoke up interest at the beginning of the season to introduce the NBA Cup, whatever they call that thing. So what I'm saying is, fellas, the timeline also, it threw the whole NBA timeline off, to where NBA players are not used to playing competitive basketball during the summer months. That's their period of recovery to prepare for the next season. Number four, because of the fact that the tournament threw off the timeline and players are not used to playing during the summer months, it led players in the bubble susceptible to injury. That was my number one concern about the players in the bubble. You had Jonathan Isaac of the Orlando Magic blew out his freaking knee 1 week into that bubble, where he'd be recovering
Jonathan
and ready for the
Isaac.
next year. Jonathan Isaac, he blew his knee out for the Orlando Magic, and it took him 3 years to recover from that. Ben Simmons, ACL injury. Also, cats may not remember, Anthony Davis in Game 5 of the finals between Miami, he was grabbing the back of his Achilles. The announcer tried to play it off and say, "Oh, he grabbed the back of his leg." That man almost ruptured his Achilles playing in that bubble. Okay. He didn't have time to recover during the off season, because remember, they had a truncated off season. They had like a 2 week, like they had they had the draft, free agency, and trades within like 2 weeks. Then training camp started like another week later. Then they try to truncate the 72 game schedule by cutting into the preseason games, where teams only play like maybe 2 preseason games at most. And when the season started, you could tell players was out of shape. They couldn't barely run up and down the court. So what I'm saying is, the bubble threw the whole timeline off the whole NBA natural way of doing things. And it took damn near 4 seasons to get caught back up to the natural timeline. And you start seeing all these rash of injuries that have occurred since that. You saw Jamal Murray blow his ACL. You saw Kawhi Leonard blow his ACL. You saw AD calf injuries, groin injuries. So what I'm saying is, man, to me, that bubble wasn't worth it. It don't matter who would have won it, because number one, it was a tournament that was patterned after the NCAA tournament. That's why they had the seeding round before they started the actual playoff. It was a tournament. And also,
bro, do you know tournament? Let me finish.
Also, let me finish. Doing the celebration, I got a clip of this when the Lakers won that thing, and you had Laker fans celebrating. I saw a Laker fan celebrating and said, "Oh man, this tournament was a success." I got the clip that proves what he said.
So that make it a tournament.
It was a tournament. It was not a standard NBA. It was structured. It was announced as a tournament.
All right, bro.
So you mean to tell me that I'm supposed to get excited about giving up?
Nobody do nothing, bro. Nobody actually get excited. You just a Laker fan, like talking down nigga on a championship they won.
No, it was a tournament that they won.
Bro, tournaments, tournaments, bro, do not involve series, bro.
But it involved a seeding round that preceded.
What seeding round? What seeding round are you talking about? Like what are you talking about?
You know the seeding round? They played 8 games in the bubble before the playoffs started.
That didn't have nothing to do with. Hey, bro, the Lakers was the number 1 team inside the bubble and outside the bubble.
They was not the number 1 team. The team with the best record was the Milwaukee Bucks.
We all know that the West. Okay. You were right. They was the second.
I told you, man. I'm ready.
He said
he ready.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? You said
the Lakers had just dismantled. The Lakers had just dismantled the Bucks. So what we talking about?
They didn't dismantle the Bucks.
All right, so let me ask y'all Lakers fan this then. If that was y'all only championship in franchise history, would y'all count it?
I just told you. No matter who would have, if the Clippers, people know this for a fact. If the Clippers would have won that thing, people would say, "Oh, the nigga Clippers ain't won that world championship. All they won is a bubble." So what I'm saying is, man, it don't matter who would have won it. It is.
So why literally was going for it? What are you talking about?
I kind of agree, not how you broke it down, but I kind of agree about what you're saying. Like, I mean, if you want to just give it, you could give it credit. You can give it credit if you want to not give it credit as much as a
history. It goes
regular season and fans and stuff. I understand that, but I just think it still was a successful season to YD point because it was a number 1 seed. Yeah. So if anything, it didn't hurt.
I just want to mention something that he just posted. He said, now remember, what did Anthony Davis just say a couple months ago? He said, "I'm listed as a champion, but I'm conflicted because I wonder if I really am."
Oh, you talking about the parade and shit?
No, he talking about
right now.
Because Caruso said the same thing as soon as he won the title.
Caruso was being sarcastic, big bro.
You think AD was being sarcastic, dog?
Bro, he talking about a fucking parade, big bro.
You think AD said it?
He's talking about a fucking parade, big bro.
Well, right. AD performance would show me was he serious or not. How did he perform?
What are we talking about, bro?
What I'm saying is, he said, "I feel conflicted because of the circumstance." So what I'm trying to say is, this: to me, the bubble was not worth putting on. They should have canceled the season.
What? But they didn't, bro. But they didn't. They didn't, though.
What I'm saying is, it led to more trouble than what it's worth. Meaning,
so what? Oh well, it led to a championship, bro. So like, oh well. Nobody. Not one player asked to be in that bubble, bro.
That's a whole nother story right there. You want to break that down too? You want me to break that down?
I see what you're saying about it, but
to be in that bubble, big bro.
Dude, what would you say about the Lakers was the number 1 seed and when the season stopped, did it hurt their chance because they stopped them from home court advantage? That's what I said.
Okay,
if there was like a 6 seed or something, And then I can understand you, but
Okay,
it's like if you don't want to
this
count,
is
I'm not
what
gonna get mad at you.
okay,
But
going into the
it
season,
is
this
what
is
it is. Like
going to the season, this is what I thought going into the season. I said, okay, the Lakers, because you know with this dude on the team that you're gonna make moves. Everybody knew that. Okay. So I said, going to the season, my finals prediction before the COVID even happened, I said the Clippers and Lakers would go against each other in the conference final because that's kind of what the league wanted. They want to because the Clippers and Lakers never faced each other. I don't think they ever played each other in the playoffs before. Okay, so they was kind of pushing for that. So I said, okay, they're gonna meet up in the conference finals. I said Milwaukee because of the fact that they went to the conference finals the previous year, and then Giannis was the MVP, and they had the league's best record. They was my pick to win it all. Okay, so my pick going for the finals matchup was the Bucks and the Clippers because the Clippers were built specifically to defend a LeBron-led team. Meaning, if you go back and look,
but they can't beat the Nuggets.
But what I'm saying, hold on. During the regular season, the Lakers and Clippers split, I think, the 4 games. They defended LeBron better in the Western Conference than any team. They kept his shooting percentage under it was about 45 percentile, whereas normally he get that 50%, you know. Okay. So what I'm saying is the main reason the Clippers lost to the Nuggets because certain players on the Clippers didn't even want to be up in the bubble. They
Man, you
had
making excuses, big bro.
Time out. Lou Williams, Montrezl Harrell. Because you know Montrezl Harrell was dealing with a death. You know his grandmother passed.
Oh my God!
I'm being dead serious. You can
I've
tell.
never heard a Lakers fan make excuses for the Clippers.
You can tell that there were certain players and certain teams. Milwaukee didn't give no effort in that bubble. And I'm gonna show you proof. I'm finna show you cold stone proof. They beat Orlando in the first round. Okay, then the shooting with was the brother up in Milwaukee got shot by the cops. Remember, Milwaukee was gonna stage that boycott, and they suspended the bubble. They was planning on stopping it, and then the next day they brought it back. Okay, when they played the Miami Heat in that bubble, you could tell that they weren't 100% fully invested. And I'm gonna show you why. Because in the rematch the very next year, after losing to Miami in the bubble, they swept the Miami Heat in that first round. They beat them so bad. It looked like the Bulls in Orlando in 96. When Orlando beat the Bulls in 95 and Jordan came back in tip-top shape and they swept Orlando, it was a brutal sweep. That's how that series the next year.
The difference is Miami got their revenge back on Giannis. The Orlando
I'm just talking about from the bubble series to the next year. I'm not talking about the following years. I'm just talking about that series right there when Milwaukee went on to win the championship. What I'm trying to say, people, is what I'm saying is there were players you can tell that weren't they was there. Someone was there, but Westbrook showed up late. A lot of players showed up late in that thing. So what I'm saying, to me, the best thing would have been in the best interest of everybody. They should have just canceled the season.
But they did, bro. But they didn't.
Well, I know they didn't.
Why you keep saying that?
Because it's the truth. Everybody else did it.
It's your truth, big bro.
No, it is the truth.
Ain't no the truth, bro.
It is the truth.
Like, we don't. Hey, big bro. You say they should have canceled the season. That they didn't.
I know they didn't.
They went and they played for a championship.
They played for a tournament chip.
They won. I mean, call it whatever you want to call it, bro. They won.
It was a tournament. That's the thing.
They won.
I know it's difficult to fathom. I'm not trying to hate. That's the reality. I'm telling you, it was introduced.
Hey, bro, you say you're not trying to hate. That's the reality. The reality is, if I look up right now, the 2020 NBA champs, nigga, it's the motherfucking Lakers.
Well, I tell you what. Right. And because of that, because of the means of which they went to go pursue that thing, that's why they're behind the 8-ball right now. That's not Kobe.
What you mean? The means?
What I'm saying is, man,
bro, we was under COVID, bro. The Lakers didn't cause COVID, big bro.
I didn't say the Lakers caused COVID.
So what I'm saying is,
KB, should I mention this? There was a moratorium. Well, hold on.
Bro, you talk more than you let anybody else talk, big bro.
No, hold on, because
put me backstage, KB, nigga, so somebody else can talk, big bro.
Okay, this is another thing. a moratorium was sent out by the league, instructing teams not to be able to practice in a facility, right? To protect
Please don't
players.
say what I think you about to say, bro.
Hold on.
Please don't say this shit. What I think you going to say, bro.
No. And the
Say it.
report was,
Say it.
huh?
Please don't say what I think you about to say, big bro.
What you think I'm saying?
I'm trolling YD right now. I'm trolling his ass right now.
You about to say, but you about to say that the Lakers was the only team, nigga, that was able to practice?
Okay, you heard that report, right?
No, I never heard no report. I heard you niggas. Y'all say this. Y'all say this all over this.
Shit. He getting kind of buttery out there. My point is this, man. My point is this. When all this started, okay, let's not even. Let's set aside the bubble. Let's set aside that. Okay, let's set aside that. In year one, they said that the Lakers, he was going to lead the Lakers to the West.
I think Lakers been making good moves personally, bro. I just think y'all overreacting. They lost to better teams.
Over the
teams they
past
lost
couple
to
of
either went to the chip or the conference final. So
Rob Pelinka is actually been doing a good job to try to correct the situation of mortgaging all them young players off by trying to bring in young players. The problem is he gets lambasted because a lot of people say, here go one for you, here go one for you. I'm finna share it with you right now. During the 22-23 season, when they weren't even in the plan, they had AD on there, Dennis Schroeder was still on the team, whatnot. Check this out. You had people on TV begging for the Lakers to give up, because at the time, the picks that were available to trade were the 27 and 29 pick. You had people begging the Lakers to give up them picks to make a move because they want to see that dude win. And that's what his fans got to realize. This has never been about the Lakers. The Lakers name has been used
superstars
to try to push for certain decisions. But the fact of the matter is,
the Lakers
over these past 8
LeBron
years,
didn't need the Lakers, big bro.
Time out. Over these past 8 years, they've overhauled the roster 8 years straight. That is unprecedented. Actually, in professional
y'all just
sports.
got Luka Doncic.
But see, if everything was going according to plan, you wouldn't need Luka. That's my point.
What was the plan?
Well, I'm saying
that's one of the best players in the league, though. That's like
at the time,
it's going to draw other superstar attention.
At the time, when they got AD, nobody was even thinking about Luka. Most people thought Luka was going to play his whole career in Dallas. Like, he thought he was going to play his whole career in Dallas. He didn't request to be traded. AD did.
That was a power move for the Lakers.
What I'm saying is this. The fact that you had to bring in 3 superstars in 6 years to facilitate a win-out scenario, that means
what that tell you about the front office? That means they trying to win and they doing a good job bringing in stars.
No, you not understanding. To get these players, you're kicking the can down the road to work. See, this is the thing. Up front, when they make these moves, they sell us on this proposition. This is what they said when they got AD. Oh, man. Hey, man, when LeBron get older, man, he going to pass the keys to AD. AD going to retire Laker. He going to have his name hanging up in the raft. They always sell us these goods up front. When they read the fine print, meaning to get AD, you had to open the door to kick the can down the road. So what I'm saying is, you get AD, and the fact that you ain't performing leads you to trade. First of all, you brought in Westbrook, right? Okay. Then another 2-3 years later, you bring in Luka. You've never seen a franchise bring in 3 superstars in 6 years. That means something's wrong. That don't mean something is right.
I think you're looking at this situation is because you don't count the bubble ring. That's why you're looking at this whole thing as a failure.
But what I'm saying is this, fellas. You look at throughout NBA history, no matter what decade you're looking at, every team that had a long-standing run, even if they didn't win a championship, every team that had a long-standing run, they built for it, and they had a longer run. Meaning,
like the Sixers?
The Sixers, you look at of course, the Chicago Bulls, the Pistons. The 86ers. I'm talking about the 86ers. I ain't talking about NBA I'm talking about the 86ers. Even AI the Sixers of the 90s and early 2000s. They built that thing over a 6-year period before they made the finals. 5-6 year period. So what I'm saying,
did what?
But what I'm saying is, man, what I'm saying is, when you go this route, that's designed for you to win multiple championships. Because when they got AD, they was trying to get a third superstar. So what I'm saying is the whole plan was, man, when they brought this dude to the team, was to create the mother of all super squads, dog. I got the video footage. I got it all lined up.
What's your point, though, big bro? What's your point?
So
point
JB, what I'm
is,
confused as, like, what you like, what type of, like, so for instance, like, what you want for success? Like, did you want your team to wait like 8 years or 5 years just to win a championship, or you ready your team win a championship in 1 year?
Now you ask him another question. You see that?
I'm finna answer it. My point is this: every year, this is what they. The difference. Okay, look, you go back to the Bulls.
No simple answer.
Whoa. You go back to the Bulls, right? You go back to Kobe and Shaq.
Go back to the Bulls while Jordan left because he wanted to play with a college coach. Let's go back to them.
CJ, don't ask that nigga another question, bro.
Kobe and Shaq had an 8-year run, but they had to go through the wars before they start winning. The Bulls became a dynasty. They had to go through the wars before they start winning.
Go through the wars? So what are you talking about? There was a 58-1 team when Shaq came there.
I'm saying they would. There was that one team that was the nemesis, either Utah or San Antonio. They had to go through that. They had to go through the fire before they reached the mountaintop. But once you reach it, once you don't take no shortcuts, you've seen it all. So therefore, that's what builds the confidence to say to yourself, "Hey, man, we can do it again next year." To where you ain't got to overhaul the roster, you ain't got to make no changes, you ain't got to go to the GM and say, "Oh man, we need this and need that." What I'm saying is this was an all-time shortcut. Clippers did it too. Philly tried to do it. Phoenix tried to do it. The Lakers are not the only team. What I'm saying, this super team era leads organizations.
Ain't no super team.
I get your premise now. It makes sense now. I got you.
You
just don't like super teams. You don't like them taking the easy way out.
Ain't no super team, bro.
Time out. You had a dude on TV yesterday that just suggested that LeBron leave Miami to go join Giannis.
LeBron is 41.
It don't matter. They keep trying to push it.
Let him finish,
They keep trying to push it. They keep trying to push it.
Bro, you saying stupid shit, bro.
Now ain't nobody saying nothing stupid.
Bro,
my point is this.
He ain't saying nothing stupid. Why he just being extreme with it? Like the
what I'm saying is, okay, let's go year by year. Let's go year by year.
No. I want to go year by year. No.
Just say you disagree. Just say you disagree. Don't.
We gonna go year by year. And year one,
because he got a reason.
When year one, they said the Lakers was gonna win 53, 54 games, and then he was gonna lead to the conference finals. I said, no, he's not. Time out. All these cats on these shows.
No, it's cool. I can just answer
LeBron fans, LeBron fan, Laker fan, whoever.
LeBron fans.
I said he's not gonna lead him anywhere because he's gonna get him traded off.
What about that Solomon Hill injury though, JB? What about B.I. missing
So year one was a debacle. It wasn't about trying to win. It was to gain control of the franchise, to get all of the young players, all the assets, flip them around, start bringing in superstars. I got the clip that said it. You know what? I'm gonna give you word for word what someone said the very day they signed this dude. You know what he said? One of the most respected figures that covered the NBA. I won't mention his name. He say, "Man, LeBron coming to AD. Oh man, guess what? Oh, he's three titles away from Michael Jordan." So basically, the Lakers was the hotbed of the NBA because we had more assets to use. We had the deepest young core. We had all the cap space, and we had owned the rights to all our draft picks. We owe nobody nothing. So they knew the Lakers was a hotbed to flip everything around and try to create one stacked team after the next. That was the goal from the get-go. And when about trying to build up Brandon Ingram, and when about trying to improve Lonzo Ball, and when they already let Randall go.
Okay, so let's talk about the young core before LeBron got there,
JJ. Bring in superstars and veteran players to fill their roster out. When they traded for AD, they had 5 players remaining under contract. That is not a way to run a team. I don't care what superstar you bring up in here. So at that point, you already operating behind the 8 ball, and you're rushing, and you're going full full throttle. You're going full throttle. So you're bringing all these old players, Danny Green, you bring back Rondo, you bring in A.B. Bradley, Jared Dudley. Oh, my God. Okay, so at that point, you already threw all your chips in the middle of the table. You had the oldest team in the league that year. They knew that team wasn't going to last. That's why they had to flip it over and bring in Dennis Schroeder the next year, which they could. They traded Danny Green and a first-round pick to get Dennis Schroeder when you had the rights to draft Jaden McDaniels, who went to Minnesota, has been a productive player, and was one of the contributing reasons why Minnesota beat the Lakers in the first round last year. So what I'm saying is,
y'all could have got
what I'm trying
Tatum
to say
too,
is
though.
the win now
Y'all could have
scenario
got a lot of
is
pieces.
keeping you
Thank
from
you.
being able to bring in players
he ain't
that
about
bring in
that.
more contribution and more value than the players who you bringing up in here that can't last past one season. And Dennis Schroeder was gone after one season. Montrezl Harrell was gone after one season.
Somebody please
Marc
tell me what his
Gasol,
point
that's
is.
another one.
What's his
They
point,
said he was an
bro?
upgrade over Dwight
Hey, what's his
Howard.
name?
They
What's
lost
his name,
Dwight
TJ?
Howard because they was trying
JB.
to upgrade that position. Because Dwight Howard was not the original choice when they signed him in 2019. They gave him a non-guaranteed. He was like,
Let him go, cause I can answer all his
that was his
questions.
last shot.
Bro. This nigga
You
just
see what I'm
keep
saying?
talking.
So what I'm trying to tell you fellas is when they was going to win now mode, the league was gearing up for the build now mode. So you in this Western Conference, you jacking around, giving up asset after asset, thinking you gonna win, but I know you gonna lose. And I can't help because I know the team is gonna lose.
It was happening around the league, though.
I hold everything that we had in the highest value. I'm not even just talking about the young core, the asset, the cap space, how you allocating the cap space, your coaching system, the type of coaching strategy
y'all
that you
niggas are not Lakers
implement
fans, bro.
on offense and defense. All that is included into this equation. What I'm saying is when Cats was celebrating that bubble, and I get it because we're in that environment. My mind was thinking, and I'm telling you, God is my witness. I looked at all the variables, and it's not out of hatred. It's
This
looking
nigga
at
does not
like,
know how to
okay,
stop talking,
I
bro.
know we gave it the best young core in history. We done shown you the graphics to prove it collectively. It was never about one person. It was built like Golden State model, strength in numbers.
Okay,
One
so
for
what's the
all
difference
and
from
one for all.
y'all,
The
the
whole is
Clippers,
greater
and
than sum of its
Milwaukee?
parts. That's how this Laker young core is being built to work. By the time you finish, you bring in the right store player that ain't about the nonsense. Is not going to force you to give up the ghost. I guarantee you winning more
JB,
than
he
what
probably
you
can't hear
wind
you
up
because
winning. That's my point.
hey JB,
I know it.
JB,
I know it because
yeah, he can't hear you.
okay, here we go right here.
Man, this nigga right here.
I picked Phoenix
Hey, bro,
to beat the
I ain't
Lakers
come
in
up
the
here to
first
listen
round.
to no
Going
lecture,
into it,
bro.
I ain't talking about before the injuries.
Bro, he can't hear
In
you. He
2022,
clearly can't
they
hear
put
you.
that top
Oh,
five,
hey,
top
JB.
75 players on their team. They said they're gonna win 70 games.
He
I
gonna
said
let him go. Let him rock
they'd
out.
be lucky to win 42. That's on the high end. That season was done before it started. 2022, they get a trade.
I feel sorry for
Okay, they
niggas
beat Memphis in the first round when Ja was hurt. They
LeBron
missing
do
their two
LeBron do this
center. One center
LeBron do
blew
this to
his
you.
Achilles. The other one
But
got hurt. He was leading
KB, that's
rebounding,
what
stealing at him.
KB.
He
To be
injured his
honest, he can't
ACL,
hear
missed the
us,
rest of
but
the year. They had
that's something like
Jaren
basketball
Jackson
fans
had to
do.
play
They
the
look
5
at
spot.
all this
Okay,
shit and
so
nitpick
they
like,
beat
damn.
Memphis. Golden
this
State,
nigga talking,
they
bro.
got rid
This shit sound like it's
what's the center
pre-recorded.
who they drafted? They wound up trading him to Detroit. I always forget his name, but they had no interior presence. So 80 went to town. As soon as they faced a complete team
this is embarrassing,
that
bro.
had a real starting 5 positional players and a bench, they got dealt in 4 straight games. Okay, then they make these moves.
Bro, CJ,
But
this
not
gotta
the
be
case saying Lakers
pre-recorded,
had
bro.
deepest team in the league. I'm looking at it like it ain't gonna hold up because I understand the value of the
This is
original
not
young core.
live, big bro.
I said the imitation young core ain't gonna match to the
I ain't
real
gonna
young
lie,
core.
KB. It's
And
something
it got
like
so bad
more people would
by the time
just
the play-in started,
more. It
they
don't
was
seem like they
pushing for the
fans. It
Lakers
just
to
seem
lose
like
the first
they
play-in
like
game to avoid
got
having
Bro,
to
personal
play
agenda
Denver in the
against
first
anti
somebody.
round.
LeBron, bro.
So
I
you
don't
mean
really
to
go
tell me
that
you
deep
in win now
dive
mode, you
details
supposed to
and
got the GOAT on your
nitpicks. I just
team
do a
and
stream
another
sometimes.
generational player. You got all this firepower, but you don't want them to face Denver because they know when the rubber hit the road,
Cause we
they
understand.
ain't got the
I'm with
overall
you, fam.
Hey, let me
talent
see if
of
I can
their
get his
own
attention real
to
quick.
carry them over.
All right.
So what I'm saying is
JB,
they
can you hear
know
me?
when a rubber hit the road. They do all this talking during the regular season. When the
JB,
rubber hit the road, when you
That's
gotta
that
play
nigga
them real
J.O.
squads, dog,
That's that nigga
they know this team
J.O.K.P.
ain't got a shot.
No, let him go, bro.
Even
Don't
when
stop
you
him. Let him
got
go.
AD on there playing with LeBron, even when you got Luka, because when they got Luka, they said they was going to the finals. They do all this
but
talking up
JB,
front,
JB,
but when
JB.
you look at the structure of the team and
Bro, you can't
what they
say,
gave up to
well, look,
get those stars,
come on, bro.
Bro,
We
I
talking
wouldn't,
basketball like
bro.
this,
This
outcomes
nigga
man.
is
This is
not a
not
Lakers
crazy.
fan,
gonna
bro.
happen. And here
I
goes a
don't give a
perfect
damn what
example.
nobody
Now,
say.
ending with
Y'all
this,
can say whatever
and
y'all
I know
No,
want
I've
to
done a
say.
JB,
lot of
he a
talking
This
Lakers
because I
man is
fan.
know
He
not
a
a
I'm
Lakers
Lakers
fan,
jealous,
fan.
bro.
Why,
and that's
J?
why I got
He
much
JB,
just
love
don't
for
like
KB
LeBron on their
for
team. He
allowing
a Lakers
us
fan
to
though.
do this and shed
Bro,
light on what was given up. People
this
ain't
is
understanding what was
beyond not
given up.
liking LeBron,
They
bro.
can't wrap that around their
This
head.
is
It's not
way
just
beyond
about
that right here,
the
big
young
bro.
player, the assets
Nigga,
and them
you can
draft
stop that,
picks.
CJ.
You see what Oklahoma City doing? They
This
got
nigga
so
finna
many
JB, can
roll.
you hear
assets.
me?
They can sell off an asset and get money in return to free up more cap
Something
space
probably
to
wrong
bring
with
in
his
more
string,
studs.
KB.
So what I'm saying is this.
Bro, who would go this long
What I'm
without
saying is
checking
this.
in to see if
You get
like
Luka
the
back.
people on
That's
this
what I'm
thing?
saying.
They was
Like,
bragging.
you couldn't
They
wait for
was
JB,
this
saying they
for
don't
something.
even
Like, he had
need
this shit
AD.
prep.
They don't need
JB.
no interior. They said they had enough defenders when they
Yo,
got Dorian
hold on.
Finney-Smith. They gave a 3 round pick to get Dorian Finney-Smith. Jackson
Drop
Hayes, he
him in
can
the
fill
back
the
real
hole.
quick and bring him back
Seriously?
up.
How Jackson Hayes gonna be able to fill the hole for AD when Jackson Hayes ain't even a real center and he coming off the bench? That's what I'm saying, man. They be trying to smoke and mirror their way, but when the rubber hit the road, it don't happen. The whole thing collapses. Okay, so this year
JB.
you finish strong, right? You beat a Houston team, even with
Yo,
KD.
Let him
That's a
go,
whole nother
yo,
KB.
story. But the
yo,
moment
He
they
about to be
face a real
finished
team,
because it's the
they
last
know
year.
they ain't got
Y'all
nothing
listen,
coming.
CJ.
So what I'm trying to say is, when you got a real team out there, people feel more confident that the '06 Lakers had a chance to beat the Phoenix Suns that forced them to
Huh?
7 games. Then you in a win-out scenario and you face the Oklahoma City Thunder, who's playing on cruise control, missing their second best player, and sweep you. That means you
He
ain't
not saying nothing
close.
about Luka
You
being
not a
injured, bro. Like, listen to him.
contender. That's my
How that
JB.
point.
coordinate
So to give all
with
that up
2006?
for 1 year, that's huge. Now, if cats are cool with that, hey, more power to them. But for someone like myself who invested time watching that thing
Yeah,
build
that's
up,
why that
and
nigga
you
got that
see
shit
it
out of the
given
book.
all up
He ain't
in
even check
one
it or nothing. Like, he
large
reading that
swoop.
shit
It didn't
out
happen
there.
like over 5 6 year period. It happened. It was like a purge. So what I'm saying is, to give all it up for 1
This nigga say it
year,
felt like a
whether it
purge,
was a
bro.
bubble, whatever people feel about it. Now I'm just giving you the facts of what it was. It's not hate, but all I'm saying is this.
KB, I
All
ain't
I'm
gonna
saying is
lie,
this,
bro.
man.
Real, like
See,
real life,
me,
like
KB,
we
and
not even
myself,
this
we love the
invested in
Lakers,
that
man.
jump, bro.
But at
I
the
ain't gonna
same
lie.
time, when you see
Yeah, I can't.
harms
It's
Like,
way
you
bro,
lose, you
beyond
bro,
lose, you
hey,
win, you
listen,
to
bro,
win.
hey,
me,
listen,
Hey,
you
JB.
can't just bite your
CJ,
tongue and be silent
this nigga can never say
because
he's a Lakers fan,
think
big bro.
about it.
He's a
They said
LeBron
AD was
hater.
gonna retire Lakers. He
Hey,
gone.
Well, he could be
bro,
a
And
Lakers
hey,
fan
bro,
along
you
and a
with
can
LeBron
scrape,
hater,
AD,
though.
you can
I can
scrape his
He
guarantee
retarded
you
from
could.
the
that
face
Two
of the
things
earth,
could be
bro.
because
true.
number one, he didn't
Y'all
request to be
exposed
traded,
yourself, big bro.
and number two, they scrambling right now
JB.
with the dude.
Hold on. Hold on.
Like they got a
Oh,
direction,
he's
man.
still talking.
It's a lot of talk
Hey,
going on.
JB,
There's a lot
can
of
you hear
talk,
me?
but it just
But
seems
why
like
do
to
you gotta
me, man,
understand?
you
A lot of
better
people
off
from Lakers
I don't
land, you
gotta
don't
doing
want
what
understand
you're
shit, big
doing,
bro.
LeBron.
sticking to the
They don't want
I
plan,
don't gotta
LeBron
understand
glory
making
to
the
shit, big
be in
bro.
LA.
playoffs at that
I don't gotta
time
That's
after
understand
why
shit, big bro.
we
I
evaluating the
don't
don't gotta
claim
talent.
them.
understand. No, you
And this
gotta
franchise
understand it.
would
I
be
don't gotta
better
understand
off.
it.
That's
I'm
my
just
whole
telling you how it
contention.
is. I really
I
don't
will
care
go
about it.
down with
It
my
Hey,
just
big
is what
shield
bro,
it is.
big
saying
Like
bro,
he
you
doing
the
what
gotta
he is.
results
understand
are
it, bro. I
showing
don't.
you
I never understand no
you
motherfucking shit
missed
like this.
2 playoffs. You missed the playoffs twice,
Don't normalize
and
that
you're
shit, big
only
bro.
averaging 44 wins a year.
This is
You
not
got teams
normal,
out
nigga.
there, OKC.
Hey, JB, if you can hear me, I had to remove you from the panel because I think maybe StreamYard is keep you from hearing us from talking, and you're going on, and we trying to communicate back with you. But
I just didn't. He ain't add like no context to like the seasons and how things played out and what was the like even before LeBron came in, even when they had the young core, how it ain't paying out. So I feel as though Lakers was making moves to win like each year. Like every move not going to pan out all the time. We see that around the league. Like a majority of the teams was doing the same thing the Lakers was doing.
Hey, who?
Yeah, but
Hey,
I think he's looking for
what team
the
won
long
more than
term.
LeBron since he been in the Lakers with the Lakers?
But hold on. I think what JB's looking for is the long term, right?
No,
Right,
Like
right.
not just to win one, but to win multiple. You see what I'm saying? Because like we usually win ours in multiples, right? Like
no, no.
yeah, we do. We usually win
I
multiple
see that picture,
championships
but
in a row. Once we
I mean, you could try to save face, big bro, like, and try to normalize or justify the shit that we just heard. But at the end of the day, big bro, like, I mean, I know what I'm
I
dealing
think
with.
that like
I mean, I'd never take that man serious again a day in my life.
JB, can you hear me?
I feel like we got examples. Like you could even wait 10 years and not
I
win
can't hear
nothing,
nobody
and
though.
just
My
wait
bad.
2 years and win one. So I feel like
Yeah,
He
even
but what
can't
about
hear
Tupac?
us.
I gotta
He
leave
can't
the
not
hear us,
stream. It
y'all.
won't
guaranteed.
let me leave
Hey,
the stream.
Uh,
yeah.
I rejoin.
Leave and
Wait a
come back,
minute.
JB. Yeah, he can't hear us. Yeah, StreamYard be doing that shit to me when I be talking. Everybody gets silent. I can't hear nobody.
Nigga.
yeah, I just don't think that move was like kind of egregious. Like if y'all want to blame him from leaving Cleveland, I guess, but I don't feel like him adding AD was egregious because most superstars will do that if they want to win
Yeah, but
now.
I don't think that's the big problem. I think adding AD's cool, but you don't
Hmm
trade everybody. You don't trade everybody who was there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Yeah,
you
nigga,
gotta make
yes
it
you
make
do,
sense
nigga.
if you
You
go.
nigga to get AD,
That's
you gonna
You ain't
trade
gotta
AD,
whatever
trade
you gonna trade,
everybody.
nigga.
but they ain't really
Nigga,
trade nobody significant though at the
like what?
time.
Like,
The
They
exactly.
gave
Lakers
up
moved on some,
picks,
but hold
but you
on.
know,
Who's left
good.
from that young core on this team?
But even with their draft picks, they was wrong. They could have got Tatum,
No, 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 no,
De'Aaron
no, no,
Fox.
no, no, no. See, you ain't answer my question. Who's left? There's no one left from that young core on this team.
So what? They got a championship, bro.
You ain't had to do that.
Well,
You could have
Julius
just got
Randle
rid of a
didn't want to
couple.
But they,
stay. He wanted to leave.
bro, yes, they
No,
did,
he
bro. They
wanted to
did.
stay.
They
They
did
ran
what
him
they had
off.
to do. Like, what you mean? Why you saying shit like that?
They ran off Julius because
Julius was
they
gone
didn't
before.
want to bring
Julius
him
was
back
gone before LeBron
with
even got here.
LeBron for that contract. They wanted to build the team around LeBron.
Yeah.
I think the
So what did so you wanted them to keep Julius?
Hold on, now I can't hear you. Hold on.
CJ.
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I'm saying. So what you wanted? What you wanted them to do? Keep Julius Randle?
No, what I'm saying is you got rid of everybody. You didn't have to get rid of everybody.
Yes, you did, bro.
No, you didn't.
Well, KB,
LeBron is the championship nigga, bro. So I'm sure the pieces of the puzzle that he was moving and the things that he was doing, nigga was basically off nigga shit that he already didn't experience before, bro. Like
What are you talking
none of
about?
them niggas, bro. Josh Hart won a championship, bro, with the Knicks, bro. Like ain't just like 3 teams later.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who did Russell Westbrook? What did they went and got Russell Westbrook, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and what happened? That fucked up everything, right?
not really, nigga. I mean, for a
now
year, for a year it
that's a
did.
better argument to make instead of how they got AD. That would be a
For a
better
year
No,
it
argument
did.
to make.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing when they got AD. I understand. Like I was cool
Right.
with the AD trade. I'm mad that they got rid of everybody. You got rid of
I don't know,
everybody,
bro.
bro.
I
You
don't know,
don't get
bro.
rid of everybody.
I don't know, bro. Nigga, y'all lined up. Y'all are right now. Y'all are in perfect. Like, hey, bro. That show you, nigga. That's the Lakers. They just traded AD for Luca. They turned AD nigga into
Yeah,
Luca.
okay, but you still got. I mean, you still got to add a team around Luka. So, for example, you're missing a big man. You're missing wing defense. You're missing a lot to go with Luka.
Bro, that's why you have to get it, bro.
Yeah, but you gave up on players who could have filled those slots, and you didn't get nothing in return. So the whole problem is when we gave up Zubac, we
You didn't
got
get nothing
nothing.
in
We
return.
when we gave up Zubac, what did we get back?
Zubac,
What did we
Zubac,
get back? What did we
Zubac
get
was
back for?
that 3-point shooter. Hey, bro, Zubac wasn't shit.
We gave up Mike Muscala, bro. We got back Mike Muscala for Zubac, bro.
But Zubac ain't
So,
shit though.
How Zubac
but
not shit? He averages
He
16 and
not.
10, and he hold on, he was leader of the league in rebounding, and he was one of the.
You covered it, bro. You really covered Zubac, big bro.
What I'm saying is, you looking for a big man right now, right? Right or wrong?
Not really. They got Aiden.
What? Okay, when they
Aiden
lost
better than
against the
Zubac, nigga.
Timberwolves, when they lost against the Timberwolves, what were they? What did they need?
They didn't have Aiden in.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not asking you that. I'm saying what did they need to beat the Timberwolves?
Bro, I don't
Perimeter
know, big bro.
defenders and rim
Just
protection.
tell me what you
They
think.
needed
Like,
they
I
needed
don't
rim
know.
protection. Rudy Gobert. Hold on. For example, Rudy Gobert put up what 40 and 20.
Hell no.
You think you think Rudy Gobert put? You think
Why you
Rudy
lying,
Gobert's
bro?
put?
Why
Hold
y'all lie
on.
so much?
He
I
put up
think it was
some
like
ridiculous
25 and
stat line.
20, something like
Yeah,
that.
he put up some ridiculous stat line. Right? You think he would do that with Zubac there?
Man, bro, Zubac
I
is not
mean,
like I don't know, bro. What I'm saying is that you can say what you can think you can say what you think will happen at the
Does
end of
that
the day,
not make
bro.
sense though?
but KB, look at it like this, KB. Lakers fans can't be too mad because we got another organization in Dallas Mavericks where we see who they gave up and the players they gave up. It's like now we see how good Jaden Brunson became. So I mean, we look across the league, it's happening all over. I mean, this the evolution of the game. It's a new generation. So I feel like
Okay, but
people
you
gotta
gave up
adapt to
two.
how they operate now. It's so
No,
much
no,
money
no, no,
involved.
no. The core principles still exist. You built through the draft. You built through the
No,
draft, and
bro.
you
But
add a
the
free agent.
Lakers don't know how to build through the draft like really big,
Yes, we
bro.
do. Yes,
They
we
passed on
do.
Well,
bro, they passed on Jason Tatum.
the
They
Knicks
don't
did
know who
build
they
through the
drafted.
draft, KB.
You said what?
The Knicks did build through the draft. I mean, you could say built through the draft, but the Knicks did it their way. OKC did it their way. You see what I'm saying? So you could do it multiple ways. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. These niggas is bro. I can't like and bro. This was a whole so this whole thing, nigga, was code word for nigga. Let's throw shade on LeBron, man. Y'all need
No,
to stop this,
he
bro.
explained like JB want long term success, but I'm like I don't think it's guaranteed long term success. Out of simple fact, we don't know who gonna get injured, like how somebody gonna feel they want to trade out, like
And LeBron
players
came here.
come up for their contract and they go to a new team. So that's what I'm saying.
Bro,
So much things
LeBron
that
came
can
here.
happen.
Bro, LeBron came here when he was 35, bro. Like who the how the fuck bringing a
Can y'all hear
35-year-old
me?
LeBron
Y'all hear
here?
me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Let me intervene, man. You know, like when you hear someone say, that's what I'm saying,
Oh my
man. Like
god, dog.
when you hear a dude say Zubac was nothing, but he was the most prized asset on the Clippers this year, which he was the only prime asset they had this year, which they used to trade to bring in young players and draft picks in the process, right? He was the best player on the team in terms of his value on offense and defense. And the very thing that the Lakers have been missing since they traded him, he would provide. And if he'd have been in the lineup, they possibly could have did something. So what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't listen to the outside chatter because I know what the results going to be by season's end. See,
He couldn't even do that for the team he got traded to. That's why they traded him.
No, they traded because the Clippers was looking to replenish the team with younger players, especially after they lost when James Harden requested their trade. Time out. When James Harden requested that trade, Bradley Beal had that surgery where he missed the rest of the year. They knew their season was done. So they said, okay, we may as well try to start over again. Okay. So they used the player with the highest value. It wasn't Kawhi. It wasn't whoever. It wasn't whoever. Brook Lopez. It was Ivica Zubac, and he was balling. So that's the thing. So that's another thing.
Man,
I've been watching all these dudes throughout the period. It ain't like
Yeah,
I just
Zubac's a solid player. He a good
I've
player.
been watching all. See, the thing is, this went out in post, man. It's really counterproductive because what happens is you bring in guys, right? You bring in guys. Half of these guys are not even positional players. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. What I'm talking about. Jared Vanderbilt. And it's no knock on him. It's no knock on him. It's not, I'm not blaming him anything like that. When he was first traded to the Lakers, when they made that overhaul, they brought in D'Lo, Malik Beasley, who ain't on the team no more, Mo Bamba, who ain't on the team no more. So you make these trades, these dudes don't last past 3-4 months. You trade Taylor Horton Tucker for Patrick Beverly to provide perimeter defense. Patrick Beverly ain't performing for whatever reason. He gets shipped out 5 months later. So you give up an asset, a young player, for someone who couldn't last for 4 months and got shipped out. That's insanity. So my point is, now you see young talent in the term young core is the rave of the league because we looking at it in the Milwaukee Bucks. Milwaukee Bucks has revamped with young players and draft picks to move forward in the future. The handwriting's on the wall, especially with this new collective bargaining agreement. This thing is very, very deep what's going on in the league. But see, this win now mode is poison. And I'm finna show you. I'm finna show you. You bring in DeAndre Ayton. This is after you try to sacrifice Dalton Connect to bring in Mark Williams because you didn't have no center and you knew you didn't have no center. So you devalue Connect, reduce his plan to also he had to take a backseat to a circus. Everybody know what I'm talking about. You trade into Mark Williams. The trade is rescinded because Mark Williams was dealing with health issues, whatever was going on with him. Then you basically have a depreciated player who feels he ain't even part of the team no more. So he's sitting there rotten, right? He's sitting there dry rotten, right? Where he's supposed to be the steal of the draft, a consistent contributor to your team and to your franchise. Okay, so that's a rotation. So instead of trading 3 second-round picks to bring in Luke Kennard, well, you had your own Luke Kennard outright and Dalton Connect. But when you in this win-now mode, you're looking for the sexy name and the big name, the more popular name, when your answer is sitting there right on your bench, if you understand the value of what you got. So you're giving up asset after asset to go win now, whether it's with LeBron on the team or Luke on the team. When this thing ends up, you ain't got nothing left when the new decade starts. Whereas you can potentially find a diamond in the rough like Denver did when they drafted Jokic in the second round. They didn't know Jokic was going to turn into that, but you know what? They understood his value. They saw his potential, and they built him up year after year after year until he turned to the Joker. He turned to the Joker and became my daddy for 2 years straight in the playoffs. Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you believe in something, when you believe in something, you may not see it right then and there, but belief goes beyond what you see. Belief is what you don't see. So what I'm trying to say is, cats can come to me all day and tell me, well, you don't know what would have happened, but that's the thing. The Bulls didn't know they was going to win 6 championships until they showed belief into the ultimate competitor in Michael Jordan, who led their team to 6 championships. He was winning so much, they was tired of him winning and broke their team up. Kobe, they blocked the trade to keep him from winning any more championships. They blocked that Chris Paul trade. They knew they'd get that Chris Paul trade. He was going to rack off at least one more. What I'm trying to say is...
I thought you said don't trade players. I thought you said build through the draft.
No, that's not what I said. Nope. I said you properly evaluate the team, and when you take that next step in an appropriate fashion, that's what trades are for. Just like when Denver traded and got Aaron Gordon. But they built up their foundational players, Jokic's, the Murrays, and the Michael Porters. And then they start making the key moves. It's not about you against anything. I even said that, man, once we build up the young core, we get that superstar in free agency. I always said that.
Fuck that young.
What I'm saying is, when you go this route,
young core, bro.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why they're in the position they're in now. And that's why
why were they in the position that they were in before LeBron got there? Why were they in that position?
But that's a LeBron-centric point of view. And that's why
I'm asking you, why was the Lakers? Fuck LeBron. I'm saying, why were the Lakers nigga in that motherfucking position?
Why they was losing? Do you want the breakdown? Do you want the breakdown?
Bro, do you know how to answer a question simply, bro?
I'm finna ask you, but see, the thing is, you want small answers that you can counter.
I just don't want 20-minute sermons, bro.
It ain't about no sermons. You ask the question, I'm gonna break it down.
Bro, but bro, you preaching sermons though, big bro.
It's not
I
a
ain't
sermon,
gonna
it's the breakdown. You said why the Lakers was in that position. Number one, they blocked that Chris Paul trade. Okay, so when you block that trade, the players who was involved in the trade,
that ain't got nothing to do with it.
No, you just asked the question. You just asked
That
the
ain't got
question.
nothing to do with it, big bro.
No, I'm finna break it down. It's all tied together. You block a trade, right? Okay, so what happened was the Lakers started. They resorted to having to make moves they normally wouldn't make. If you don't block the Chris Paul trade, they don't go out there and get a 38, 39-year-old Chris Nash.
But they had already made the move to get Dwight Howard though.
No. The trade was blocked before they trade. That was the next year. That's what I'm saying.
And Kobe tore his Achilles. Kobe tore his Achilles.
Well,
look at what are we talking about?
You just said that
I just
they got Dwight Howard. No.
And Kobe tore his Achilles, bro.
No. You just said.
So what would the Chris Paul trade have done?
You just said they got Dwight Howard before the Chris Paul trade. Dwight Howard was traded to the Lakers a year after
Kobe
the Chris Paul trade was blocked. No,
Kobe tore his Achilles.
But then you wait a minute. You just
so
said
it don't matter. So the Chris Paul trade don't matter.
No, fellas, people that's tuning in. Didn't he just say they got Dwight Howard?
That, bro.
No.
But I'm telling you now, nigga. Now that I thought about it, nigga, Kobe tore his Achilles.
No. Okay, we're gonna get into that, but you said they got Dwight Howard before the Chris Paul
you
trade.
Say that shit one more time, bro. I said it.
Okay, so that was a mistake that you
Kobe
made. Because
tore his Achilles.
No, you said.
I'm asking you.
No,
did Kobe tear his Achilles?
No. First things first. Now I'm answering the question. You said that they got Dwight Howard before the Chris Paul trade.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
I got
you said
no,
did you?
Okay, now check this out.
Did you not say?
Man, y'all don't let. Hey, bro, just put me backstage. Put me backstage.
Hold on, time out. The reason why we got to explain what led up to Kobe tearing his Achilles, he was running point guard because he had an old point guard and Steve Nash who couldn't stay on the floor.
There you go.
Right?
Man.
Chris Paul was part of that trade that got rescinded.
Let's talk. All right, let's talk about
why he had to run
Chris
point
Paul
guard.
was gonna stop Kobe Bryant Achilles from popping. What you saying?
No, listen what I'm saying.
Right,
Kobe had to take on extra duties because he's a shooting
guard.
What?
But that's Kobe. So what?
Let's break it down. Let's really break it down, y'all. Let's
give me a question.
Let's
like so what?
Let's be in the middle with it.
Y'all saying the Chris Paul trade was that paramount that it would have stopped Kobe from popping his Achilles, bro?
Yes, sir.
The first mistake that was made with the time. See these outside fans, they can't even get the timeline right. He said that Dwight Howard was traded before the Chris Paul trade, which is incorrect. The Chris Paul trade went down before the beginning of the lockout year in 2011-2012. They traded for Dwight Howard the following year in 2012-2013. Also acquired Steve Nash. But like KB said,
what are we talking about?
Kobe has to run point guard, bro. He had to run point guard and score. He had to make responsibility.
After injury with Kobe. And now y'all saying Chris Paul was going to stop that?
Let's just do this.
My nigga, hold on, let's use sense. If LeBron was out there playing without AD and he had to do more in order to get the Lakers to the playoffs,
let's lose sense.
He would break down and get hurt.
Before, bro.
All right, so let's talk about
LeBron had to do extra, nigga. How many years, nigga?
Okay, let's talk about the age they was both at, Kobe and LeBron. So, all right. So, for instance, when Kobe was older in his last couple of years, he wanted to add Dwight, Chris Paul, and other guys. LeBron, just like he was around like 38 when he went to the Lakers. He wanted to add it. There's nothing wrong with it.
That Chris Paul trade was before Dwight Howard, bro.
They tried to get Carmelo,
no,
bro.
I'm saying on the back end of their career, they tried to add help.
Hold on.
In 2011, he was trying to trade for Carmelo, bro.
Whenever you have
like for example, whenever you have a superstar who's winding down in age, you usually get a young superstar who could take the mantle from that superstar, right?
Oh, okay, but
So
hold on 1 second.
Exactly.
Now he just brought up Melo in LA, but he ain't
I
say
agree
nothing
with you,
about the fact
KB.
that they were trying to form a quadruple super team down in Miami, which included
I'm not speaking
LeBron,
to who trying
Wade,
to form what. I'm
Bosh,
just speaking
and
to the
Melo.
point that they needed other, like KB just said, somebody else to take that burden off them because they was in the back end of their primes and stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. So them adding them players wasn't a big deal. That's what I'm trying to say. Like LeBron and AD, like KB just said, he needed to add another
yeah,
superstar
but
because you're
he's
going against
asking what
the
led up
Nets and
to.
the Clippers as well. So you got to look at your
But
landfill
hold
too.
on.
Okay,
He's asking what led up to how did that affect Kobe? And so when we go
they
into
didn't just.
explain it,
But Kobe ain't had to prove it, so he already got 5 rings. So he just wanted to
But
win
see, this
more
the thing
rings.
though.
he
So it's not
wanted to
like
win more.
It didn't just affect
exactly. So it's
Kobe.
nothing
It
wrong with him
affected
trying
the
to add
team
them
because
players.
And we
when
would
the
have had a
trade.
younger player to carry on the torch after
But this the
him in
thing.
Chris Paul.
Bro,
When they blocked it,
CP3 and
It's
Kobe
more
Bryant, bro.
details. It's more
That's
details
what
to
I'm
why
trying to
that
say.
trade didn't
Bro,
go
bro,
down. The
hold on,
league,
bro. That's another injury prone nigga.
organizations around the league, they let that play go down because the Lakers had a lot of money that year. It was what's his
but see,
name?
this the thing
The
too.
Dallas Mavericks owner explained it. He
Yeah, but you
explained
Blocking
it.
that
coming up with other
trade,
shit.
Mark
it,
What I'm
Cuban.
wait a minute, whoa,
but hold on,
blocking that
CJ.
trade sent a triple effect
CJ, you
because
missing the point, bro.
you had two disgruntled players who was involved in that trade that had to return back. Lamar
So what?
Odom.
Exactly.
Oh,
It's a
time out.
business.
Look,
So
whoa,
what?
whoa,
It's a
look,
business.
it ain't no so
It's a
what. It
grown
ain't no
man
so
Okay,
what.
business,
okay. I
bro.
see what
Look,
you're saying. I see what
he
you're
wants
saying, JB.
see that he wanted to be a so what, but the reality is
It is a
Lamar
so
Odom
what.
felt no, it ain't no so what
Yes, it
because
is.
Go ahead, let him finish. Why they let
Nigga,
him
they
good? Let
grown
him
men,
finish.
bro. Put your big
two.
boy pants on, nigga, and go to work.
I don't want to hear that because if LeBron James got traded today, y'all freak out and y'all
LeBron
see
don't
how
get
it feels.
traded, big bro.
But boy, I'm saying
LeBron don't get traded.
if he did, he's been a benefactor over
He won't
120
get traded,
trades
is
in
what
his
I'm
career.
saying.
He's been a benefactor over 120 trades, and they wonder how he went to
Yeah,
eight
but
straight
don't
finals
none of them
MVP.
involve
So
himself,
wait,
though.
Let's not forget the point of this discussion. The point of this discussion is how did that affect the Lakers, right? It affected the Lakers because they would have had a younger player who they could build around as Kobe aged out. So that younger player would have been Chris Paul instead of having to get a older Steve Nash who couldn't stay on the floor. So
Nigga,
so
y'all
you
got
would have
Dwight Howard.
Steve
bro.
Nash
Dwight
played for
Howard
this
had
team.
back issues.
So what? Nigga, y'all traded for him.
All right, bro.
No, that wasn't the same
Hey
Dwight
man,
though. They tried to
can we
add
can
pieces
we
Big
around
get
bro,
this?
big
Kobe. That
bro.
wasn't
When
like
they
the same
traded for
level
Dwight,
player though.
bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all in this
I know,
hindsight
but
shit.
that wasn't the
When they
same
traded
level
for
of
Dwight, bro, it
Dwight.
was looked at as a monumental nigga motherfucking move.
See, that's another thing. See, I'm gonna break that down too. Number one,
He didn't like Kobe. That's why he left.
we gonna set Dwight Howard to the side for a minute. We gonna get
No, he
back to
wasn't
this
ready
Chris
for that.
Paul.
He wasn't ready for it. That's why he
Number
left.
one,
Man,
It
he
was too
didn't
much
like
pressure.
Kobe, bro. Stop all that.
number one, they blocked their trade. You had two disgruntled players, Lamar Odom and Paul Gasol. They no longer felt part of the team, which I understood. Lamar Odom was so angry about the situation, he requested to be traded. He gets traded to Dallas Mavericks, and essentially his career just kind of fell to the wayside. Paul Gasol was never the same player again, and eventually he
Yes, he
signed as a
was,
free
bro.
agent.
He made an all NBA
He
and an
signed
all
as
star
a
team
free
with the
agent.
Bulls.
He signed
You
as a free agent to
lying.
Chicago. Hold on.
You lying.
So because of that trade, causing that type of division, you essentially lose your front court. Okay, all right.
Y'all was
So,
trying to trade the soul anyway.
what I'm saying,
That's the thing that's killing me. You say on one foot you
No, they
saying
would have been
you
YD.
blame
They would have been
hold on,
able to
CJ.
keep
Hold on,
Gasol,
CJ.
and they would have added
On
Chris
one
Paul.
hand,
They
nigga,
would have been able to keep him.
you saying
no,
nigga, you wanted the trade to go through. Nigga, but on the other hand, nigga, you saying because the trade didn't go through, now you worried about these niggas' emotional state.
no,
Y'all
that's
was
not
gonna
what I'm
trade him
saying.
anyway,
I'm
bro.
saying the reaction that would happen, the domino effect. So I'm finna explain it. If you can just be quiet, that's what I'm saying. These
Did you just say that?
quick takes, and all this stuff that we be hearing on these shows, it, 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 they don't provide real explanations. That's not how they used to cover the NBA back then, or just sports in general. Okay, so you blocked the trade. So what happened was you needed a point guard. So you remember they traded Derek Fisher to bring in Ramon Sessions, who nobody had really even heard of before. Derek Fisher gets traded to OKC. They go to the finals in 2012. Ramon Sessions finish his season out and go elsewhere. So now you really don't have no point guard. So you have to try to go for you in desperation now because they blocked the Chris Paul trade. So you go out there, you give up couple first round picks to bring in Steve Nash because he was really the only point guard who was available. Okay. Yeah. Dwight Howard did not want to be in Atlanta no more. He really wanted to go to Brooklyn after Darren Williams signed with the Brooklyn Nets and got paid. That's where he really wanted to go. But he see that wasn't going to work out after Williams got paid. So he just wanted to get out of Orlando and agreed to the trade to LA. He was never going to stay there beyond that 1 year. I already knew it from the get-go. And he went to Houston after that 1 year. So what I'm trying to say is, when you got all that going on at the same time, you ain't got no point guard like KB say. But Kobe had to play essentially two roles on the team in a situation where everything's kind of in question, right? You even trade Andrew Bynum to bring in Dwight Howard, which I wanted us to keep Andrew Bynum because he coming off his first All-Star season. But nonetheless, and then I knew Howard wasn't going to last beyond that 1 year. So all that.
Neither did Bynum.
Huh?
Neither did Bynum.
Okay. No, I'm just saying up until that point, Bynum had his best year, and that's why I wanted us to keep Andrew Bynum. So when all that goes on and then everything is on Kobe's shoulders, he playing 48 minutes a game. He ain't playing 38 minutes. He playing 48 minutes. So
we know what that feel like, bro.
Huh?
I'm saying we know what that feel like. Nigga, welcome to being LeBron, nigga.
Man, you act like LeBron ain't missed a ton of games since he been
welcome
in LA.
To being LeBron, nigga.
This dude, wait a minute, he act like he ain't been
shipping on his shoulders, nigga, since 18. Games.
He act like he ain't been missing 25,
I'm saying
30
shipping
games
on his shoulders since 18, big bro.
Oh man, don't give me that. All superstars have a burden on their shoulders. You act like
he the only one. I'm saying Kobe didn't. Kobe didn't have no burden on his shoulders at 18.
Magic had it on his shoulders. George.
No, he didn't. Bro.
Yes, he did. He had to prove himself. He was a high school player coming out.
They was in college, bro.
All of them proved themselves coming out of high school.
No, they didn't. It took some longer than others.
So you mean to tell me that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar didn't have to prove himself coming out of high school?
He didn't come out. He went to college.
I'm saying in high school. You brought up high school and proving yourself.
Yeah, because we talking about high school to the pros. That's what we talking about, bro.
Well, back then they didn't bring in high school players. You had to come out of college to go to the NBA.
That's their problem.
Well, the spotlight on you automatically when you come out of high school to the league.
What's that?
The spotlight was on Kobe Bryant automatically when he came from high school to the league, and on top of that, he got rewarded an All-Star. So it's like they wanted the spotlight.
So what you call it? So if the spotlight was on him, what the fuck do you call a light that was on LeBron?
Wait a minute, I'm gonna ask you a question.
They both proved doubt is wrong. What you mean?
So you want to
that's simple.
Doubt is wrong.
So you want to bring in wait a minute. So you want to bring in high school players, right? Do you want to know why the league started to allow so many high school players to enter the pros?
Why when you come in as in the draft, you always got doubters who say you're gonna be a bust. That's what I mean, bro. You got
but bro, I'm saying people didn't know about Kobe like that, bro, when he came in the league.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna ask this question. Do you know why the league started to allow?
You gotta prove yourself still, nigga, or you gonna be out the league.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm just saying. I'm saying their expectations was different though. Let's be honest. If we having a real conversation.
Okay. Do you?
The expectation was different. I'll give you that.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, this is the question I got. Do anyone know why the NBA started to allow all them high school players to enter the pros without having to go to college? Do you know why? Do you know the root of why? Do you know the root of why?
Bro, tell us.
Okay, I mean, because I'm just trying to see where we at here. The reason why they started to allow all these high school players to enter the pros, it goes back to Prop 48. Prop 48 was instituted in the NCAA ranks in the late 80s, which limited the number of scholarships Division I programs could offer top prep athletes, particularly inner city youth, particularly black basketball
It's
players.
deeper.
Okay, it's
Exactly. I'm
deep.
about to say
So
it's
what
deeper than
happened
that.
was
There's a reason why they didn't
by
allow it, because
limiting
a
those
lot of
scholarships,
athletes was
right, and
the
the
young,
requirement was
you know what I mean, the young niggas.
they raised the ACT scores beyond the educational opportunities they provided to inner city youth, coming up in high school. So what happened was, by cutting down on those scholarships because of Prop 48, and it was racially motivated, right?
Exactly.
It led to
That's
a
the key. That's
situation
the
where
key word right there. Racially
it was racially
motivated.
motivated. It led to a player like Kevin Garnett, who would have went to school coming out of Farragut Academy in Chicago. It led him to have really no other option but to declare himself pro. And so what happened was,
niggas was going straight to the league before Kevin Garnett.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, if one for that Prop 48 and the ACT scores being standard, you wouldn't have saw all them high school players in the pros the way they did.
Man, they seen they could feast off them young black boys, man. Ain't none of that, bro. Come on.
So that opened up another window where you had all these opportunities trying to push so many high school players to the pro ranks when they weren't ready, like Kwame Brown. Whereas if you'd have went to college and benefited and developed his game, that is always an exception to the rule. I admit there's always an exception to the rule where someone technically can go pro out of high school, but for every high school player that's ready to play, you got forward. There's not. That's a whole nother can of worms.
That's cool.
So when we start talking about a player is better just because they coming out of high school, no, you can't do it like that, because there's circumstances that led to the influx of all them high school players in the pros the way they did. Like Darius Miles, who he can jump out the gym, but Jermaine O'Neal, he sat on the bench for 4 years in Portland. He goes to Indiana, and in his 5th year, then he finally matures as a player, and he started becoming an all-star level player. Now imagine if you went to school. So what I'm trying to say is, this knock on players having to go to college to go pro is really a misnomer that a lot of these talking heads try to spew out there to try to prove that today's players better than yesterday. What I'm trying to say is, man, like I said,
they are better.
Nah, man, I ain't getting off in all that. I'm not getting off in all that, because the game is the game, and that's why I'm saying there's in that perspective also fuels.
Well, you only saying that because
also
LeBron came out of high school. There's more examples like college players. Like, I see what you mean. You learn the game more, and you get more, like, you learn defense, execution. You learn more fundamentals. So there's more stuff you learn in college that they teach you and stuff. So I understand what you're saying on that.
Coming to the NBA,
yeah, but everybody don't need it though.
You
but
look at
LeBron
Larry
an exception though, because he one of the best athletes of all time.
And that's all I be wanting to say right there. He's the exception, bro. That's all I be wanting. That's all I be wanting niggas to understand.
But see, the problem is with what you got, man. You come across as someone who believes that this dude is flawless, but he's sitting there with 6 championship losses playing on super teams.
You talking to me?
I'm just saying, on super teams.
You said, hold on. Let's go back. Let's rewind real quick. You say that I come across as the type that what?
You want to make it seem like this dude is flawless, but the dude have massive holes in his game.
No, I'm not, bro. I'm coming across as saying that he was the exception to that rule.
Okay, you got Kobe Bryant was the exception to the rule.
Not really.
Lord have mercy. Look, when he came to I'm gonna ask you this question. When he came to the Lakers.
Listen, big bro. Listen, my nigga. The Lakers drafted Kobe, bro, right? Kobe was able to chill and develop. Like those years he would have been in college.
KB, can you explain? Can you explain?
Let me finish my statement, big bro. Without due respect. I'm saying the only motherfucker that I seen coming to the league from day one, no hiccups, nigga, no, I need time, nigga, to work myself into becoming what I'm gonna be. It's LeBron.
Kobe Bryant, when he came to the Lakers, he had an all-star shooting guard in front of him in Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones was a 2-time all-star player in this league, one of the best slashers and defenders of basketball.
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. And the head coach,
I know that.
Dale Harris, did not believe in playing high school players and giving them significant minutes. That's why Kobe was coming off the bench, getting limited minutes.
Bro, Kobe was not physically ready to play in the league, big bro. Like we know this, big bro. Like, why you niggas trying to? Bro, when he came into the league, he did not have LeBron's stature.
Hold on, time out. Daryl Harris said he didn't want Kobe to play because he thought that Kobe would think that scoring is too easy.
Michael Cooper telling you who was doing
workouts.
Byron Scott telling you who Kobe was doing workouts. They tell you how good his shoe was.
You know why? Because Daryl Harris didn't want Kobe getting ahead of himself. He was trying to coach a championship team, and he didn't want Kobe to feel like he could just do everything he wants, like as far as on the court.
I'm saying if a coach think a player can help them win, bro, like you're not gonna tell me that coach ain't gonna put that nigga on the court, bro.
They did the same thing. Well, they did the same thing with Kevin Garnett. He didn't come in starting right away. He was the best.
Kevin Garnett spent half of the season on the bench.
Wait a minute,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I say LeBron is the exception to the rule.
No, it's because Kevin Garnett had the talent to do it, but the coaches then they weren't giving high school players significant minutes like that or starting out.
But he got it, bro. I'm saying by mid-season he was starting.
He didn't have no all-star power forward playing in front of him either.
I'm saying I don't care who was playing in front of LeBron, bro. LeBron would have started.
I'm not saying he wasn't going to start. I mean, he was in a situation where he was given the green. He was given the green light.
That, bro, when you got a player that you draft,
he was given the green light from the get.
Man, hey, big bro, you want to talk for me and you, big bro?
Look, man. At the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you this, man. Your boy should have stayed. I'm gonna ask you this question.
You said the boy should have what?
I'm gonna ask you this question. Why did he leave Cleveland the second time?
Because he a grown ass man.
Yeah, he said that.
No. Give me a basketball reason.
I can't give you no reason, nigga. I ain't LeBron James.
Exactly. The reason why he left Cleveland the second time is because they ran out of assets to make any more significant moves, dog. That's why.
You just lied.
And the reason why he came to LA is because we had more draft capital, cap space, and talent to flip around to stack the deck. It's as simple as that.
You just lied though. Why you lie?
Lying about what?
You just said nigga, he left Cleveland, nigga, because they didn't have no more assets. That's what you just said out your mouth.
What assets they have? They ran out.
So hold on, cool. So when they was about to get Paul George, nigga, and the only reason that they didn't get him is because LeBron wouldn't agree to an extension, nigga. He could have got more assets right there, nigga.
Bro, I told, bro, I ain't got a lot. See, BJ, I don't got a lot. You know what I told you? Spoke to Daryl Harris, BJ. Everything I said was fact.
But either with that, Kobe.
Who said you was lying, big bro? Bro, I'm not listening to nothing. I'm not listening to nothing that BJ talking about, big bro.
But you gotta respect who paved the way, because Kobe and them paved the way for high school players to get drafted. That's why they was comfortable enough to draft.
No, he didn't. Nigga, Kobe didn't.
Yes, he did. Because they seen how Kobe and KG and them panned out. Yes, they did.
Bro,
it was going off of 4-year players and all that, bro.
Listen, big bro. Kobe didn't come into the league, nigga, starting.
Nobody seen.
No, I'm saying they seen how the high school players panned out, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you why. He influenced people to draft high school players.
If LeBron would have came out as a junior, nigga, he would have went number one.
I'm not saying he, bro.
Back then, sir.
Like I'm saying, bro, y'all want to say because Kobe came before LeBron, but what Kobe panned out to, they had no significance, importance, nigga, on LeBron.
You crazy as hell, LeBron.
If that's the case, I got to get the same credit to KG and the same credit to Sean Kemp.
We do.
And niggas like
that's
that.
what I just said. I just said KG and Kobe.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. If you say that's cool. That's cool. But what I'm saying is that they were able to work Kobe into it because he went 13th. If you go number one, nigga, you're not gonna be on no bench.
But that was the
Now, at the
traditional
time,
thing
the
that
reason why
sports
he
do.
was
If
drafted
NFL
13th is
used to do
because
that.
he was a high school
Quarterbacks,
player. That's why he was drafted
quarterbacks
at
should sit for.
13th. Because he was a
drafted
high
But
school
that's how.
player.
bro. Bro,
Right,
LeBron's a
right.
high school player, bro.
But at that time, though, bringing in high school players became commonplace by that point, where Kwame
But not
Brown was
picking him
drafted number
one.
one. Kwame Brown was the first high school player ever drafted number one. That was 2 years before LeBron James entered the
Thank you.
league.
That's my point exactly. Nigga, he wasn't doing shit. So did he pay it away from LeBron?
But my point is
Thank you.
that because of what
No,
was
but
going
you
on in college
go ahead.
basketball, it led high school players to declare eligibility into the pros when they shouldn't have been doing it. And that really, tell you the truth,
Bro, LeBron,
it really should go for
bro,
all of them.
you can't say that, bro, because LeBron nigga, most definitely should have. Like I
But
say, he the
what I'm
exception to the
saying is
rule.
this. What I'm saying is this. You can take any of these high school players that entered the pros coming out of high school. And in the 80s, they would have had to go to college. That's just the way it was. It don't mean that the players was worse back then.
But they was born in the 80s. That's the whole thing. Nigga, I don't care about what would have happened.
But that's who laid the foundation out, bro.
What I'm saying is this.
They paid the way for shit to happen, bro.
Overall.
Okay, so Kwame Brown paid the way for LeBron then. You're right.
No, what I'm saying overall,
you
always have
the exception. About how the mindsets in the organization thought process change.
Man, I'm saying LeBron would have. Okay. I'm gonna say this, nigga. If
Even
LeBron
in football,
was
they used to sit quarterbacks.
9-6 motherfucking draft, he would have went number one, bro.
In a wood draft,
and then it'll been the other way around. He would have paid the way with KJ.
Went number one.
Oh, you talking about number one pick? No. I don't know about that. So
you
KG didn't go number one. KG didn't go number one.
Number one pick, AI.
Bro, because KG wasn't physically ready. That's what I'm trying to tell you, nigga.
LeBron wasn't like that when he first came to the league.
What?
He wasn't like he was now. Like he had to put on muscle.
Bro, what?
Were you tripping?
He had to learn how to shoot.
LeBron came into the league like 230, nigga.
No, he had the skill set, but he still had to develop. Though,
what's crazy? This was crazy.
Bro.
He had the athleticism. He just had to develop the skill set. I mean,
this is what's crazy.
Okay, so
he want to make it seem like he want to make it seem like LeBron was the first player who ever entered the NBA and averaged 20 points as a rookie. That's the impression.
Out of high school, nigga. Hey, bro, them semantics don't work with me, nigga.
I said
them semantics don't work with me, nigga.
They said Michael Jordan could have did the same thing doing his freshman year in college. They said he could have did the same thing.
You better understand, like
they could have been started, but after his freshman season, why he stay 2 more years?
Because the requirement was in the 80s that you had to play multiple years of college before you get the eligibility to go pro.
No, you could have played 1 year and went to the pros.
Okay, you tell me in the 80s, and Sean Kemp was drafted in 89. Okay, out of high school. You tell me another player in the NBA who was drafted in the 80s who came right out of high school. Tell me one.
But Sean Kemp did it. Why Jordan could have did it?
I said 89 because
bro. I'm saying none of those players LeBron, bro.
No, the reason why Sean Kemp entered the pro out of high school was because of the impact of Prop 48.
I don't give a fuck about it. Hey, big bro, like you standing trying to talk about Prop 48, nigga. What I'm telling you is, nigga, you just said, nigga, that people said Jordan could have did it. No, Jordan could not have did it, bro.
Also, so people who witnessed it and competed against this guy and coached this guy, you gonna take you gonna go against their word and you want around to see it.
Jordan
you want around to see it, so you gonna scoff at it because
Jordan
you don't want to believe it.
For 3 years, bro. He wasn't even dominating college. He wasn't even dominating college, bro.
You don't want to believe it because I understand you a LeBron guy.
Let LeBron, hey bro, it would have been classified as a hate crime if they let LeBron stay in school for 3 years.
Boy, I tell you, it was crazy. You know what's crazy about it is, man. I watched this man's game I watched this
It
man's
was more of
game.
a money investment thing, man. They're scared of a failed investment.
I
That's what
watched this
really is.
man's
All that
game
48
since he's been in
stuff,
the
that's
league.
not it.
And his
Go ahead.
he has significant holes in his game, man, and it causes roster fluctuation across the board on a yearly basis because I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The season goals, you can pinpoint it. Okay, I'm finna break this down.
Hey, JB.
And KB, I want when we end this, I want you if you can read that article out loud, and I promise I won't say another word after this. This is how LeBron James
I
team
definitely don't
goes.
believe that shit.
This is how LeBron James teams go. And I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. You start the season, right? Okay, they make these moves. They finna do it again if they resign this guy or wherever he go.
Who is he talking about?
They make these all season moves. He's been the reason why over 120 players over the past 16 years have been traded. Over 120. Okay, that's
you say
number
LeBron
one.
is the reason?
Yes. I'm saying teams, organizations, management has had to push the meter, go full throttle, and conduct over 120 player trades for this dude.
So what? That's business. So what?
Basically since 09. Basically since 09.
Hey, bro, is trading players illegal?
I'm saying to the point, man, where you're
What are you talking about, big bro?
You're doing a decade worth of trades in damn near 3 years, but that's a whole nother story. Okay, this is how the season goes. They make these moves, right? And they'll gas up the moves. Are they the prohibited favorite to win a championship? There's been 5 occasions where his teams at the end of the season have been the prohibited favorite to win it all. They don't even sniff the finals. Okay, so it's more hype in the beginning than the actual result that
But how many years? How many years have we sniffed the finals though?
When the season, the least competitive conference in the history of professional basketball, playing on a super team.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, I got the historical data.
Oh, so what about the West nigga? What about the West nigga in Magic days?
But the difference was though, the Lakers was getting to the finals and winning them. No, they won 5 titles in the 80s though.
They lost 4. They lost 4, bro.
That's a bad example. That's
they
a bad example because
they lost 4, nigga.
No, they lost 1 in the 90s. They lost 3 in the 80s and won 5. So they had they damn near won 6. Well, I'm saying they had a winning percentage though, and they won overhaul their roster every year. They won. When they lost to another all-time championship team. Bad example.
Nigga, they got swept twice.
This is how the season starts. They hype it up, and then they'll start this GOAT talk. You know,
one more question, bro. When you say they, who is they?
I'm talking about the fans. A lot of his fans do it. Talking heads, man. They start this braggadocio. It happens every freaking year. Then, you know, when they really study the lineup, then they kind of start, you know, they pulling back a little bit, saying, I don't know. And then 2 months to the season, you start to see the snag in the system. Because the system the style of play, it don't allow, it eliminates 2 to 3 positional players on the court. It eliminates a power forward for being able to play a power forward. The center has to, they can't clog the paint. They can't clog the paint. Okay, so they have to.
Nobody clogs the paint anymore, big bro.
They have to be able to space the floor.
You talking stupid, big bro.
No, I ain't talking stupid. These are facts. Your point
These are not facts, big bro.
Your point guard is ineffective. Okay.
He plays point guard.
But what I'm saying is the point guard, if he was allowed to play off, if he was able to play off ball more, then
LeBron can play off ball. That's what he's doing right now. That's what he's doing right now, bro.
But it leads to losing more than it does the wins.
Luka is on the ball, bro.
What I'm saying is, prior to, that's been the pattern. Okay.
No, that happened, bro. He played off ball in Miami. He played off the ball too, big bro. Kyrie used to have the ball in Cleveland. Like, what are you talking about right now, big bro?
No, after that first year in Miami, Wade had to change his game. So
LeBron still played off the ball, bro. Mario Chalmers used to have the ball, bro.
What I'm saying is this. The pattern is you get into the first 2 months of the season, the team stagnates because of the system, because majority of the time, players cannot adjust to whatever role it is they're asked to play because they're used to playing a certain way.
Well,
Okay.
JB,
But
can you do me a favor?
Can you talk about the positive about what happened in the beginning of the Lakers era,
bro,
like when
he,
they
bro,
first made
no,
the
he
trade?
can't, bro. He's a LeBron hater, bro.
I'm just
I'm
telling
just
you.
saying, like, let's just be balanced. Like, let's just keep, like, you feel me? Let's just
What
talk
I'm
that
saying is,
shit.
what I'm saying is,
bro, LeBron haters don't have no balance, big bro.
I'm looking at the results. See, it ain't like I'm talking.
You just talking, big bro.
You just I'm saying, like, the moves that Rob Pelinka and them made to get certain role players to help.
So he was brought to the team.
Like,
He was brought to the team.
Bro.
He came off of 2 finals losses. So the ratio of him winning versus losing, 3 and 6. So 66% of the time, he's losing in the final versus winning. So if that's the pattern, if that's the ratio, what would make people think it's going to be
different chip every way he
when
win.
he came to the lake? But he lost more.
He won a chip every way he win. But he haven't lost more. He haven't lost more with the Lakers though.
He lost.
He won it over with the Lakers.
He lost more.
He's won it over with the Lakers though.
3 times in 21, 22, 24.
No, y'all don't count that.
Picked to win it all.
Y'all don't count that, big bro.
They was
all.
No,
because if that's the case, because if that's the case, everybody lose.
It's part of the record.
Well, everybody lose.
To win it all. Going into the season,
lose there, big bro.
You know,
everybody lose. Hey, what happened to Kobe? What happened to Kobe
was
his
the
last 6
first
years?
time.
What happened to Kobe his last 6 years?
Last year was the first time in franchise history that they was a 3rd seed and lost in the first round.
A player's back and like they retirement years.
Bro, that's what he's doing right now. That's what he's doing right now.
Because they telling us that
so what happened to Kobe his last 6 years, bro?
What was that?
What happened to Kobe his last 6 years then?
Has nothing to do with now. There's nobody that was running the Lakers back then that's running the Lakers now. Those years with Kobe has nothing to do with
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, nigga, why he lost every year?
What's this dude talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Kobe. It doesn't
Kobe.
make any sense. Kobe won 1 championship in the 2010s, and he played 3 years until he tore
I'm talking about his last 6 years in the league, nigga.
I would just say injury and team construction, but I just don't count
injuries now.
Players back in their career.
What do you mean?
The way y'all trying to judge LeBron, nigga, on his last leg, I'm gonna do the same shit, nigga.
You ain't on the last leg
LeBron's not on his last leg, nigga.
When they signed him, no, that's an excuse because when they brought him to the team, they said in year 1 they was going to the Western Conference Final. But when
he bought him a chip. He bought him a chip.
But when he falters, they gonna bring up his age. Every time he loses, they gonna bring up his age.
Because YD thought they were gonna win the chip.
He brought him a chip.
Was betting on winning the chip this year. Now
that's another thing. That's another thing. His fans don't give his teammates. See, I can sit here and say Kobe was our leader to our championship team, but I'm gonna give credit to Trevor Ariza. I'm gonna give credit to Derek Fisher. I'm gonna give credit to Paul Gasol. I'm gonna give credit to Sasa Vujacic. I'm gonna give credit to Jordan Formore, Lou Walt. I'm gonna give credit to the whole team for making a contribution. It's a blanket statement. It's a blanket statement. He did it. They give no credit to Kyrie. They give no credit to Wade. They give no credit to Bosh.
Well, he ain't talking about me.
Love. They give no credit to AD.
I give all of them credit.
They don't
see me show love to DJ and Sasha Vujacic.
I'm saying he ain't talking about me because I give all them niggas credit.
Let's get to the AD trade. And I'm through talking about it.
Oh, you said that like 90 minutes ago, bro.
I gotta get ready to close out because I got some business.
He got a motor mouth, bro.
Okay. I gotta get out here and get this money. But y'all make y'all closing arguments.
Read that article for us.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read this article. Y'all can stay up here.
Yeah, nigga, don't run.
This dude said don't run. Why we gotta run? Why we gotta run? Good. We losing every year. We supposed to be in win now mode.
Stay right there. Hey, but y'all was losing every year in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Nigga, y'all was losing all those years, nigga.
No respect.
Yo.
See, But see, we was okay when we lost in 2011. We was going for a three-peat. Okay, we lost in the second round of Dallas, and then in 2012 we lost in the second round of OKC. Well, I'm saying we had a championship run. That's a natural arc for a team. When you peak,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
LeBron went 8 times in a row, nigga.
On super teams and the worst conference ever.
That's not the worst conference ever, bro. I keep telling you about Magic. I keep telling you about the Western Conference. The Western Conference, nigga. Bro, the Western Conference nigga in the ACL.
After Derrick Rose into his ACL in 2012, that man didn't face another superstar in the playoffs for the next 7 years. And please don't say
he faced them in the finals.
He didn't face them in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
He faced them in the finals, nigga.
He didn't face them in the playoffs, though.
So what, nigga? Who I'm saying?
So what,
bro?
That means he had a cakewalk. That's why seeding wasn't important. That's why,
bro. 8 years.
They weren't tripping on seeding because they even had it on lock come playoff time.
I'm saying,
that's why
who was the common denominator?
The common denominator was him on the super team.
LeBron,
that was the common denominator.
LeBron was the common denominator.
The common denominator was him on a super team with 2 other superstars.
That's who was the and big bro. I mean, you can say that like till you blue in the face. At the end of the day, LeBron is consistent top 2, big bro.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, that ain't my opinion. Nigga, consistency is a word, nigga. That means something.
That's your opinion.
I mean, you can look it up right now. All you gotta do is say, is LeBron, ask any motherfucking thing you want to ask. Is LeBron consistent top 2 player ever?
That depends on who you ask. You may be surprised.
Listen, man, that's opinion. Let's just stick to the
No, it's not, bro. Consensus is not opinionated, nigga.
It's still somebody's opinion at the end of the day, bro, because everybody don't agree.
Well, big bro, all I'm saying is that, nigga, how we gonna see another opinion, though, bro? Like, if it's consensus, it's consensus.
This the thing. And KB got it. This the thing, man. I never had an issue with LeBron James. When he was on that Redeem team, the Team USA going for gold. I was rooting for him. I was rooting for him just like everybody else. And I always said, doing his first, would turn to be his first run in Cleveland. I used to always say, I said, damn, man, LeBron lead Cleveland to the championship, man. That'd be one of the greatest stories in history in the NBA. I used to say it, man. I said, Cleveland's a great sports. No. He came back. He made sure Kyrie was locked in to an extension. And he got Kevin Love.
So what, bro? Hey, bro, what the fuck? Hey, bro, they brought in J.R. Smith. Hey, bro, why did Jordan leave? Because they got rid of Pippen. Why did he leave?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you.
They broke the team up.
So why Jordan didn't come back?
They broke the team up. That's why.
So
everybody left.
So Jordan didn't believe he could win outside the field?
No. They broke the team up. Meaning they won't play on none of them coming back.
Hold on. They didn't tell Jordan not to come back.
No. Let me say it again. They broke the team. The only player who remained was Tony Kukoc. They broke.
So why did he come back and go to war with a new team?
They weren't planning on bringing nobody back. That's why the man retired.
We don't got to go all the way to Jordan. Let's just stay on the topic.
Hold on. So Jordan was trying to make sure that if he came back, right, Pippen and his whole team was intact, right or wrong?
No, it wasn't about him coming back. They was going to move on from everybody and break the team up.
No, they didn't move on from Jordan. Jordan retired.
No, what I'm saying, let me repeat.
So hold on. Hey, JB, you read this because I can't do it from my phone. My phone fucking up right now.
Okay, let me pull it up. Like I said, fellas, man, I really don't like to argue about all this, man, because I never had a back and forth about my team until all this started. And that's just the reality. And the fact that I've had to go back and forth, and I know how the season is going to end. See, like I said,
it's just a conversation, bro. It's not bad.
No. What I'm saying is,
you're not some basketball aficionado, bro.
Well, who are you?
I'm trying to stay on the topic and tell you, I'm trying to ask you, did you like the move when it first happened? When they made the trade for AD?
Hold on, bro. We gotta get through this article because I gotta make some money, man.
Okay, let me pull up this article real quick. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The thing about AD is AD was going to become a free agent
the super
after the next year. They could have got AD outright, man. They didn't have to open up the door to mortgage the future to get them, and they've been it's like a dog chasing his tail every year.
Hey, JB.
Hey, Kobe Bryant film room.
What up, bro?
Hey, bro, when I send a super chat, bro, you get the bread right then.
I don't have super chats.
Yeah, I can't pull it up.
Damn, you talking about this the first part, KB? Or
How you take donation? Cash App?
Yeah, I can put my Cash App up there.
Oh, you got Zelle or Chime?
Wait a minute.
No, the only thing I got is Cash App.
Okay, we'll send me the Cash App.
Lonzo Ball ranks first in the
Joe.
NBA in the toughest defensive assignments. Defensively, Lonzo Ball has taken a step forward this season with the New Orleans Pelicans. Even with his slow start offensively, Ball excelled on the other end of the court from opening night of the season. I can't see the other part.
It say while the addition of Eric Bledsoe was expected to continue a
strong defense backcourt. I can't see the bottom.
Defensive backcourt. But y'all gotta stroll down now. Y'all gotta stroll down.
I mean, that really don't prove nothing because you making a trade for AD, a two-way superstar, and he was young as well. That's the right move. That's the same thing the Clippers did with SGA. They traded young upcoming star and they draft picks, and this what happened. People make mistakes sometimes. Organization gonna make mistakes. Everything not gonna pan out like wanted to.
I think what people not understanding is this is for all the marbles. Anytime you in win now mode and you liquidate all your assets and you have to cash out, the owner had to cash out and sell the team because after that 1 year, there was no profit being generated. Meaning you didn't invest in that. You took away the producer.
You showing me examples of other generation dynasties, not this generation from 2020. That's what I'm saying. You got to compare to from there to what's going on now. You comparing it to like back then. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm just saying we can talk right now. What I'm saying is that you look at this decade and you see all these multiple champions, and then people say, I'm talking about people. You got 8 different champions in 8 years. Well, from 1969 to 1988, you win 19 years before you saw a repeat champion. So what I'm trying to say is the league is the league. You can't say because something is happening right now that the reason that something happened back then is because of this and that. What I'm saying is what is happening is you have a plethora of teams that built up pretty much the same way for the most part. They had core players that they developed, and then they added key pieces, and then they went for it, and they won. And it was still driven by their superstar at the end of the day. So you have a whole bunch of teams that's doing it at the same time. It's emerging at this. It ain't just 1 or 2 teams. Now you got damn near 6 or 7 of them in the Western Conference. So what I'm saying is,
well, let's run down all the last championships, how they made adjustments and add new players to get over the hump and win championships. Let's talk about that. Because they didn't all come from the draft or homegrown.
No,
and they added stars and everything.
No, what I'm saying is,
that's what I'm saying. Everybody did it.
No, everybody makes moves. What I'm saying is, we're the only franchise in the history of the NBA who traded off the whole decade. Meaning. There's players. Here go a perfect example. Rumors about Herb Jones in New Orleans, or Trey Murphy in New Orleans. Oh man, we can use a player like that, a prototype like that. Well, one of those players you could have drafted outright in Trey Murphy. They call him Trigger Trey. He's a 50-40-90 guy. You could have drafted him outright. And
not moving the needle, JB.
So what I'm saying is this AD trade, it looks good on surface. But when you really pull back the layers of it, like I say, when you traded for AD, you had 5 players under contract. That means essentially, when you really look at it in the fundamental sense, you don't have a franchise. So therefore, to fill that roster out, you got to bring in all outside players. And when you build your team in that mode, You got to continuously do it year in and year out. It's not about a piece here and piece there. Teams are supposed to do that. You're supposed to try to improve the team in an appropriate fashion. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that was set up from the get-go. And it's obvious it was set up from the get-go. It was obvious you suppressing players' value because you had no plans of re-signing them, but he playing all 82 games for you.
KB, don't talk to me about players who had to switch their whole shot for him. Go ahead, though.
No, I'm just saying at the end of the day. Did you find it? Did you find it, KB?
Yeah, that's the second piece. My StreamYard messing up. Like this shit, I've been trying to get back on for like the last 10 minutes, but
Did you find it?
Yes.
Okay, so
It's on the
I'm gonna
screen.
be quiet.
Yeah, it says to continue a strong defensive backcourt presence, the newly acquired guard has not stepped into the hole left by Drew Holiday yet this season. The result has been Ball taking the tougher of the perimeter defensive assignments much of the season. The stats not only back that up, but also show that Ball has taken on the toughest defensive assignments in the league overall per B-Ball Index. Ball ranks first in toughest assignments with a minimum of 500 minutes played. Rankings just ahead of Lou Dort, Oklahoma City, and Mikal Bridges of Phoenix. Then it says, our matchup difficulty page has been updated with data as of the beginning of today. Here are this season's defenders taking on the toughest assignments, minimum 500 minutes. 1, Lonzo Ball. 2, Lou Dort. 3, Mikal Bridges. 4, Gary Harris. 5, Royce O'Neal. And shout out to Royce O'Neal. Hey, Ball has defended a number of top players in the league this season, ranging from Damian Lillard to Zach LaVine to Devin Booker and Donovan Mitchell, with a handful of small exceptions. Ball has gotten the better of his assignments as well. His defense also served as a spark multiple times for New Orleans in wins against the Pacers. Ball saved the game with a heads-up defensive play at the final possessions and the weekend's win over Boston. Ball and Josh Hart. Hold on, let me add another one.
So we give her credit for being an NBA player.
This is bad, man. Sad, man.
But check this out. Now, there's jokes about Lonzo Ball, but what's crazy is, if you look at it,
I seen Lonzo Ball. I see him on the side of the backboard. So I know the reason why the Lakers ain't hesitate to give him up. Because when he came out from the draft, Magic Johnson was like, oh, that's one of the best players I've ever seen, something like that. So in order for them to make that trade, is reasons why.
But see, this
they
thing,
kept Kuzma, so they kept somebody. Like they gave up. They really didn't give up much to get AD. It was a great move. And AD was still like 26 or 27.
This is the problem. You get AD, you bring in all these old players. You bring in Rondo, Danny Green, Avery Bradley, and all these cats. Okay. So since
they filling the roster out, they got some minimum contracts and shit too. They got 2 max contracts.
That's a flaw. It's a flaw because it's going to lead to massive player turnover. You're trying to microwave your way to a championship, and that's a major reason why they lose it. Okay. You've been trying to get a point guard up in there basically since Rondo. They brought in Kendrick Nunn. Now he missed his whole first year of the injury. Ain't nobody say nothing about that. You brought in Gabe Vincent. You signed him 3 years, right? He's supposed to be the backup point guard, and he was never a backup point guard. And fans got frustrated and wanted to see him traded. Got him out of there. So basically,
they made moves, but the moves just didn't pan out because Gabe Vincent was coming off a finals run. He had a good playoff run. So
the moves that you're making, requiring that you're giving up players who are performing decently, but what you give up, you need to fill. So you sacrifice a positive part to fill a need, but what you give up to fill the need is what you're lacking down the road. It's like a dog chasing his tail. So when you tell me that you trade an AD and then you try to say you don't need AD to play defense, you got on lock, then you get dead in the first round to justify trading for a Luka. Well, to get Luka, you gave your best interior defender and your best perimeter defender. And right now, what are they saying the Lakers need? So basically, what they're trying to do, man, it's almost like you're trying to Ponzi scheme your way. It's like a reverse pyramid your way to a title. That's why they're not getting there. This thing is very deep, man. So,
but you gotta learn how to separate because it's two new people in the office. Magic Johnson not there no more, so you can't keep correlating the years together. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Tied together. That's my point.
No, it's not, bro.
What you mean?
Yes,
Rob Pelinka's still there.
Yes, it is.
I know, but it's still people. It's the game. Like the game changing. Like it's different moves. Like it's so much nuance that's going on that we can't.
But you know why it's all
stagnant on.
But you know why it's the same. You know why it's the same. You keep on saying we in win now mode. You can't be in win now mode when you're losing. That's the whole point. So
yes,
it's all smoke and mirrors. If I go into a season and they telling us that we in win now mode, and they making moves with the purpose of winning the championship, and you can't go from losing in the first round 2 years straight, 3 out of the past 5 years, talking about you're ready to win a championship. That's not realistic. That's the whole point. You go through stages. Like you go, okay, you make the playoffs with a team for the first time. Then the next step is, okay, we make a move.
Oh my God, dude, you be dragging this shit, big bro.
I'm not dragging it. What I'm trying to say is, man, it's a process to build a real championship team that you have a long run.
So why you don't work for the Lakers, bro?
Hey, I can't help it, man.
They looked good to me. They looked good to me when they was the third seed last year. They looked cool. This is what I'm saying. People gotta stop worrying. Like it's a process. No. Like if you saying, oh, the Lakers, like for instance, now they paid Austin Reed like a $46 million a year contract, and Luka coming back. They got Ayton. They might add another viable piece. You never know. That's what I'm saying. Y'all overreacting and like going out around saying this and that.
When you got
like just let that shit play out.
No, what I'm saying is, if you got 8 players on your rotation, they can be declare free agency, whether it's a team option or player option. It's a problem. I can see 2 players. You got 8 players, but you in win now mode. So what I'm saying is, even what I'm trying to say is, fellas, you're never.
Do you ever look at that? Less players not sacrifices as much because there's so much money on the table now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all gotta look at the nuance of stuff, bro. It's a different mindset, different structure now, bro, than it was back then. You gotta add all that in and stuff, just making these statements like
they think it's still the 90s, bro.
Check this out. Okay, they lose to Denver in the conference finals, right? They lose in 4 games. And I picked Denver to win that series because I've been watching Denver develop their team. That's what I'm trying to say. This
nigga haven't said one time he picked the Lakers.
Because I know they're not going to win. That's the point. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's a defeated, losing mindset, though, bro. Like, when you're in the playoff, you got to give yourself a chance, bro.
No, it's
not if you're looking at what
it's a loser mentality when you
but you got 2 of the top 10 players. You got to factor in injuries. Everything, bro. Like it's not all like I know what y'all saying about
injuries, but you don't.
No, listen.
What I'm saying is these teams lack depth, bro. They lack depth.
But they won in 2020 though.
Man,
no, I get what y'all saying, but
that's a distant memory, man. That's another point. Here go another point. Lakers win the title in '87, right? We beat the Boston Celtics. During the heart of the championship celebration, Pat Riley said, "Man, I love being in LA. I love being part of this city and team, but guess what? Next year we're gonna do it again." No. What I'm trying to say, no, it ain't a so what because
go ahead,
no, because he want to say it's so what. It's not a so what. What I mean is no, it's not a so what.
For me, it is. No,
because a standard had been established that had been built over the course of that decade that led Pat Riley to say, you know what? I believe we can do this. When you chopping your roster every freaking year, that means you ain't got no belief. That is not
all right, cool. Pat Riley got more belief than LeBron. We got you.
All right, but you gotta stop. That's what I'm saying. You can play in 2 things. You got set aside your LeBron problem and the Lakers problem because the Lakers making moves to cater to their superstar. Like every organization make moves to cater to their superstar, but the problem is you don't like their superstar. That's why it's a problem.
Here go an example. That's the
And don't
problem.
nobody care who he like, bro. You don't gotta like LeBron. Nigga, we don't like you.
Hey, that's beautiful.
No, I fuck
love
with
it.
JB.
This the thing. Luka, the Lakers had a chance to draft what they've been missing for 7 years. A franchise viable center that can start for the next 7-8 years. At least, like Vlade Divac did with the Lakers. Andrew Bynum, right? He played about 5-6 years as a starting center. Okay.
Andrew Bynum.
I'm just
a
saying.
cerebral piece, but
No, I'm just saying in terms of growing to the point where you are the legitimate starting center for a franchise. Okay.
So you gonna get mad at Milwaukee from trading they number one pick Andrew Bynum? That's what I'm saying. People gonna make moves, bro. Like
no.
Everybody not gonna pan out. Some men, some not.
This is why they're not going to.
It's a hit or miss.
Through the top. I'm finna explain to you why they're not finna crack to the top of the conference. If you notice, the league is rebuilding the center position. Look around. Look what's happening in the league. It's not so much perimeter oriented as it has been, where you're not relying on shooting all these 3-point shots. Okay, so Jokic showed you that. Hear me out.
What center you talking about?
Look, hear me out. All these teams that are on the come up, even Utah. Utah is going to be the next team that's going to pop. I guarantee you.
Hey, one last point, guys. One last point, JB, and then I got to shut it down.
Okay.
Go ahead, JB. I'm gonna get my last point.
Oh no, I was just gonna say because I
hope
go ahead.
I got no point. Y'all go ahead.
All these teams are drafting centers. We sitting here scrambling for one. If you don't get a center up in there, you're not cracking through OKC. You're not cracking through San Antonio. You couldn't crack the code in Denver. Hell, you made Gobert look like Will Chamberlain last year.
He beat Denver. He 4-1 Denver.
Hold on. Even Phoenix gave you props during the regular season. This is the issue. You keep on trying to cater to superstars instead of doing what's best for the team. That is a flaw in thinking. They tried to do it for Kawhi. They didn't win. They tried to do it for KD and Phoenix. They didn't win. Okay.
Why do you think they doing it?
No, hold on. We had a chance to draft a center.
They did it for LeBron. He won.
We had a chance to draft a center, the center in North Carolina, Henry Fazar. Okay, 18 points, 8 rebounds, shooting over 40% from the three, and he plays with tenacity. Okay. You cater to Luka, and I have no problem with Luka because you draft a player that's represented by the same people that represents Luka. You thinking that you could draft this in the second round and the Atlanta Hawks pick him up when all we had to do was draft him in the first round. So what I'm saying is, fella, we just sit here and go back and forth about moves, but until you make the proper move for the sake of the team, rather than try to capitulate to the superstar, you ain't finna win. You not finna beat OKC. They just got this center from Michigan. You got Wemby at San Antonio. You not finna crack through that unless you get a real bona fide center up in there. That's just the reality. Now, maybe you can pull that off 10, 15, but 10 years ago, when you had a lot of small ball out there, that's not finna work right now. So the league is basically is going back to balance where your center position could be your driving force of attack. You know what I'm saying? Where you got to prepare for that guy. If you're trying to bring somebody up in here that's a real runner, a real protector, someone who can, throw lobs to, man, that'll get you through the regular season. That is not going to get you through the postseason, man. I'm just sorry, man, but we had a chance to draft him, but you're trying to capitulate to somebody instead of draft the best available player. And that's basically been the MO. And this is what's leading us to have to make constant moves. And I'm finished, and I'll let everybody else finish up.
All right, CJ, you want to give your last word right now?
Yeah. Thanks for having me up. And yeah, JB, I understand. I already know you're a Kobe fan. Like, I just see you on road. So I already know how you feel about the Lakers and stuff. I know you're not a fake Lakers fan, but I think what we gotta do is sometimes separate the organization from a player because they made the right moves to like trying to win. Even though you saying it's not the right move, simple fact they trying to carry it around LeBron. I understand that, but I'm thinking like around the league, that's how like this the NBA is. So it feels like there's no reason to complain because they're gonna keep doing it and keep doing it. I just look at the results. So like when we ranking and all that, that's a different argument. Like I don't got like I'm a Kobe guy, so I understand where you're coming from and everything. But I think that was a good move. Or the simple fact AD was like a top 5 player at the time when he made the move. Like he was a dominant interior scorer. Like he was a reliable rim protector, elite rebounder. So I feel like that was the right move at the time. But I mean, I ain't gonna get mad at your opinion how you feel about it. I just think Lakers tried to do something, like try to do stuff. I'm kind of giving them sympathy because they try their best they can. Because we know LeBron brings a lot of luggage to a team, but at the end of the day, you did get a championship out of it. So it's like at least you could say y'all won or whatever. You want counted or not. Like I understand
See, the
that,
thing
but I
is,
just think
they was expected to win way more based on what they gave up. That's the problem. See,
okay, I
that's
feel
the
what you
issue.
said.
See, this is when you sell yourself short. When you give up the ghost, and even players like Scottie Pippen Jr. Scottie Pippen Jr., man, he was balling in Memphis. He was dropping 30-point games in the playoffs versus OKC. Well,
But JB, you're not
he
gonna
could
be
be.
able to win multiple over years because you gotta understand LeBron was 38. So at the end of the day, you gotta make that move unless you relying on a young player to grow and you relying on another win. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
It
this is the
it
thing,
would have been either way. Either way, it could have been a downfall. Like you could go 10 years, trust the process like the Sixers, or you can just make moves like the Knicks and win in that short span window. So
And
everybody
even
gonna do things
The Knicks
differently.
have been building over the past 5 years. And like I said, it started with Julius Randle getting to the playoffs for the first time in six
That's why I said some
years.
moves just don't pan out. Like they made trades and
Okay, let
stuff.
me
Like
ask you
that's
this.
what the
I'm gonna ask
Lakers
you this.
doing. They traded AD. Like they doing it. They traded for Westbrook. Just some shit don't pan out.
But see, I'm gonna ask you this. Like I say, we were so far ahead of the curve, it was frightening. I think that's part of the disconnect. You know, we were so far. It wasn't even about the pursuit of a championship that year because you knew you weren't gonna win a championship in 2018. Okay, so my point is, you had everything in you had a treasure chest. You had your treasure. You didn't have to go borrow from nobody. You didn't have to knock on the door and say, hey man, we need a second round pick. I'm willing to pay for a second round pick because we've done that a couple times over the past 8 years because we had no picks. We had to actually go buy a pick from another team. That's how depleted we are in draft capital. Okay. So what do you think happens since we talk about age and the fact that LeBron was older when he got here? Okay. What do you think happens based on everything that we've shown, the high marks that each individual player was achieving since they left LA? If they stay, you keep all your assets and you bring in Kawhi Leonard in his prime, what do you think happens? Because that was the real target. That's why LeBron James was brought to the team because they thought LeBron James would attract Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. That's why Magic brought LeBron to the team because they said he was going to attract multiple superstars via free agency. That's why they went with him. But in all actuality, it was your young core that would have got the superstar.
So the only difference would have been y'all would have had Kawhi instead of AD because you're not saying you mad at LeBron from coming there, is you? Or you just saying you don't
What
want
I'm
LeBron there
saying
at
is,
all?
your building
Because
would
him
have been
coming
more.
there is what attract another superstar, correct?
Okay, first of all, you sacrifice players just to create the cap to bring in LeBron. You didn't already have because the cap was really allocated. It was positioned to bring in the star player in 2019, while your Brandon Ingrams and Lonzo's people like that was still under their rookie deal and the Kuzma and the Josh Hart. So you didn't have to worry about them until 2-3 years down the road, right? So what I'm saying is, see, everything was
No,
set up.
we got an example of it. Kawhi Leonard was brought into the Clippers and he traded the young like the draft pick and
No.
SGA.
The reason
So what would be the difference?
why I went to the Clippers is because LeBron was on the Lakers. I'm saying
No, but he would have been
without
made the
LeBron.
same moves though. He would have had the young core. He would have traded them too because they unproven yet. Just like he did with SGA. That's what I'm saying. It would have been no different.
No. The reason why he pushed for Paul George was in response to LeBron forcing the AD trade. That's why. Meaning, what I'm trying to say is, people, that the timeline was set to strike gold in 2019, not 2018. So essentially, because of that, you're operating behind the 8 ball and you're trying to catch up to two teams that are ahead of you, that are ahead of schedule of their progress.
Well, looking at it like that, that's a good point there. You said that's a good point looking at it like that.
Timeline. Like let's say LeBron is available in 2019.
Right.
And comes in and wants to, elevate was already there because England would have been better. Everybody been a year better. I guarantee you
he wanted to push the trade SGA. He wanted to be cool with it, but since LeBron was over there, he had to make another move.
Right. So I figured the only way that the Clippers could hang with the Lakers after Lakers got AD was to push for Paul George.
And that's why KD went to Brooklyn.
No, that's a good point, JB. That's a good point.
That's what I'm saying.
And they went and got harder.
So what I'm saying is that move. See, what I'm trying to say is it caused both LA teams to wind up being behind the 8 ball. The Clippers was in a good spot too. They had cap space to bring in 2 max players. So what I'm saying is that move set both LA teams behind the 8 ball.
But him making a move to compete with LeBron don't stop the fact that superstars will want more help, especially if they're not in a complete prime.
But see, the
miscalculation, like he late 30s, like 37, 38.
They said when they brought LeBron to the team that he was going to attract superstars via free agency. Every superstar they got since LeBron been on the team, they had to trade for. See, so what I'm saying is you had to deplete your capital to bring these superstars in, and then within 2-year time span, you behind another team that you trying to figure out how to jump over. Where if you just stay the course, Denver probably ain't. They don't beat us 2 times in a row.
JB, you gotta look at the direction of the league. They're giving up coaches left and right, so it's a win-now league. Like coaches, I mean, you gonna have that star, but you could build around. But majority of the time, they're gonna trade them the draft capital for a star player if they can.
But see, this is the thing though.
That's why most teams lose and we win as the Lakers.
That's right. You're gonna lose more than you win.
That's why most teams lose.
See, if you was winning, I would have to shut up. I wouldn't even do this live.
Well, that's why I use the example of like the Knicks and the Knicks and OKC. I mean, even OKC didn't kind of really all build through the draft. So it's like,
but see, they got Shea. Shea was the equivalent of a free agent, but they built through the draft. Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, right? The other Jalen Williams, they finna bring in more studs. So what I'm trying to say is this.
They had to reshift their group. They had to give up Josh Giddey to add Caruso and Einstein. That's what I'm saying. Like they reshift their group.
Right. But see, when they made that move, that's the first time they clinched number 1 in the West. So they lost in the playoffs. So they saw what they needed and they tweaked the lineup. They didn't give up the ghost. See, it's not about being against a trade. It's not about that. It's about understanding the value of what you got and understand the league. And this new CBA is finna filter all that out. And if you don't draft,
how the players panned out? How all them players panned out? Was it worth it? Because how many times Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, and Josh Hart been in MVP conversations or something?
It's not
like they pan out to be ultimate superstar. Like they
see, this is the point though.
They on their third team as well. The team they got traded to traded them to.
One last point, JB. Is because they was traded from their original team. My point is this: it's not about them being MVPs. It's about the way they were built to where by the time you finish up, all you need is one superstar. The league is showing you.
At the end of the day, we look at who won the trade, and then we look at the Knicks winning the trade over the Timberwolves because they won the championship. So that's the same case with the Lakers.
It's costing you. See, it didn't cost the Pistons the ghost when they traded Adrian Danny for Mark Aguirre. You see what I'm saying? It didn't cost the Lakers they future in the 2000s to bring in Shaq. Them are examples of teams investing in their future and then building on it afterwards by making key moves. We gave up the entire ghost before it started. That's just the reality. So what I'm saying is this: Ingram goes to Toronto. They go from 30 wins to 46 wins on a team with no center on it. Like, they in a rebuild and they won 46 games. So I'm saying, you bring all that together right now, or in 2022, and you add the right star with no motives, no need to request a trade. I'm telling you, man, we'd be averaging 58, 59 wins a year instead of we celebrate because we win 50.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that
with
AD
that said,
trade helped y'all get a generational player in Lucas. So it's goods and bads to it. Go ahead.
But hold on. With that said, I got to leave. I got to make
All right,
this money.
KB.
But I appreciate y'all, man. I might go live on
All right,
Saturday.
salute, JB.
So
Sorry,
CJ,
fellas,
if you want to come, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, man. Sorry, man. I know I've been talking a lot, man. It's just
No,
I think
JB, you cool. I just be listening, bro. You don't bother me. Like, it's cool. I just listen, bro. I
the
don't
reason
be
I'm
on that.
bringing all this out is because nobody who has a major platform that's prominent that people tune and listen to every day, they not gonna say it, man. They don't want to say it. Now, the thing is, they know it. Because anytime you say, well, you need this and need that, and we need to get younger, well, they know we was the youngest team to leave before all this started. They already know. They just thought everybody knew this was going to be a short-term venture. Management knew, LBJ knew, AD knew. Everybody, they all knew. They just thought they was going to rack off 3 titles. And they misrepresented the landscape. And when they lose, who takes the hit for it? Rob Pelinka.
Yep. So look, I might go live on Saturday if y'all want to come up here. So I might do that. So CJ, be on the lookout for that. I'm not committed to it for sure, so I don't know, but I might go live on Saturday. But I
I
gotta
got you,
roll.
KB.
All right, y'all. Peace, man. Peace. Thanks, JB.
Thank you, KB. Thank you.
All right, peace, man.
All right.